station, Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Guardians have one more chance to take the series from the Twins today as the two sides meet up for the final game of the four-game set. Guardians took the first two games, but they fell yesterday 10-6. They did see the return of Jose Ramirez to the lineup. He was activated off the injured list yesterday after suffering a broken hamate bone in his left hand back in June. In his return, Ramirez went 2 for 5 with 2 RBIs and a run scored. Gavin Williams will take the mound for the 1:10 first pitch this afternoon at Progressive Field. And while the Guardians saw the return of Jose yesterday, they could be seeing the return of Angel Martinez very soon. The outfielder continued his rehab assignment with the Rubber Ducks yesterday, playing the full 9 innings and going 1-4 with a walk. The club was originally planning on leaving Martinez on assignment in Akron until tomorrow, but MLB.com reporting they'll reassess him today. Browns are getting ready for training camp and the upcoming NFL season as rookies are set to report to Berea today. Veterans are reporting on Tuesday. The first day of practice that's open to the public will be next Friday. And LeBron Watch continues. We're on day 24 and counting. Our very own Andy Baskin reported yesterday that LeBron's camp was irritated with Adam Silver pushing him for a decision, and he was ready to make an announcement last week but decided to hold off. Last night, we got a report from Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo Sports saying LeBron is slow playing his decision to see if any of the teams on the list of destinations could trade for either Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the very best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Meredith Kane.
Summer is here, and Browns training camp is just around the corner. Stay locked in with The Fan all summer long. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Good Thursday morning to you, Northeast Ohio. I hope everyone's doing fantastic today. My name is Andy Baskin. His name is Jeff Phelps. Dan Mennigan is here. Meredith Kane is here as well. We have a busy day planned for you today. Daryl Ryder is going to join us a little bit later in the show as the Browns quarterbacks and rookies report to camp today. And then Aaron Schatz from ESPN, FTN Fantasy Shots. Oh, it says Schatz? What did I say? What did I say?
You
Shots.
just said it.
Yeah, like Shots Brewery, right?
Well, you said it right that time.
Oh, it's a Shemazel, whatever. FTN. His Hassenpfeffer.
Incorporated.
That's correct. We've done it, Laverne. Good job. His FTN Almanac is also out right now. A lot of stuff to get to today, especially with the Guardians getting Jose Ramirez back yesterday. He looked like he was ready to hit and get back up to the plate and driving a couple runs. Offense didn't seem to be the problem the last couple days here with Minnesota in town. But they got another weekend here, so we'll see where they can go, if they can climb up in the standings and hesitate and kind of gravitate around one game back and trying to chase the White Sox a little bit, which seems to me still a little bit weird. Obviously, the bigger story, LeBron James still waiting to find out where he is going to land. A little bit of stink from what we said yesterday. I got a lot of new friends, a lot of new enemies in the last 24 hours just because I told you that what Rich Paul said was right. And from what I was hearing, the same kind of stuff. So a lot of people are wondering who I am right now, and happy to let you know. I've only been sitting here for 16 years, and how many years did we do Cavaliers?
You did. 15 years you sat here.
Yeah, 15 years for here.
We're finishing up 15.
And then between how many years of Cavalier stuff? I think I did 5 or 6. You did how many years?
19.
19 years. So anyway, the greatest advice I ever got was
and some before that.
Hey, that's right. You were around before, back in your 43 days, right?
That's correct, sir.
That's good to hear. Dan Mennigan gave me the greatest advice in the history of life. When you're seeing all the social media buzz based on something you've said, close the window on the world. So you were right. A lot of clowns out there, man. A lot of people that just didn't read the story. And they're one of the stories that, based on what we said or what I said yesterday,
nothing good comes from up there on the Twitter.
That is true.
Remember that.
sometimes the headline, I tell people this all the time, especially when you're watching news. Like, use your brain. And if there's more to the story, see if there's more to the story. There was more to the story, clearly, than what was kind of out there yesterday based on what we said on the show. And, like, one of the headlines yesterday based on what we said that LeBron is irritated with the commissioner. And I'm like, I never said that. I said LeBron's team was irritated with the situation. And again, Rich Paul said this. Like, all I did was reconfirm what Rich Paul said. I mean, that was the majority of the things that I went. And I don't blame them. I don't blame either side, to be honest with you. If I'm the NBA, I need to know what's going on. I've got partners that are spending millions of dollars trying to figure out how they can promote our league and how to do this. So, like, the few times that I've talked to the commissioner, and I know you've talked to him a couple times too, great guy, nice, always has what's the best interest at heart, and just, like, trying to make sure that he can do that. And I'm sure he was feeling pressure from the networks to say, hey, we got to get the schedule out.
Probably still is.
But by the same token, LeBron has every right. LeBron and his team have every right to treat this like a business situation.
Sure. And teams have every right to move on.
Yeah, and they have every right.
But they're not.
In fact,
apparently,
Rich said that.
Yeah.
Don't hold back because of us. Go figure out what you want to do with your roster. Like, he said that on his podcast.
Yep.
So, just in retrospect, yesterday, I mean, every word I said is every word that I was told from someone that I trust. So I'll leave it at that. If you
wasn't your wife, was it?
No.
Okay, good.
Wasn't even my kids.
Huh.
There was a neighborhood kid running up and down the street.
You trust them?
He was like, "Hey, LeBron's going here," and I was like, "Hey, can I go with that?" He's like, "Sure, go
ahead.
with it." And then his dog went with it, and I was like, "Well, that's weird." We don't know where he's going. Our best guess is still Miami or Cleveland, but
yeah, I'd say it's
a guess.
I'd say that's the best guess. I'd still lean toward Cleveland, but could very easily be Miami. There are things out there that make you think, this is getting a little stickier and a little more complicated than it needs to be.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
I mean, would it be great if he made an announcement today? It would be great if he makes an announcement over the weekend.
He'll do it sometime.
It'd be awesome.
Whenever.
Man, they're just like the vigor in people that sit down and, like, want to actually type something out or use voice to text on their phone to be like, and just to rip him, to rip anyone that gives you the information. Like, I don't know how Wendy does it. I'm going to be honest with you. I can't imagine.
Turns off social media.
Yeah, it's just the right. And you know what made me even think more about it in the last 24 hours?
Tell me, Andy.
Was I can't imagine the heat LeBron himself took when he left here. I'm like, what I saw yesterday was like, I don't know, probably 0.001% of the heat that LeBron must have. There are a lot of LeBron haters out there to this day. A lot. And, man, they're all up and down my timeline. And I'm like, what do you want from the guy? He's a business guy, arguably the greatest player to play, especially in my lifetime. Although, I mean, I'll go back and forth on the Jordan argument. I have no problem with that. Unbelievable respect for Jordan and the way he played. And there were things that Jordan had with his game that I appreciate a little bit more than LeBron. LeBron has some things that maybe I appreciate as well. But, the heat and how these things change, not the Miami Heat, but the heat of social media is just, it's ridiculous. You're right, Jeff. Ain't nothing good going up on there in social media. So anyway, I'm glad you were along for the ride yesterday. And if we get any more, or I hear any more, I'll be happy to tell you. I'll be the first guy to be here and let you know. But it's not, we didn't just show up yesterday and start talking. And the other thing is, Jeff and I both, and I think we both take pride in this, I'm not telling you something that I didn't get from someone that I trust. Like, neither one of us, with our background in journalism, are going to sit here and start just spewing stuff for hits. Like, you can see how often I tweet, which isn't very often, right? I don't care about hits. I care about trying to give you information that I was told and to make you a smarter listener. Are you with me on this? Are we on the same page?
We're on radio. You're supposed to play the hits, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're not worried about hits.
Sorry.
Gotta play the hits.
Maybe that's why we're the outcast. Maybe that's why people don't like us.
Oh,
because we don't play.
I thought people do like us.
We don't play radio. That's the problem. We talk about sports. We enjoy talking about sports. We're having fun. No, I haven't had to dig a ditch today yet. Although Keith did hand me a shovel when I walked back in. I thought that was weird.
Hey, you didn't hear?
Yeah. Oh, we got ditches to dig today.
I thought you didn't get the memo.
As long as it's not a sewer line, I'm okay. And my back is okay, and I can get out there with a pick and start going through the ground to put a sewer line in. Anyway, Jeff, but there's still more to this LeBron story and, kind of things percolating about Kyrie Irving being tied to LeBron, Anthony Davis being tied to LeBron.
We're seeing rumbling like crazy on a number of things with that, Andy, and it goes. We'll get into the specifics, but the general thought is this to me: does an organization, does a team want to allow a player, in this case, a 42-year-old player, who 42 in December, who is short term? He's short term. Are you going to make moves to get that guy here, knowing that you're building a short-term team, rather than maybe bigger, for the entire betterment of the organization? The one rumor that's out there right now, and a gentleman named Ashish who writes for Dallas used to write for Sam at hoopswire.com. Ashish does a good job. He has said that LeBron could sign with Miami because the Cavs and Golden State aren't interested in acquiring Anthony Davis from the Wizards. And sources told him, he writes for Dallas Hoops Journal.
Okay.
And think about that. Think about it. If and let's just say Ashish's report is accurate. Does LeBron want to call shots on personnel? Okay. If I'm a team and I have a different plan, I'm not going to do that. And that's no disrespect to LeBron. I mean, truly one of the best players to ever play the game. We don't have to say that. It's true. But you're 42. Though you're still a tremendous basketball player, you're probably not going to be here 5 years. And should we trade, in this case, a 25-year-old guy who the team has thought is one of the key players in the history or for the future of this franchise, and that's Evan Mobley, for a guy in Anthony Davis who has been a walking injury for a good portion of his career. And his health has been a question, and he's in his early 30s. Are you going to do that to go pick up LeBron for a 1 or 2 or even 3-year run? And that's assuming that LeBron in 1 or 2 or 3 years is still playing at the same level he played at for the Lakers last year. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to do that. I'm just not. And I don't think the Cavs should, and I don't think other teams should. If another team thinks they have a need for Anthony Davis and you want to do that, and LeBron would be part of that, hey, I'd go there. Okay, then, well, that's a different story. But Cavs would give up a really good young player in Evan Mobley to bring in a guy who has been a better player in his career, Anthony Davis, but he's also been quite injury prone. And, how'd it work with the two of them together in Los Angeles? It worked okay, but I don't think anybody could say it was an overwhelming success. Do you?
Yeah, I don't know if that's true, that LeBron wants to move
again,
forward.
That's
an if. Yeah,
that's
because
if. Okay.
But Kevin O'Connor has the same kind of stuff in Yahoo Sports today. And then actually George Thomas wrote a pretty good story about what Kevin had. It's funny because but when you don't have the meat of the story, which would be like LeBron actually saying, now you're looking at stories based on stories.
LeBron and Anthony Davis did win an NBA title together.
Yeah.
In the 2020 season when they were in Orlando in the bubble.
Yeah.
That, to me, that doesn't detract from the championship. They still won it.
Right.
So, good for them. But the later years were not what you were looking for.
O'Connor said in his piece that, when he went to the Heat, he went because Dwayne Wade was already in place, and then they went out and got Chris Bosh. Okay, that makes sense.
Made a great threesome.
And that was outstanding for Miami Heat fans and if you like to wear jewelry. Then he came back here to join Kyrie Irving, and that he understood, and I think the Cavs were maybe...
I don't think Kyrie was the driving force, though, in LeBron's decision to come back to Cleveland. It was coming back to Cleveland.
Well, even if it wasn't the driving
force,
force,
he thought he had guys in place that he could help, win.
He knew he was coming back to a better situation than when he left.
Well, sure.
And so, with Kyrie here, and then knowing that they had drafted Andrew Wiggins with the number 1 overall pick, the Cavs maybe rolled the dice and what they thought by bringing Kevin Love back in. So LeBron was smart in both of those circumstances. Then he signs with the Lakers, knowing that the next summer they ended up with Anthony Davis. So you look at it and then you try to place that to where he is now. And again, is it? If you're the Cavs, do you try to make a move to get Kyrie or, in particular, Anthony Davis, and live for the now, knowing that the draft picks aren't out there in the future, and when it ends, and it could be 1, 2, 3, who knows how long LeBron's going to play, but eventually it's going to end, and you're going to have to pick up the pieces again. Are you making that move? Are you trying to bring in Anthony Davis? And you're saying, for Evan Mobley, it's a very difficult decision.
Are you going to let a 42-year-old guy call the shots for your franchise? That if reports out there are accurate, I don't know if a team wants to do that. And if it costs you LeBron, it costs you LeBron.
In the past, it would have been a no-brainer. It's the age thing. I mean, you can't. Father Time wins always, right?
That's what we hear.
And that's the winner. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. We'll continue on with this conversation. Would you rather have Harden or Kyrie, or would you rather have Mobley or Davis? You tell me. 216-474-0092.
Don't let summer slip away.
throughout the day, get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Dan Mennigan is here. Meredith Kane giving you the 2020s. We're just kind of following up again on where we are with the LeBron situation, where he may go. And in the last 24 hours, at least a little bit of, more information on what might kind of be going on behind the scenes and where they're looking to go with this thing. And, I ask this to you then, Jeff.
Andy.
As we've seen Dan Gilbert teams before, Dan has never been...
Dan will write the check.
Yeah, hesitant to be aggressive, right? And I think probably one of the biggest ways he proved that was when they traded Wiggins for Kevin Love. I thought that was an aggressive move to bolster the team around him, to bolster the team around LeBron. It was
better fit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a better fit.
And he wasn't like... You would think, though, it'd be, hey, we just drafted this guy number 1 overall. We want to hang on. There's marketing things here, but there's all kinds of little things that we can do. And,
Kevin's a better player.
Yeah, but that worked.
Yeah.
And you got a championship out. And you got multiple trips
Andrew
to the
Wiggins
finals.
is a fine NBA player.
Yeah.
But Kevin's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, did the impact
I think.
Well, was Love's impact on Cleveland greater than Wiggins would have been? And I think as we look back in retrospect, the answer is yes. I mean, they won a championship. You can't argue with that. You got
it worked out.
The parade to prove it. My question here then for you, Jeff, is what I left at the break, and it's for everybody else too. 216-474-0092. Live in the now and pay the price later. If you wanted to make a move for, Kyrie, if you're moving Harden on a sign and trade for Kyrie, and who knows if that's enough. And Kyrie's coming off an injury. And if you wanted to bring Kyrie in and you wanted to bring in Anthony Davis and you were willing to trade Mobley for that, that is truly living for the now based on age alone.
Yes, it is.
Is it worth it?
I wouldn't do it myself. I have a higher opinion of Evan Mobley than it seems like a lot of Cavalier fans do.
Mm-hmm.
But if you read stuff from folks around the NBA, they have a higher opinion of Evan Mobley than it seems like a lot of Cavalier fans do. I don't know what Cavalier fans are expecting. I would rather have a healthier, much younger 6'11" guy than Anthony Davis. Anthony's about 6'9", but not that matters. Anthony's a great player. Great player. And Andy, he's had injury issues throughout his career. And you trade for Anthony Davis, and you give up a young guy with I still think upside, and even if you don't have upside, he's still really good. And you keep your fingers crossed that Anthony Davis, who will be 34 during next season, you hope he stays healthy. Numbers for you. Ready?
Yeah, I'm listening.
20, 51, 51, 76, 56, 40, 36, and 62. Those are the number of games played by Anthony Davis since the Lakers won the championship in 2020. I mean, when he plays, he's tremendous. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. He's really good. But you going to pin your hopes to Anthony staying healthy?
And are you playing LeBron every game? Right?
Well,
I mean, because
LeBron's been remarkably healthy throughout his career, but he's also not played.
He's been smart at times taking time off.
He's been really smart about it. I mean, and no disrespect to him. Good. He's 42 and still going. That's worked, right?
So let me get this straight. If let's just say you decided that you wanted to trade, and I don't even know if this works. I maybe should probably look at the trade machine first. But you wanted to trade Mobley for Davis, and then you wanted to trade.
You're supposed to get number 1 picks back in that deal as well. First-round picks from Washington. who, by the way, appear to be a team that's on the rise.
Yeah. Okay, so if you could do it, and you traded Mobley for Davis, and then you also wanted to go out and get Kyrie for Harden.
Okay.
So now you're correct. If you think
One thing about James Harden is James plays. He hasn't had a whole lot of injury issues during his career. Kyrie coming back from a torn ACL. We all know how great Kyrie is. Donovan Mitchell and Kyrie in the same backcourt. What's that do for you?
I'm okay with that.
I'm
If Kyrie's healthy, I'm okay with that.
That's an if. So then you're back to the small backcourt with ball dominant guards.
I just think that Kyrie makes better decisions than Harden does.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
There were times when I thought maybe Harden was when he first got here, like he was making great decisions. He just got caught up too many times. I thought during the playoffs.
I think Harden's
With
a better
nowhere to
passer
go.
of the basketball than Kyrie, and I think Kyrie's pretty good. Harden in his career has led the league in assists a couple of times. He's averaged double figures in assists for huge chunks of his career.
Yeah, I just don't like
if I'm who
I'm just going through the highlight reel in my head, and I just don't remember Kyrie getting clogged up as much as Harden did during the playoffs. And waiting till the end of the shot clock, and just I thought the decision. I don't know. If you asked me,
would Kyrie be a better fit with LeBron, who is also quite capable of passing the basketball? I don't know. But then you're back to the two small guards, and then your defense is Kyrie, Donovan, and LeBron. Who's going to play D?
Well, aren't we sitting in the same place
With Harden?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Except the only plus there, I think, is Harden is 6'5".
So say this happened,
Kyrie's
right?
6'1".
So say this happens. So then you're starting five. You're looking at probably Irving and Mitchell in the backcourt, LeBron, Davis, as long as he's healthy, and then Jared Allen. Are you hanging on to Jared Allen?
And you see, this is the mess that I don't want to go down. If I'm the Cavaliers, I don't want to do this. You picked up James Harden. Do you like Harden better than Kyrie? That's their decision to make.
Mm-hmm.
As much as I like Kyrie and as good as Kyrie is, I'd be really tempted to keep Harden over Kyrie based on who else is on the team. And especially if James would be willing to, and Kenny Atkinson could coach him up to, back off on the scoring and jack up the assist a little bit. I think he's better at it than Kyrie.
If they were able to make that, that's the five you would start, right? As of right now. I mean, you don't know what's going to happen if they can bring somebody else in.
Start?
That Irving, Mitchell, LeBron, Davis, Allen?
Oh, see that?
It sounds clunky.
That's way too hypothetical for me.
Sorry.
It's just way too hypothetical. And you've got four guys there who, want to average 25 points a game. That's just, I don't care for it very much.
I see that.
Think about.
I've seen you have soup that you didn't like before. You just gave me that face.
Well, think about great teams. Great teams usually don't have four guys in the starting lineup who historically average about 23 points a game or more. By the way, if I'm Donovan Mitchell, I'm sitting back and I'm thinking, hey, what the heck is going on here? I'm the guy you're going to pay like $70 million to or whatever it is.
All right, so let me throw the other five. Let's just say you don't make the Kyrie trade. So now you're looking at Harden, Mitchell, and maybe you do make the Davis trade for Mobley.
Why?
I'm just saying because you think that Davis, you can bring him in, that they want to switch it out.
Okay.
This isn't my call. I'm just saying, look at that five, and then are you still with Allen? Like, is Allen still here?
You got to have a center.
So LeBron,
Andy,
Davis, Allen,
this is a team.
Harden.
It has
Mitchell.
four guys over 6'6" right now. That's it.
I don't know that I'm making all these moves either. I also don't like the.
You made the Eastern Conference Finals. You're in the Final Four. You have a guy in Evan Mobley who could be a cornerstone for the next decade. You're going to trade him for keeping your fingers crossed that LeBron doesn't slip because of age. I mean, and again, only because of his age. Tremendous player still. Anthony Davis stays healthy. It's a lot to ask. And that it all meshes with Donovan Mitchell.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see a couple phone calls in here. Holly's in Cleveland. Holly.
Hi.
How are you?
Doing?
Hi, Holly.
Good.
I'm good. So, Jeff, I 100% agree with you. Okay? And my thoughts are I want him to come here to make our guys better, not come take over and rebuild everything. We didn't go through the past few years just to throw it all away for LeBron for a year or two.
What if it meant?
Holly,
What
you've
if
said
it meant?
it even better than we have.
Well, what if it meant a championship in 1 year?
That's fine, but we don't dismantle. We can win a championship having him come and build up what we have. We were in the Eastern Conference Finals. We have a missing link. He could be it, but not tearing it all apart.
Well-
Donovan Mitchell's our star. Evan Mobley's our star. LeBron was. He can help us, but not at the expense of everything we've built. It's not worth it.
Amen, Holly.
Thank you.
Holly, I
think
agree
some
completely.
people would argue that getting smoked in the Eastern Conference Finals, I mean, it's like, okay, it's basically like you made the second round of the playoffs. Was that enough? Did you go out and get Mitchell to feel good about getting smoked in the Eastern Conference Finals? What's the goal? Is the goal the championship or bust? If that's your mentality on it, then you might be willing to make all these moves. If you feel like you're growing and getting better and you're one piece away and you just want to change one piece out, then you believe in what you had last year and you think, okay, I can understand. We were out of gas. Like, I'm all in on the out of gas theory.
Well, you were
'cause
out
they
of gas
were.
because you weren't good enough.
Okay, so now you're back to, well, then should we really be hanging on all these guys?
Well, no, but Holly's point is then you bring in a guy like LeBron and then it makes your team better. Yes. Holly, yes.
One piece, but then go back to what this whole conversation is that if you want LeBron, he might be saying, I'd like to bring Davis along with me. I'd like to bring Kyrie along. How can we do that? How can we make that happen?
Anthony Davis is really good. And he's really fragile. That's keeping your fingers crossed.
On a 1 year run, 2 year run, right?
Who are you going to play? Naquan Tomlin? If Anthony Davis goes out? Keep your fingers crossed that and I like
Who are you going
Naquan.
to play if these guys want to sit some games too? If they, you need some load management stuff going on.
Andy, if you put together this kind of a team, and we're just going with this speculation in the reporting. If you put that together, you're keeping your fingers crossed that they're healthy come April. That's really all the regular season is a complete afterthought. All you're wanting to do is be ready for the playoffs.
That's why if I'm LeBron, I'm waiting until January to hop in, man. I'm probably the only person on earth saying that, but I mean, he could extend out, I don't know, at least 3 years if he wanted to just play half a season.
If you're an older player and you don't play, that's when you start to slide.
I don't know. We've never seen it before with this. Look at the guys that were drafted around him. They're all gone. Not only his year.
Well,
year
I know,
before.
but he's a freakish athlete. He's that good. But at some point, right? And
I agree,
the
at some
worst thing he could do is sit back and not play.
All right, your turn. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Phone lines are packed, so just be patient. If you need to, hop in on social media at CLE Talking Heads. CLE Talking Heads. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin from my friends at the Valley Automotive Group. Looking for
The best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. All right, throwing a little bit of hypotheticals out there, and it's. I think in some ways you're saying, okay, right, like I have Wayne's World floating around in my head. Live in the now, man. So if you felt like going out and getting Anthony Davis to go along with LeBron James would make you, an instant NBA champion, or at least get back to the finals, would you do it? But you're going to pay for it, I think, down the road. But down the road hasn't really ever seemed to matter when it comes to an aggressive front office like the Cavaliers have had over the years. I think that's one of the reasons why we like the organization, right? Like, they're not scared to do things. They're not scared, especially to let money get in the way. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been in the second apron. But now we see how the second apron affects teams. And so you got James Harden sitting back there waiting to actually have to sign his contract so that the Cavaliers have some flexibility to even try to bring in LeBron. So, you look at it, you're like, live in the now or live for down the road here? And, is it a matter of saying, is there a point where you might look at it and go, maybe if you have to take Anthony Davis, if you have to go out and get Anthony Davis to get LeBron, now you got to look through the whole thing. And like the caller said, it's like, we did make it to the Eastern Conference Finals last year, and while they didn't win a game while they were there, they got there. And but all these other teams are on the outside looking in.
Holly summed it up really well when she called it. This team's pretty good, and LeBron could come in and make it better. And I don't think this team needs an overall, retooling. This team needs some fine-tuned additions. And LeBron, I think, would be great. Is it a perfect fit? I think it could be, as long as LeBron and Donovan and Harden would be good about sharing the basketball, and nobody really cared about who scored points. I do think it's interesting, though. In the last day or so, it's the first time we've actually heard thoughts about Harden not being here. Everybody's just kind of assumed you're working under this, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Yep, I'll agree to waive my no trade because then I won't pick up my option, and then you guys will give me a 2 or a 3 year deal for more money.
Right.
And now all of a sudden we're hearing a couple of things. There's the Kyrie rumor that's out there, and then Markieff Morris, who of course used to play with LeBron, has thrown out a Jalen Green from Phoenix for James Harden. And that one to me makes no sense at all, because Jalen Green to me wants to be Donovan Mitchell when he grows up. He doesn't want to be James Harden and lead the league in assists. He wants to be a 28-point-a-game scorer. So that fit doesn't work for me. But the interesting thing to me is it's the second time now that we've heard somebody throw out the idea of Harden not being here next year. And I wonder if that's actually possible. Because we've all been working under the assumption, well, okay.
That Harden's back on this.
Yeah, and I wouldn't mind if James isn't on this team next year, as long as you replaced him properly. And Dan and I have kicked this around. Dan wants to cry every time I bring it up. I mention, real point guards, and Dan weeps. And James is a scoring point guard who might be still interested more in scoring, though he passes the ball beautifully and has in his career. But, what's a better fit on this team? You have LeBron at small forward averaging 20 points a game. You have Donovan averaging 28 points a game. You have Evan averaging 18, 19 points a game. Do you need a point guard who's going to score 20, or do you need a point guard who's going to get you,
yeah, I kind of
15 and 10 assists?
Quick editor's note.
Yeah.
Tears of joy.
Tears
the weeping is of tears of joy.
Yeah, tears of joy.
Yes.
Just editor's note.
Jeff is in University Heights. Hi, Ty. What's up, Jeff?
Jeffrey?
Yeah, my tax dollars go to Heights. Yeah.
That's right.
First of all, let me say this. LeBron James is not a GM. So teams should not allow him to be one. Secondly, I have kind of soured on Evan Mobley, but I haven't soured on him to the point where I want to trade him for street clothes, a.k.a. Anthony Davis, who, Jeff, you correctly pointed out, barely plays. And when he does play, he's a great player, but, when is the question. So I'm not for that at all. The Kyrie and Harden is intriguing, but again, you go back to the small backcourt. And the reason why some people are a little upset at LeBron sometimes comes off as though he's bigger than the game. I mean, dude, if you already know what your decision is, what are you waiting for? You want teams to restructure things around you, and you're only going to be playing for a couple years or so. And you want to bring these older guys in to make, one last run. So, no. I'm not trading. As much as I think Evan Mobley is a laid-back Californian who's not mentally tough, I'm not trading him for a guy who will make the doctors at the Cleveland Clinic happy because he'll be there a lot. So we're not doing that.
Okay.
Kyrie for James Harden, intriguing. Jalen, that glass trade you just said, Jeff.
Doesn't do anything for you, does it, Jeff?
I don't say cursing words. I'll just say a word that rhymes with jail. Jail, no. No, 1,000 times.
Yeah, I saw that one and I thought, well, that doesn't fit. There's Donovan Mitchell. That's not going to work.
Not at all. Now, some of these rumors about Jared Allen to New Orleans, I would explore some of those for Herb Jones and Trey Murphy, but I'm not trading. As much as I'm soured on Evan Mobley, I'm not making that deal ever.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. You feel justified? Did Jeff make you feel like a pair of Jeffs there?
No, I think Jeff's points are real valid. Is Anthony Davis a better player when he's healthy than Evan Mobley? Yeah. The answer is yes. He's also 8 years older and has been injured a good chunk of his career. And you tell me Anthony Davis is going to be here in 3 years? I don't know. And maybe I shouldn't worry about 3 years from now, but I like having really good young players on my team who I know I have under contract and can be here a long time. And I think Evan Mobley is a key player for the future of this franchise.
I like winning, and I don't know what that means, other than to win now and win a championship. I'm not saying that but I don't feel like.
But is a gamble on Anthony Davis staying healthy worth giving up? And Evans missed some games. Okay, Evans missed some games, but I think you pretty much know what you have, and I think Evan can help you win an NBA championship.
Ruben is in Cleveland. What's up, Ruben?
Hi, guys. How are you?
Hi, Ruben.
Doing well. I'm on my way to the Garden, so I'll make this quick.
Very nice.
All this just sets into, this is just my opinion. You guys have forgotten more basketball than I'll ever know. But the common sense thing in all this, and this is what free agency is all about, is that if LeBron, again, my opinion, if LeBron has his heart set on playing with Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving or both or however the case may be, dude, just go to Washington or just go to Dallas. You have that power that you could do that. You don't have to restructure any rosters over there, which, by the way, if you think about it, the Wizards add LeBron James and go with Anthony Davis and Trae Young and Sarr and all those young guys. And Jeff, you said it yourself, they're an up-and-coming team.
Yeah.
Go to Dallas where you got Kyrie Irving, Cooper Flag. The other names escape me, but their roster wouldn't be that bad either. And in some cases, would it be better than ours?
I think Washington with LeBron, Ruben, that's a team that you'd have to watch out for, isn't it?
I would say so. And
it backs up your point.
But listen, if you really have your heart set on going to play with any of these guys, a reunion with Kyrie or whatever, dude, just go.
All righty. Thank you. Thanks, Ruben.
Ruben making some sense.
Here's the one thing that I think is interesting. When you look at everyone wants to talk about storylines. Does LeBron's story end in Washington the same way somebody else's did?
Bum.
You know,
He could hang out with President Obama.
Is he still in Washington?
They're tight. Yeah, I think he lives there.
Let's go. Cool Ray, Bedford.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
How are you, man?
I guess I'm the only one that real know basketball. Like, I will trade Anthony Davis, but I don't think that has ever happened because of the fact that puts if the rumors are right that he wants either Kyrie or Anthony Davis or both, that puts Donovan Mitchell like the third option.
Yeah, isn't that a weird thing, Cool Ray? I said that a little bit ago. Like if I'm Donovan, I'm thinking, hey, wait a minute, remember me here?
Right. So I would honestly believe, but I would trade Evan Mobley. I don't know why people is still so high on Evan Mobley. Like he hasn't shown that he can win. He hasn't shown that he can dominate. He had great games like most NBA players do, but at the end of the day, he just hasn't shown me enough to say, like, listen, between him or the center, look, they got the same game, except we know that the center's not going to go out there and jack up threes and miss them. He plays within his game.
Evan has been asked to shoot those threes. That's the one thing, Cool Ray.
They need to stop asking Evan to do that because that's where the downfall is at. Like, the only Cavalier that's played all 82 games was who? And on this team was Jared Allen. So
yeah, that's right.
So he's shown the toughness. He's shown the ability to be durable. He plays within his game. He doesn't go out there and jack up threes. He doesn't, like I said, he's not asking for the ball. Like, he's not trying to be the man. So what we need is we need LeBron to help us win, but what we don't need fans going, oh, I'm falling in love with Evan Mobley because the Cavs done told you somewhere in the media that he's the next unicorn.
Cool Ray, folks around the NBA are extremely high on Evan Mobley. Jarrett missed games this last year, but the year before he did play the 82. Cool Ray, you're right. And Evans missed games. I mean, guys in the NBA don't play 82 games anymore. We've done that on the show before. In years past, guys used to do it all the time. That's not the case anymore.
Thank you, Cool Ray. All right, let's come back. Let's hop onto the Guardians here. Jose Ramirez is back.
Back.
What did we learn while he was gone? 216-474-0092. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes things get a little bit different. And when we talk about different, we talk about guys that get hot. Like in the beginning, they might be a little bit cold, and then they get hot. And so now all of a sudden you're like, I think that guy's going to hit a home run. So the ML season is in
training camp and the trading deadline with the only show dedicated to Cleveland sports every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. We'll talk more LeBron with you maybe a little bit later in the show. Again, if anything breaks, we will have it for you immediately. Guardians and Twins. Guards looking to take the series rather than tie the series against Minnesota. They'll start things off over at the ballpark at 1:10. It is Gavin Williams on the hill for the Guardians today. And then this is a getaway day. That's why it's a 1:10 start. They are off to Tampa Bay for the weekend, everybody but those folks that are going out to Cooperstown to cover the great events of our good friend to get into the Hall of Fame. Well, wait, is it actually getting into the Hall of Fame when you're a beat writer?
Not really, but it sounds better to say Cooperstown, so let's just do it.
To get into Cooperstown.
Yeah, they don't put writers and broadcasters in the Hall of Fame, but you're the recipient of the Ford Frick Award or the Baseball Writers Career Excellence Award.
Yes. Paul Hoynes, Congratulations from your friends here at 92.3 The Fan.
Way to go, Hoynesy.
I think he was actually a promo when we first found out about that, wasn't he? The congratulations, so.
Hoynesy.
Hey,
Awesome.
Hoynesy. So then after today, they are at Tampa, and then they travel down to the Queen City of Cincinnati, and they will take on the Reds after that, and then back home against Arizona. So that'll be at the end of the month. They'll be back on July 31st. So all that stuff coming up. The thing I think that is worth contemplation right now is the last 30 games without Jose Ramirez. The fact that they went 15-15 to me answered the call for what it takes to win the American League Central. Stay above water.
What did we want them to do, Andy?
Stay above water.
What did they do?
Stayed above water.
There you go.
So
They Stephen Vogt, whether you like moves that he made, and I don't like all of them that he made, managed the heck out of the last 30 games. He didn't have Martinez, who apparently, Dan, is that valid? And how Martinez is back in the locker room?
According to our buddy Tom Withers.
Okay, there you go.
About as reliable as you're going to get.
Tom will be with us next week, by the way. So Angel Martinez back in the locker room. Chase DeLauder's back at DH or in right field, and Jose Ramirez was back at third base, and they went 15-15 with Jose out. Okay, game on. Let's go.
Khalil Watson sent back yesterday.
Yeah,
before,
that's tough, but
yeah,
you can only have so many guys on the roster.
But you want to talk about 4A like that? He's stuck in 4A right now.
Ooh, I don't know that.
He's stuck there right now until they bring him back up.
Well,
I don't think he's a 4A player.
To me, 4A means that you're a really, really good minor league player but can't play in the majors. I look at it differently.
All right, so I kind of see it as he's playing in the minors but probably should be playing in the bigs. That's how I see it. It's like you're stuck at 4A for a second. Or, sorry, 3. Yeah, 4A.
Well, we'll see. And my guess is that unless they do something out of the box, my guess is that Petey Halpin's going back down when they activate Martinez. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah, that would make sense. Wouldn't
it?
It
would make sense.
So, and we'll find that out probably
but
in the
unless
next
they
hour
do
or
something
two, right?
differently.
I mean, they'll have to let us know that before 1 o'clock if that happens today. So.
Yeah. Do you have a decision to make on Gabe Arias? Do you have a decision to make on Daniel Schneemann? I think they love Schneemann. And though he hasn't hit as well this year, I like Schneemann a lot. And he's got a really good glove. And he's so versatile playing second, short, third. I'm sure he could play first if he had to. And he can play the outfield, and he plays it well. And that the way Stephen Vogt likes to move guys around, Andy, that's a luxury right there, having a guy like Schneemann. But I would assume that they're going to hang on to Gabe Arias. And Gabe's hitting a little bit better right now. So I would think Petey Halpin's the guy to go there. And that Martinez just returns to the outfield and go.
So they're carrying, 13 pitchers right now? I'm just wondering if the move isn't to, I don't know, are you sending a pitcher back? I
would bet not.
Would you?
No.
Dan, would you?
I would bet not.
I don't think so either. This organization has never shown a willingness to unload any kind of pitching from a major league roster at any point, unless it's like a doubleheader or someone's arm is totally taxed. And it's one of those where we're going to send down the fifth starter because we know in a week to 10 days we will bring the fifth starter back up. Like, that's the only way that those guys work.
Yeah. What do you got? So what did I say? 13 pitchers on the roster right now, and then 8 of them are bullpen guys, right?
Yeah.
And
I hope
Cade Smith's locked, and then I'm just looking at who's locked.
I hope Watson goes down and works on plate discipline a little bit. He's got to swing and miss a little bit less and walk a little bit more. And then I think there's a permanent spot for him on this roster.
Yeah, I do too.
Who did you say?
Khalil Watson.
Yeah.
Watson.
Yeah. Swing and miss is his biggest flaw. He's just swinging and missing too much, and he's not. I don't think he has good enough knowledge of the plate. Maybe it's because he's never seen pitching that is as good as major league pitching, but I think that also comes with time.
And
we
remember,
didn't lose anything on defense with him either.
No, he did a nice job.
Yeah.
No, he seems like a keeper. He's just got to work on plate discipline.
And there's no crime in a young guy coming up and then having to go back down, and work on his game a little bit, especially when you're in a situation like this, roster number wise for the Guardians.
But you also brought up the Gabe Arias situation.
He's hitting better.
They can't quit him. I'm starting to hit the point with Gabriel Arias and this team the same way that like Yankee fans feel about Brian Cashman and Aaron Boone, where it's just like your Supreme Court justices, they're not going anywhere. I feel that's Gabriel Arias with this team. They can't quit Gabriel Arias. I've hit the point where I'm almost done asking for him to no longer be on this team because they will not get rid of him.
Now,
he'll probably get a 7-year contract coming up just to stick it to me.
That said, he does a real nice job defensively at short. He can play second. He can play third. But you have Bazana. You have Rocchio. You have Jose. You need a backup guy. Well, is that Schneemann? Or is Schneemann going to be, if they send Petey Halpin down, does he become your fourth outfielder with Quan, DeLauder, and Martinez, excuse me. And then you just leave Arias as your extra infielder for the most part. I'll bet that's what they do.
I can see that. Yeah, I still think the Arias question's there, right?
He's been hitting better. The big issue is he's not hit worth a what, but he's hitting better. So if he's hitting better, then why not keep him? You know what I mean?
Peaks and valleys is an improvement from drilling into the liquid hot magma.
Dan, I know, but to me, baseball's a real game of, okay, I don't really care where you were. Where are you? Right now, he's hitting the ball really well. Well, he's hitting the ball better. Forgive me.
I was just going to say.
Sorry. He's hitting the ball better. Okay? He's hitting the ball better. And if you can continue to do that for the rest of the year, then you're actually a help to the team. No?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just so done.
I know you are. See, you're letting your personal judgment about him from previous play, and it's understandable, affect what you're thinking right now about where this team is.
I also understand.
Dude's hitting 300 in July.
I understand, too, if you pull up the Baseball Savant page, you can see why they're head over heels for him. He's high swing speed, it's high exit velocity, high arm speed, high range, all of the stuff that the nerds look at and go, this is all here.
Did Dan just call baseball people nerds?
A little bit.
Who like stats?
It's like I don't even
Wait
know
a minute.
you
That's
anymore.
you, dude.
Yeah, I know. I am a nerd. I've never hidden that fact. Okay. There's a reason why I watched
but
like 3 hours of House of the Dragon.
You like all those numbers about Arias?
Because you watch him and he finds his way into these areas where a lot of other prospects do, where you're like, oh, you swing really hard, but you don't make contact. And you don't make contact enough. Oh, and you also don't walk. So that's great that you swing really hard and you don't make enough contact to make it worth it. Like that's where I start having problems.
I don't think he's going anywhere.
I'm borderline giving up, Jeff. I think it's, again, Supreme Court justice. Congratulations. You're a career Guardian. Here's your 187-year contract.
It comes down to this. I think, and maybe at some point, and right now they've made this decision, I think, Schneemann and Arias. Might it come down to Schneemann and Khalil Watson? I mean, which twosome would you rather have on
I
the team?
thought that this morning when I looked at the box score.
I think I'd rather have Watson up here than Arias, and Schneemann is my backup infielder.
Here's the good thing about Watson.
But they like Gabe Arias, and he's actually hitting pretty well right now.
Here's the other cool thing, right? Like you could take, at the end of this football season, you could rip the name Watson off your football jersey and put it on your baseball jersey for next year, right?
Okay.
I'm just trying to save you some. Did you spit your coffee out? Did you
no, I managed to not.
I think you spit your coffee out.
I managed to not. I held it back, but it was close.
All right, I was
We
trying.
did toe the line.
I just want to bring something to your attention.
Yes.
I am headed down to the game today. Got off work early. I'm going down there, meeting up with my brother, trying to go buy some tickets. He's got one of those ballpark passes. I don't get down there enough, so I don't have one.
Sure. What a great
deal. Are you
deal,
guys aware? It is a great deal. Are you aware that you physically cannot purchase a ticket at the box office? There's a big sign. Box office does not do ticket sales. It is only for customer service issues.
Yeah.
So I understand everything's online with the app and whatnot, but you telling me you can't walk up to the ballpark and buy a ticket to the game that's being played at the ballpark?
I think that's been a while now, though, hasn't it?
I did not know that. That's pretty stunning to me.
I'm not a fan of it. To tell you the truth, maybe it's just because I'm in a spot right now where my phone busted, so I'm using a backup phone. It's just a brick. I don't get any apps.
You mean it's your burner, bro? It's your burner. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I pull a new one out of the socks drawer every morning. This is the one I grabbed today. Doesn't get the MLB app, so I don't know what I'm going to do. But the joke of it is like, I know they got rid of the paper tickets. That's a shame. I mean, I used to love collecting them as a kid. But okay, fine. Then they gave you those little seat locator things, and then they just gave you a little barcode on your phone or whatever the heck. But now you can't even get a get a virtual ticket.
What do you do if you don't have your phone?
That's what
How do
I'm
you
saying.
get in?
You
Yeah,
can't go to the game? Not allowed to go to the game? You can't. Are you telling me I can't get an afternoon away from work? I can't leave the phone in the car and just sit there and enjoy the ball game? Come on.
I got to believe that if you were desperate, customer service could call up the website and get you some tickets that way, right? You can't buy tickets at the ballpark in person.
My guess is we'll get a call from somebody at the Guardians clearing this up for us momentarily, Ray.
What do you do? That's a great what a conundrum. I don't know. What would you do?
It's not good. It's not good. Here's the thing. I'm headed down there. I'll see what the situation is, and if they give me a hard time, I'll give you a call back.
Please do.
All right, good luck.
As long as your phone works.
Yeah. How are you going to call us if you don't have you do have your phone, so you're okay.
Got the burner.
Can we get some? Yeah, I got the burner, and then I heard we're putting some pay phones back in. Can we get some more pay phones while we're at it?
I don't know. We'll get guys hawking cell phones outside now. I got smoking. I got non-smoking. What do you want? Upper deck, lower deck?
There you go, Ray.
Want some field box seats?
No,
you don't want any of those. All right, I want to continue on with this. So Ramirez comes back, and again, I think the story is look what they were able to do in those 30 games that he was gone. They were able to go 15-15, and I guess I'm looking through it this morning. I'm like, I have more confidence in this team right now. I feel a lot better about them as we kind of look through this. All right, so let's take a quick time out. We'll come back. We'll talk more Guardians here for you in a second. Hey, everybody, it is Andy.
rights agreement for Bank of America Stadium, where the Panthers have played since 2004. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flew.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to just play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find us on YouTube. That includes The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Every guy's on in the morning from 6 to 10. Andy and me, 10 to 2. Afternoon Drive, Nick and Jonathan. Fine fellas from 2 to 7. Live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that channel for free. And then you can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand, right now.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. Daryl Ryder joins us in about a half hour as rookies and quarterbacks report to Berea. We pretty much start our coverage. I mean, we never stop talking Browns, but our coverage starts to beef up a little bit here as we get into the rookies starting this week, and then training camp right around the corner for everybody who's going to be in town. Next thing you know, it's the Hall of Fame game. What is that, the 6th of August? It's going to be here before you know it. Arizona's playing in it down in Canton. So that's coming up, and then obviously the Browns will start their preseason venture, and so we're looking forward to all of that shortly. I have had an epiphany really quick here that I think Keith really misses producing the afternoon show, because I think that sometimes he wants to hop back on the air. He gave us just dropped some huge wisdom. He said,
we have a microphone right here. All he's got to do is turn it on. He's the boss.
He's always welcome to come on our show.
Of course.
He's no problem. He told me just now, and I don't know where he gets this kind of wisdom from, if the Guardians play good baseball, that the rest of the summer could be fun.
See?
That is huge wisdom.
This is true. This was coming from a guy who the other day said if the Guardians can hit the ball like they did yesterday, this will be fun.
It's a way to have his back. There you go. Oh, you must be in negotiations or something.
You said that. Remember that?
I know. He's been burning me for 2 days on it.
7 home runs.
Then again, I think he upped me by about 2,000 followers in the last 24 hours, so I should be pretty happy about that. So,
the Guardians
go back to the Guardians.
It'll be fun. You know, he loves busting your chops.
I know. I love it, though. Don't you? I mean, it's actually nice to work with. No greater cartoon reflects us than the Coyote and the Sheepdog. Before the Roadrunner, man. Talking old school guys like, hey, what's going on? How's the family? Good.
Good to see you.
Clock in, chase each other a little bit.
Spend 8 hours trying to kill each other.
A little Acme Dynamite, and then, all right, have a good day, Ralph.
All right, bud. See you tomorrow.
That's the season, then the first half of the season. While you would like it through the whole season.
It's a role reversal from what he's done most of his career.
Look at last year. Now look at this year. Maybe it took him a full season to get out of it, but I'll take what he's given right now. If he would have done this in April, I wonder if he would have been traded by now.
Here's what's going to happen. You ready?
And now, if he continues to hit are they going to be able to afford him again? We're right back to where we were.
It doesn't matter if they're going to be able to afford him or not.
Because
I don't think he's going to be here long term.
So then would you trade him?
Nope. You trade him for what right now?
I don't know.
Trade him for what? You want Steven playing well. You want him hitting leadoff. You want him being the guy who gets the whole thing rolling. And he's doing that right now. So just play him. I can't imagine trading him at this point because he's playing well, and you're going to think that it's going to keep going. And then you're not going to pay him. He's arbitration eligible for 1 more year, and then he's an unrestricted free agent. So play him this year, play him next year. If you get a trade offer, great. If not, you let him walk.
Because we're too early in the contract now?
Well, you let him walk. I hate to say that.
This organization doesn't like to let guys walk.
Yeah, ask Jim Thome about that. Ask Manny Ramirez about that. They both walked.
Yeah, but the situation was different in that. You know what I'm saying? They don't like to they hate going to arbitration.
Yeah, and you hate getting no return, but unless Steven becomes a very different player, I don't expect him to be on this team after the control of the team goes bye-bye after next season.
And that's why they like to not have the Thome situation. why they like to not have the Bell situation, the Ramirez, where they walk away with nothing.
Well, but it's not. No disrespect. Stephen Kwan is not the same player as Jim Thome or Manny Ramirez or Albert Bell.
I understand.
And so if Stephen walks away, they'll wish him well, and they'll put Alfonso Rosario in left field, and he'll hit you 25 bombs. He's the kid who they got for Eli Morgan from the Cubs, who's playing really well at Double-A right now. They're starting to produce position players, and that makes signing Stephen Kwan for a big amount of money not really that important right now. I wouldn't give Stephen a contract. Would you give Stephen a big contract right now?
No.
Neither would I.
No.
But I'm not trading him because then I'm going to have a huge hole on my team.
So, if you don't trade him, you're not going to go to arbitration with him. You're going to try to settle on something that, right?
Well, you don't have to trade him now. You've got a whole off season ahead of you.
Did you say the Cubs 2 seconds ago, too?
Yeah.
So I was watching them play the other day. Did you see Aaron Civale got picked up by the Cubs, didn't he? I just watched him play. I remember how when you brought that up the other day when the A's let him go, I was like, huh.
He was with Craig Counsell with the Brewers, so if anybody's a bit of a relationship, that would do it.
Yeah.
That does make sense. Yeah, that totally makes sense.
But that was what I was thinking about the Guardians as well.
Yeah.
Had a relationship with this organization.
Yeah, I didn't mean
if it was still intact, maybe he'd have gone to AAA, but he didn't have to do that. Instead, he goes to the Cubs.
Yeah, I didn't mean to derail the Kwan conversation there. You just brought up the Cubs, and all of a sudden everyone was like, hey, didn't I see Civale pitching for them the other day? I think they got to hang on to him, too. My question is then, if you hang on to him and you don't get rid of him, and now you got to go to arbitration with him, knowing them, they'll try to settle up something before they ever hit arbitration.
Well, that's okay. Andy, he has one more year of team control. You know, if we don't even play baseball next year, who knows?
Well, that's another point. Like, I didn't even think about that.
I'm not interested in moving Stephen right now, and I'm not interested in signing him right now. What I'm interested in doing is playing him.
Dan, what would you do? What would you do, and what do you think the organization wants to do?
What I would do is pick up the phone and call the Phillies, whose outfield is a mess, and see if there are. And Dombrowski seems like he wants to put his chips in the middle of the table with this Phillies team, and see if there's a Stephen Kwan deal there.
And get what in return?
I would do myself a favor.
Current help?
I don't know what current help. I don't know if there's a whole lot of current help that the Phillies can give you.
Well, but you're knocking on the door.
For sure. But
you think you're getting into the postseason this year.
But what this does, well, the Phils seem like they were going to put their chips in the middle of the table because they're sniffing around Skubal and they're sniffing around aces and that stuff to pair with everybody. So it seems like Dombrowski's starting to get that itch again that it's time to unload the farm system to make a run at this thing. That would be my first phone call, is see if they would be interested, because what that does then is also cleans up my outfield a little bit, where I could bring a guy like Khalil Watson back up and stick him in left field and have him figure things out.
You could.
And then I'd have Angel Martinez. I'd have whomever.
You could play Martinez in left, Watson in center, and DeLauder in right.
Right.
However,
so two birds with one stone. And then maybe
however, are you hurting your chances down the stretch here to make the playoffs if you trade a guy in Stephen Kwan who's red hot?
And here's the other thing. What do you say? Remember a couple of years ago, when they made the move? Remember Civale? That's who it was. Mm-hmm. They made the trade, and then Antonetti had to go back in the clubhouse and say, hey, we're still a team. We can still try to do this. And you're going to walk away from a guy that's hitting 369 in his last 21 games by trading him to Philly? What does that say to your clubhouse?
And a beloved player in the clubhouse.
I mean, gents, we've been down this road enough times with the Rays, with the Brewers, with the Guardians. You know when you sign up for this ball club that everything that's above your locker is temporary. These guys don't hand out long-term contracts very often unless it's somebody who's either A, willing to take a team discount, or B, willing to going to be here for 6 to 7 years, and that's the end of it.
Right now, I'm just playing the guy. I'm not going to try to trade him, and I'm not going to try to sign him.
I don't know, man. Well, this is the time you might want to strike when the iron's hot. If you believe that this is the fluke and the guy that you saw in the first two months of the season are the real guy, that's why you make the phone call.
Here's another weird play.
Can't argue with that.
Wait, let me give you the other weird. I'll do it on the other side of the break here.
His track record here is better than that, though.
there's another weird play in the situation, and I'll tell you what it is when we come back.
All right.
216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
with a new team. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
This baseball talk right here on 92.3 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
All right, I have an idea for Quan. You may not like it. It'd be a way, if he could stay hot the way he is now and then move forward. I'm going to tell you in a second. 216-474-0092. Daryl Ryder coming up at the top of the hour. We're talking about the Browns rookies and the quarterbacks reporting today. Jim's in Strongsville. Hey, Jim.
Hey, guys. Listen, first off, Stephen Kwan's got a Stephen Kwan problem. He's a corner outfielder that doesn't hit for power. The Guardians try to do him a favor by putting him in center. So let's not overvalue the value that he has out there. The other thing you got to ask yourself is, what are teams – we all had games like, well, you got to hit when the iron's hot. He's had 21 good games. Do we think the Phillies and these guys are so dumb they're going to give up something really good for a guy with a long history in the majors that's had 21 good games?
Have you seen the history of Dave Dombrowski's trades, Jim?
Dan, I mean, look, I get it. I'm not. If we're banking on the fact that there's all these major league teams out there that are going to bite on Stephen Kwan and give up value based on 21 games, I would venture to say that that's probably not going to happen.
Well, you could ask yourself and say, is he back to where he was in the beginning of the season last year? Is that where he's at?
Ago, Andy. Look,
yeah, I know.
This is he has been good for 15% of this year, maybe 30% of the last 2 years. What is that? This is baseball. It's not like you don't need lightning in a bottle. I mean,
so what are you going to get for him?
I think he's better. I agree with Jeff. I think he brings you more value on your team trying to make the playoffs than he does trading, because I don't think you're going to get much back for him in a trade.
So you paid $7 million in arbitration for him this year, which it was
Not
probably
my money,
up for
Andy.
$8.
I don't care.
So are you going to go to arbitration with him next year or no?
So what? Do
it. And then you wait when you get to the trade deadline. You make the decision again. You kick it down the road. I don't. It's not my money. I don't know what we're worried about. What do you think that they're not? If they go to arbitration with him, they're not going to sign another guy. They're not signing another guy anyways.
All right, Jim. I'm
What
glad
are
you.
we worried about?
All right, Jim. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Jim's a wise man.
I'm going to go along with his thoughts and
just play the guy.
I'm not telling not telling anyone to ever do this. But
why would you trade him now?
Because you could overvalue. Like
he's not. Jim's
like
right.
Dan said,
he doesn't have the value.
What if who'd you want? Philly? Washington?
Philly is the one I circled because their outfield's a mess.
Imagine if Philly came after him and said, "No, we're good with this. We can, and we'll give you prospects. Do we care about prospects? I don't know. We got a guy that's hitting hot. Let's see if he can stay hot with us, right? You could, though, if you want to hang on to him and worry about next year, you could. This is for lack of a better term. You could dine and dash with him, right? You could stick the bill to David Blitzer if he takes over the team. You could try to figure that out. I mean, they came together on the Ramirez restructure, right? Right? That they decided together they did the restructure, the Dolans and the Blitzers. So
I know there's an option and possibility of an ownership change and everything else. Let's worry about the roster here and trying to make the playoffs. I don't think the ownership change factors into moves that they would make this year to try and get into the playoffs.
Well, again, and I may have said this a little bit awkward over the last week or two, that ownership change wouldn't happen at the end of this season.
Then
it would be the end of next season.
Yeah. So that's so far down the road, Andy, I don't think it's an issue right now.
But if you're in a work stoppage, then what happens?
Well, then everybody doesn't work.
Right. So it's not like you're going to go into the offseason maybe heading into arbitration. It's a maybe heading into arbitration.
Andy, it's not like Steven's going to go in, hi, I hit about 180 for most of the year. I'd like $25 million, please. Yeah. He's not going to do that.
No, I don't.
Nor would he get that.
I also wonder.
So what if they go to arbitration?
They won't, though. The Guardians won't go to arbitration.
But even if they did, so what? He's not going to break the bank. Steven is most
$7
valuable
million
to our team here right now, playing and hitting leadoff.
Is $7
Keep
million
going,
breaking
young
the
man.
bank with this current ownership group?
No, keep going, young man. Happy for you. Glad you turned the corner. Stay that way. Let's go. Just play.
Yeah, I think they don't have to worry about it. This is what I'm saying. Because you could be looking at a work stoppage and you don't know what's going to happen down the road, you're right. And at the end of the day,
just play him.
I don't know that unless you laid out, unless Philly came in with some kind of offer, you're like, oh, we got to do it, right? We got to do it.
And why would somebody do that for Steven right now?
Desperation. Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody wants to pay $1.20 to $1.25 on the dollar. Let's talk.
Find me that team, and then we'll talk.
I have.
And by the way,
I'm glad you've discovered that. Now, maybe if Dave Dombrowski will discover that, we have something to talk about.
You do realize $7 million is the second highest paid guy on the team.
Good.
Not to mention, it does clear a logjam.
Well, you're assuming then that the Khalil Watson comes in and plays really well the rest of the year.
I'm assuming Khalil Watson comes in and plays. There's no expectation of level of wellness. Okay. It's an expectation of play.
I'm sorry. Stephen Kwan is playing good baseball right now. He's hitting the ball. He looks like the guy we knew at the beginning of seasons for the last several years, and you're trying to make the playoffs. Just put him in left or center and call it a day.
Is there any shot that he has a future on this ball club?
I don't care about the future right now.
Can we get that in writing? By the way, Andy, did you just realize what happened here? Some
Mr. Process
over here just said,
And
I don't
Mr.
care about
Process.
the future. What the hell just happened? Did you hit your head on the way in?
Do you know why?
Anvil.
Because he's pushing 30, which isn't terribly old in baseball.
Right.
But he's pushing 30.
That was good.
Thank you.
He's hitting, and he was so putrid most of the year, I don't think anybody's going to give you anything for him. So just play him. Just leave him alone. Play him. If you want to pay him next offseason, then you pay him. If not, you can trade him. Whatever you want to do.
Is this right?
But just leave him alone, man. He's doing just fine, and the team is knocking on the playoff door. No need to mess it up.
Are they still paying Clase?
No.
No,
Okay.
that changed recently.
No.
All right.
A month or two ago, it was
Is that
ruled
what
they
happened?
didn't have to pay him anymore.
All right. But
They paid him all last year.
I'm just looking at the numbers. I mean, Clase was the third highest paid guy on the team and wasn't even playing.
And an extremely team-friendly contract when he signed it.
Yeah, and now you're like, oh man, for an organization that doesn't like to waste money, oh, God, even on that contract, it feels like it was. Joey is in Cleveland. Joey,
hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, man.
Hello, Joey.
Hey, I just thought about Stephen Kwan. Yeah, I feel like people are talking kind of crazy about him. I think he's going to be just fine. I think we all just got to chill out a bit and just let him do his thing. He'll be fine.
Yep.
Let him get some experience this season. He'll be fine.
Yeah, we're talking more about the long-term ramifications because you're sitting here looking at arbitration, and do you need to trade him if you can get something for him now?
I don't think there are long-term. You're going to play him, and he's either on this team next year or they trade him, and he won't be here when he becomes a free agent.
Thank you, Joey. I
would guess.
The other part of this is I don't know that I want to take him off this team right now because I think you're saying to the rest of the team, if we're going to walk away from a guy who's red hot right now, and then, it could turn again and go back, but, I mean, he's so hot right now, I don't know how you could walk away from him. I just don't. And then you're right. Let it play out.
Not when you're trying to make a run, Andy.
Yeah.
You're trying to make a run.
And by the way, I think fans would probably not be. I don't know what fans.
Oh, they're not going to be over the moon. I mean, it's going to be the Hader trade in Milwaukee. I mean, everybody's going to immediately lose their minds over it and get upset as all get out. And then the team's probably going to sulk for a little bit and then bounce back. But the long-term health of the franchise in Milwaukee after the Hader trade is in a better place now than it was when they made the Hader trade. It's the same thing you're going to be in the midst of with the Guardians and making a Stephen Kwan trade. Is you're basically saying, is the health of the future of this team worth the trade that we're going to make in the current situation? That's the question. Is what we get back going to help the health of this ball club more than keeping Stephen Kwan here for 2 more playoff runs?
See, the thing right now,
I like Watson too. So
I like Watson as well.
I just don't think you're going to get this kind of production out of Watson now. that you're getting out of Kwan.
Which might be the case. And that's why, again, just play him. This team has a great chance to make the postseason this year. This team has enough pitching that if you make the postseason, anything's possible.
We're going to talk to Daryl Ryder coming up at noon. Right now, Lenny, though, is in Amherst. Lenny.
Hi, Lenny.
Hi, fellas. I just had a question and then a comment about the lockout.
Okay.
The question I got first is, what makes David Fry so protected? I mean, why
Lenny,
wouldn't, to me,
join the club.
Jeff, I'm like you. I'm on the fence, but I'm staying with Khalil Watson.
Yeah.
And as far as the lockout goes,
And by the way, Lenny, David Fry has options. They could have sent him down.
Bingo. I didn't know that, and that's a very good point. The other thing, if you remember a few years ago when they raised the minimum wage for people working in the fast food,
mm-hmm.
and everybody was so happy about it, and I kept telling them, I know that the people deserve to make money, but watch, the Big Macs are going to be $10 a piece. These people aren't going to just pay this extra money without raising the prices. Everybody's talking about this lockout with a ceiling and a floor.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, the only thing that tells me is that you're going to have guys sitting on the bench most of the year with a minimum wage of $2 or $3 million because you got to spend $170 million. And my $19,000 or $20,000 season tickets have got to go some way, and it's not going to be down.
Hard to argue with that, Lenny.
The only thing is let's just say
they don't lower ticket prices very often, do they?
No,
I don't mean the Guardians.
Here's another thing. But if you bring
anybody.
in another ownership group, and I'm not saying this is what's going to happen, and they want to spend more money, then guess what? Your ticket prices are probably going to go up anyway.
I agree, Andy. But the thing I'm not talking about paying the guys that are producing. I'm talking about the guys that are sitting,
like on an NBA bench.
Like on an NBA bench.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, sir.
All right, Lenny. Hey, thank you, Lenny. Have a great day.
Yeah.
My friend. All right.
Thanks, Lenny.
Lenny checking in. All right. It's time for us to check in on Berea as the rookies are set to embark on Berea, and so are the quarterbacks. And you know who's going to talk all about it?
Who?
Our Browns beat reporter. He is the man, the myth, the legend, Daryl Ryder. That is next on Baskin and Phelps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. And if you had a brain, you would know that there is no quarterback competition in Minnesota with the Vikings between Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy. The Vikings can say whatever they want. It's going to be Kyler Murray as the starting quarterback for Minnesota this season. And when Minnesota declares Murray the starter, I'll pick them to win the NFC North. I'm Nick Costos.
When you first saw her, she was out walking her dog. You didn't notice her at first. But when you finally did, it was too late. Because at that moment, you were speeding. She was out walking her dog and only had a second to let go of the leash. Your foot was on the gas, and her life was on the line. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, clean.
Irving. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
The countdown to Browns training camp is on, and the QB competition has just begun. Get ready for Cleveland Browns football. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
They are ready to have the whistles blow in Berea. Let's get some first downs. Let's find the end zone for more than 16 points a game. Wouldn't that be outstanding? Well, it all really gets started today with the rookies and the quarterbacks coming to town. And you know who's all over it? Daryl Ryder, our Browns beat reporter. And he is all set and ready to go. Hi, Daryl. How are you?
Hello, boys. Happy Rookies Report to Camp Day.
Oh, it's a biggie, Daryl.
No, the biggie's next week when the veterans report on Tuesday, and then they actually do something on the field Wednesday afternoon.
Can't wait, Daryl. Can't wait.
I can sense the enthusiasm, Jeff.
Okay, so what actually happens when the rookies report?
Well, they go through their camp orientation stuff, and then they start hitting the field for some light workouts, and obviously they got to pass their physicals as well. So that's all, part of the process today. They do the intake and the physicals and all those type of things. And I don't know if Todd's going to do a conditioning test. Most coaches do. So I would anticipate that he would do the same. And, that's how we end up with we get those designations for a couple of guys. Well, we get those designations early in camp, right? Guys that aren't able to practice just yet and whatnot. So, but yeah, they'll go through their intake processes and probably do their conditioning tests and all that, and start getting themselves on the field to get some work in.
Daryl Ryder with us, and when Daryl's with us, he's brought to us by Shivan Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Two of the guys in this rookie group, Daryl, that I don't know that we're talking about enough yet, and I'm real curious about them. Parker Brailsford, Austin Barber. And where are they going to fit on the offensive line? Do you think Parker can start? Is there any chance that Austin gets moved to a guard spot and maybe becomes a starter?
Well, I think Austin's probably in the developmental chain right now. But Parker, look, I mean, he's a rather important cog to this whole thing as far as that center position, because if he can't win that job, that means Elton Jenkins has to be the center, and he's better at right guard. So there's a little bit of a domino effect there. So I would agree with you, Jeff. I think Parker is really important in this camp to see if he can win that starting center job. And I think if you gave Andrew Berry and maybe even Todd Monken some true serum, they would probably tell you they would like to see Parker win that center job, so that there isn't a domino effect that would then occur on that offensive line. But if Jenkins has to play center, then now you have a competition at the right guard spot, so there is a bit of a domino effect that occurs. So I think of the two names you mentioned there, Jeff, I think Parker's the most critical as far as the offensive line conversation goes right now, because really the other four names are spoken for. The other, those four other spots are, spoken for. So it's just a matter of who's going to be the starting center, and then that's going to determine what that right guard spot's going to look like.
All right, Daryl, you talked about conditioning tests, but we've seen in the past, especially when you have a lot of veterans, that it's camp cupcake, and the team doesn't ever seem ready when they get to the beginning of the season. And you and I think in particular, have probably had this conversation every year based on based on whatever the head coach wants to instill in his players. How will, and I think we've kind of seen it already, and I might know the answer, but I just want to hear it from you. How will Todd Monken run this, and how far away from Camp Cupcake will it be?
Yeah, I don't think Todd Monken's going to be running a Camp Cupcake, that's for sure. And look, Kevin Stefanski tried to toughen it up last year a little bit as well with some live tackling periods. That was, contrary to what he had done in his previous years, he did not run live periods in camp. They did what's called fudding up, where you pop the pads, but that's it. Everybody stays up.
Not to the ground.
You keep off the ground, but the Steelers always are live in training camp. I know the Ravens have a history of being live in training camp. And look, my anticipation is that Todd Monken will have them in pads and doing as much as the rules will allow him to do as a head coach. So this is not going to be an easy training camp by any stretch of the imagination. Obviously, you have your acclimation period there. The first week or so of camp, practices start out short, and then they start adding minutes each day to the length of the practices. But that's all collectively bargained and part of league rules there. But yeah, I think Todd Monken's going to have him in pads as much as he's allowed, and then also too, I think we will see some live tackling periods.
Daryl, barring injury, is there any way that your top three wide receiver group isn't Jerry Jeudy, Casey Concepcion, and Denzel Boston?
Yeah, no, those are my top three, and I don't think the impact or potential impact, I should say, and importance of both Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston can be overstated enough. They are going to not only see a lot of time, but they are going to be leaned on, quite frankly. Jerry Jeudy will be the one, he's the veteran of the group, but that is why the Browns used the first and second round picks on those two players to give them an infusion of talent in that room, because let's be honest about it. Jeff, your favorite conversation to have with me during football season is about every wide receiver that hits the waiver wire and whether or not the Browns should bring him in, because quite frankly, their room just isn't good enough, right? I mean, right. And it's been that way for a little bit now. And even going back to Odell Beckham Jr. and Jarvis Landry, they were pretty top heavy in that room, and there just wasn't a lot of depth there. So those three players, then Harold Fannin Jr., I consider a top receiving target as well, even though he's not in the room. He's a tight end, but you include him. Sampson coming out of the backfield, that's a fifth target. So there's going to be plenty of qualified targets for these quarterbacks to be throwing to this year, and I think that's why aside from how Todd Monken has run this to date, the fact that he's got these guys have some quality receivers to throw the football to, I think we're going to get a more even quarterback competition than maybe we've had in years past with some of these competitions, because quite frankly, the supporting cast around them, hasn't been all that great, and it becomes an even tougher evaluation. Well, I think that with the supporting cast around these quarterbacks, I think you're going to be able to get at least a fair evaluation of these quarterbacks as they go through their competition.
Daryl, how many of these quarterbacks will be in that quarterback room when the season starts? The four guys that are showing up today.
Yeah, I think that there'll be three on the active roster. I don't know that Andrew Berry is going to be able to keep four quarterbacks on the 53-man roster. I kind of feel like Dylan Gabriel's the odd man out just by default here, because you're not waving green. Someone's going to pick him up in the blink of an eye, so you don't want to risk that. And then obviously you've got Shedeur and Deshaun. One will be the starter, one will be the backup.
Would anyone trade for Dylan Gabriel?
Right. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't get the sense that there's a robust trade market for him right now, but things do happen in the NFL when it comes to quarterback rooms across the league, and unfortunately there are injuries and whatnot. So maybe one could develop. I don't know. Maybe they waive him and put him on the practice squad.
Gabriel?
But yeah, I mean, I don't know that they have room to keep four quarterbacks on this roster. Maybe they do. Maybe Andrew Berry says we're going to keep four guys because history tells us we need 3 and 4 guys to get through a 17-game schedule. And quite frankly, I'm not going into this training camp with the expectation that whoever wins the quarterback job is going to be the starting quarterback come week 18 of the season. And I'm basing that mostly on just the team's history. They very rarely are able to get through a full schedule with just one starting quarterback. So I think it stands to reason that you'd have an expectation at some point that there's going to be change, either because of performance or unfortunately because of injury, because that's usually how it always goes here. So, I don't have an expectation that, again, your week 1 starter in Jacksonville is who you're going to be wrapping up the season with there in week 18. So they may need, Andrew Berry may say, hey, we need to keep 4 active quarterbacks on this roster. I think we need to get a little deeper into camp here and see how things are unfolding, before, trying to figure out whether or not they have that luxury or not. And also too, seeing, some other position groups and how they're shaking out. Where does Andrew Berry need a little extra depth on the roster and whatnot? And hey, if everything goes swimmingly and they're comfortable with the depth in all the position rooms, and they say, hey, we can go ahead and fit 4 quarterbacks on that 53, then, sure, they certainly can do it. But yeah, I mean, right now, I don't think anyone's really lining up to trade for Dillon Gabriel. And
yeah, I could see the only place I can kind of see it is if something went sideways with Michael Penix or Tua, and Kevin Stefanski wanted to bring another quarterback down to Atlanta. I would think that would be the hottest pipeline for him. Again,
then what do you get?
They also have Trevor Siemian there too. Oh, I don't know what. Maybe a draft pick. Maybe you could recover the draft pick. I don't think you're getting a third-round pick, but
you're probably getting a 7th, right? And let's just be honest about it. You might even have, or you might get a 6th, but you have to send Dillon with a 7th to get that 6th. Or because and we've seen Andrew Berry, work those type of trades too, where you do a player with a late-round pick, but you get in return a pick 1 round in front of the pick that you're sending out. So
yeah, I get it.
I don't know what that trade would look like right now, and again, I don't know that there's much of a robust market for Dillon Gabriel, but I just look at this camp right now to where I feel like he's number 4 in line, because again, they're not going to trade Green. There was reporting this offseason that a couple teams in the AFC North were interested in him, so I don't think you're going to get him through waivers.
Daryl, do you think the quarterback job is won on the practice fields or in preseason games?
Both.
Okay.
And also the meeting rooms, Jeff. How do these guys come prepared to work every day? Are they up to speed with what the coaches expect them to be up to speed with, right? I mean, that's all part of the process as well, in addition to the on the field performance. But you gotta show up prepared and knowledgeable of what you're working on that particular day, and then go out on the practice field and execute. And then obviously in the preseason, show your ability to run and execute the offense. And look, this offense, there's a lot on these quarterbacks too. This is, Kevin Stefanski tried to dumb some things down in recent years because of all the pre-snap penalties with motions and things like that. Todd Monken's not holding back. They're running a lot of motion and throwing a lot of eye candy at defenses and whatnot. And if they mess it up in practice, he stops the play, steps in, and explains in his very unique way how things are supposed to work on that particular play. We've seen it multiple times during the offseason program. So there's a lot of responsibility on the quarterbacks with Todd Monken's offense.
Do you think they could, figure out some kind of weird way to get Taylor Green in the game without, maybe a wildcat or even lining him up at a running back? He's a big guy who's really fast.
Yeah. Sure. That's always, I think, maybe a threat that they want to develop or whatnot, but also, too, you don't want to, telegraph that you're up to something when you put him in the game as well. You know what I'm saying? So I would imagine that if you put him in the game, you got to have your regular quarterback on the field, right? Or the play sheet for him needs to be rather expansive. So again, you're not telegraphing what you're doing when you put him on the field. But yeah, I think that could be a possibility. He's very athletic. He's big and strong as well. Got really good arm talent, but very, very raw as a quarterback. But the Browns knew that when they drafted him in the 6th round. And, they view him as a bit of a project and a prospect. And so, but yeah, I think to maybe get his feet wet, sure, if they have a green package for him that they can use in certain situations and games, I would not rule that out.
Daryl Ryder, as always, we are going to be following along of social media for sure, 923thefan.com, and of course be listening for you and your reports from now until through the Super Bowl, after the Browns win the Super Bowl. Good job, man.
Yeah. If they win the Super Bowl, I might jump in the lake. But we'll also have a lot of exciting stuff on our YouTube channel as well coming up during camp. So look forward to that as well.
Sounds great. Daryl, thank you. Appreciate you.
Thanks, D.
You bet, guys. Have a good weekend.
All right. He is Daryl Ryder. Let's come back and talk a little bit more about the Browns quarterback thing. You have me, and I think talking to other people, Jalen Green, maybe there's more to it.
All of a sudden you're coming to the dark side.
Probably not.
Or the green side, as the case may be.
216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home.
David Temper committed to an additional $500 million. Temper Sports and Entertainment will also cover any cost overruns, bringing the total renovation investment to approximately $1.3 billion. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
As always, you know it. You can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He is Jeff Phelps. I am Andy Baskin. Talking, man, we've been talking about a lot of stuff today. Right now we are...
We usually do, Andy.
Yeah, we're talking about the Browns as they get set with rookies and quarterbacks now reporting to camp. And Daryl Ryder, our Browns beat reporter, if you missed any of that, you know, we can always go to the Odyssey app. In fact, if you missed any moment of the show, you can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. It is an integrated restoration. Daryl Ryder, our conversation with him, what'd you think?
I thought Daryl sounded like a guy who's been on vacation.
Yeah, you know what?
He was all refreshed. He was happy. That's our boy.
That's a good point.
That's the Daryl we know and love. We love that Daryl a lot more than the Browns are 3-8 Daryl.
That is true. On week 17, you're like, oh, man, remember when we were 3-8? That sounded great. That was awesome.
I asked Daryl, and I anticipated his answer, but I was hoping he wouldn't say it. I asked him, does this team get its starting quarterback based on training camp practices or preseason games? And he said both. I was expecting him to say both, but I was really hoping that Daryl thought that a guy would win this job in training camp before preseason games even starts. Again, I keep hoping one of these guys, I don't want anybody to be bad, Andy, but I want one of these guys to be head and shoulders above the other. And I don't think we're going to see that.
I wonder how this plays out. I mean, we always sit around since they got rid of that fourth preseason game. Are you throwing the starters out there against the Panthers in the third preseason game, or are you? That's the bad thing about having these. Now you're worried about trying to find your quarterback in an inter-squad scrimmage, rather than watching them, try to light it up in a real NFL stadium.
Daryl threw in meetings as well, and between meetings and training camp. Man, I hope somebody just shows that he's the guy. And I truly don't care which guy it is. I would just really like somebody to be a lot better than somebody else. And whether, whoever that is, that's swell.
I feel like, and you tell me what you think, based on all the reports we've heard before, and kind of where we're at, I still think it's Watson.
I think Shedeur has to beat out Deshaun.
Yeah, and if it's a tie, you think it's Shedeur, right?
Well,
I do too.
If it's a tie, I'd play
here's
Shedeur.
Here's where I think Todd may run into a problem. What if Coach Monken? What do you want me to call him? What do you want to call him?
No,
what do you call him?
I can't help but think of Gilda Radner and Bill Murray every time we just say Todd.
What, Dan Aykroyd, the plumber, coming in to fix the refrigerator with Mrs. Lubner? Here's where you might run into a problem. What if, one of the two guys is showing up in the preseason game but not in practice? We all know. There are guys out there in every sport.
He's a gamer, Andy.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, but yeah, and some guys sometimes they suck in practice and they're great in the game.
He's a gamer.
I can't see Watson losing the job. I just don't. If I'm Todd Monken, it's hard to look at this situation and say, how do I not go with the guy that has all the experience? I'll
tell you how.
He can't have a season where they lose every game.
That's how.
If it's even close, though, I got to believe that Watson's in the lead. I got to believe it. And, while it's supposed to be a competition.
I'd be hard-pressed to disagree with you. Andy, if Deshaun's not in the lead, something's wrong.
It's true.
Dude's played at a really high level in the NFL at one point in his life.
So does Sanders have to play above and beyond?
No, but he's got to play better.
I also think you're in a weird spot because there's nothing you can really do with Watson, right? You're not going to cut him. You're not releasing him. Nobody's trading for him. And so you're kind of forced into that. Maybe kind of the same way Kevin was forced into Flacco to start the season last year. I mean, you're trying to, this is where the message between the front office and the head coach and longevity need to be clear. Trying to win now. Let's try to win now. I can't see Todd Monken not wanting to win week 1, 2, 3 through 17. Even if it would benefit the team to lose down the road because it would get a higher draft pick. But that's why you have plan B. That's why you picked up a second draft pick. Hopefully that you don't need it on a quarterback, but that's where you are. And so I guess for my money, if I'm Todd Monken, which I'm not, I would think Watson's got every advantage going into this thing. But I do think you need to look at Shedeur with the ones, and we'll see how it plays out. Again, return on investment. I've said it for 2 years now, 3 years. Even when things were going sideways, it's about watching Deshaun Watson and trying to get something out of the investment.
If he's not better than Shedeur, so much the investment's over.
So it's over, and then he's done? And then what are you going to do, have him sit out for 17 weeks?
No, I'm not going to play him as long as I don't have to. If he, Andy, to me, this is as simple as this. Who do the coaches feel is the better quarterback now? And whoever that guy is plays. I mean, this one's not rocket science. It's not money for me. Which guy is the better quarterback now? And if they absolutely think it's a dead heat, I'd play the young guy.
Do you think they were set back by not having a quarterback at the end of OTAs? Remember, Todd Monken said he wanted to have a quarterback before they went to camp. I think this is a political game too. Like, they were better off not naming a quarterback then. Like, what's the difference? Who cares? Who cares who they name as quarterback? It's like coaches that tell PR guys to fill out the depth chart because they don't really care. Where they'll put the fourth string quarterback
which
at
happens,
number 2. Or happens all the time. Yep. It happens all the time. When I look at this franchise and where they're going, I'm torn because of the fact that it's beneficial, I think, if they don't think they have their quarterback, to not win. And that breaks my heart to say that. Because you want to sit in the moment, don't you? You want to believe that every game you go to this year that they're going to have a chance to win.
You call up Tankathon already?
No. I'm saying that I don't know how you get to that point without wondering. You're 7 games in the season, you got 2 wins. You start asking yourself what's better for this team. Then you wonder who's going to play quarterback.
Well,
and are they playing the best quarterback? That's another fun one.
Can I tell you how much I'd like to disagree with you?
We've seen this organization before play a quarterback that probably wasn't the best quarterback at the time, multiple times over the last 10 years.
Can I ask you how much I'd like to disagree with you?
I know you'd like to.
I can't. If this team starts out 2-7, man, I'm rooting for
next
year. Better draft opportunity. Go get if they're 2-7, Andy, it means they haven't found a quarterback. So then you need a quarterback, and where are you going to get one? Next year's draft, because you have the assets. I mean, this is real clear.
It's a weird spot, very, very weird spot to watch this team and go into the season and wonder, is it better if they win or lose? I hate being there. I hate that. I want them to win every week.
It's better that they win until it looks just like it's
win until you can't.
Problematic, yeah.
Is that the motto?
Yeah.
Win until you can't?
Well, if you can't
especially
win,
if you like the
it's real
coach.
clear. You don't want to sneak any others in there.
Another thing that would stink is if, Monken proves to be a great coach, good coach. Like why? Like we sit around and the goal should be to ask yourself, why hasn't he been a head coach before? I think that's it. That'd be the goal. People saying, man, I can't believe it took this long for him to be a head coach. I just don't know if he's set up to be put into that position. I just hope the offense looks better. Watching games with 16 points a game.
Come on, man.
Man, it makes for a long season.
Didn't enjoy those?
No.
mean,
and sitting here rooting for one guy to break a sack record because that was the highlight of the game walking into it. Those weren't fun either. It's going to be a weird season, folks. I'm just going to be honest. Weird. Unless they win, then it's going to be awesome. It'll be awesome. Another Mensa statement.
I was going to say, Keith's going to walk down the hallway on that one.
I'm good. What a dilemma it would be to have to say, hey, we don't need to draft a quarterback next year in the first round. That's to me, that's the goal. But
I don't know, dude.
It's the way it is. All right, let's do headlines next. We'll do that. And then Aaron Schatz from ESPN joins us. FTN Fantasy, FTN Almanac is out now. He'll join us at 1 o'clock. So let's do that. And you can call us in if you want. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Hey, it's Andy Bass.
history around the league before the veteran lands with a new team. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Aaron Schatz, ESPN, FTN Fantasy, FTN Almanac out now. Going to join us at 1 o'clock. Jeff, we have talked about so many good things on the show today.
We sure have.
Followed up on LeBron, talked about possible trade scenarios to be, I don't know, like, would you say a side dish then if they got LeBron back? Is that? I don't want to say that, but it would be like a side. Like I'll have an order of LeBron with a side of Kyrie. I don't know. Why do you look at me with disgust? Like I just said something. I'm just trying to make it fun.
I look at you with confusion on my face.
That's a daily thing. We talked about the Guardians, Jose Ramirez, all that stuff available on the Odyssey app. But now we need to find out everything else that's going on in the world. And he's finally, I think, returned from a mental status of soccer euphoria after the World Cup is over. Here, my friends, is headlines. With your headlines, spanning the city, Dan Mennigan.
We still haven't come up with a better name.
Yeah, we got to come up with a better name for this segment.
No, we don't. It's just headlines. Go.
We'll get there.
It's a difference.
The creative thoughts will come to us at some point.
Why don't I ask all my new friends on social media
Oh, you're ditching your old friends for this is what happens. This is like when the popular kids let him in for a little bit. Now all of a sudden we're just,
I
off
got
to
news.
the side.
The people that are trying to slide into the DMs to ask me who I think I am, or why would they? You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
We'll let them decide on what the name of the segment should be.
First, shut the DMs down.
Because we're tight.
Cut that nonsense.
We are tight.
All right,
I was surprised somebody hit me on Instagram with one. I was like, what are you doing?
So
Twitter, I expect.
Apparently, Liam Cohen is saying as teams are reporting to camp, the Jaguars head coach, Travis Hunter is going to play offense and defense in 2026. Basically hinting at the idea that they're going to try this again to see if he can do both. Now, how many snaps on each side is going to be fascinating. But, Jeff, I want to see this because I want to see if it can work. I just want to see if it can work.
I agree with you completely. Is he better at corner or is he better at wide receiver? I would like a little information both ways. Let's see it. I've never understood why there are so few two-way guys in the NFL. Like none. Almost never. And at least in the modern game. And I would love to see it. And they certainly gave up enough to get him, as we know, guys.
Yeah.
There's Mason Graham. There's Quinshawn.
I don't know. If I'm the NFLPA, I don't like it. I love it. I love watching guys play both ways. I'm good with that, right? But if
you don't see it in the NFL.
I mean, like, if you're the NFLPA, are you in favor of that? You're taking a salary away from somebody, maybe.
Well, no, there's another roster spot.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a 53-man roster.
Yeah, but...
now, would his compensation be at the same level as everybody else's?
Right,
playing two legs,
he's
two
not,
sides of the ball would be.
Correct. He's probably being compensated for one spot.
Correct.
Not for two.
Yeah.
So.
Now, that could be an interesting conversation. Who knows?
Yeah.
Things to keep an eye on. I just want to see if it could possibly work.
Yep.
Multiple reports say, guys, that Handsome Jimmy might be coming back for the right situation.
Oh, yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo, maybe coming back.
Yeah.
Come on, Handsome Jimmy. We need you out there, kid.
Do we need him in an orange helmet?
I mean, I'm biased. I'd take Handsome Jimmy here in a minute. I'd start Handsome Jimmy before everybody who's here.
Jimmy Garoppolo could walk in the door and be your starting quarterback.
I'd do it. I mean, he's 35 and he's made of glass, which is the only reason why I'm slightly like... Or 34. Sorry, 34 and made of glass.
Why not? I mean, it's quarterback soup anyway, so...
Add another one.
Real talk that he'll go back to the Rams, though.
It makes sense. Either that or the Cards make sense, too, if Jacoby Brissett decides that he wants to play hardball or anything like that. It makes a lot of sense for him to go there. He's got a relationship with Mike LaFleur.
Yep.
So we'll keep an eye out on that one, but the league's a better place with Hanson Jimmy walking around in it.
We have a relationship with Mike Florio. Is that close?
I don't believe it's the same thing.
Not the same thing?
No, it's not a
relation?
LaFlorio. If it was a LaFlorio, we might be onto something. Maybe that somebody mistranslated the name.
I know John Florio.
So, guys, have you paid attention at all to Jose Caballero, the shortstop for the New York Yankees, and what he has been doing to opposing pitchers that the league is starting to buckle down on? Have you guys seen this at all or no?
On the pitch clock stuff?
Correct.
Yeah. I know
Okay.
there's some stink about it.
So we'll bring everybody up to speed pretty fast. So first and foremost, the man's name is Jose Caballero, which immediately sounds like a villain. I don't know why, but there's something about that name, and I think it's just the fact that you could say it like Jose Caballero. That just sounds...
It sounds really good.
Evil. It sounds like the perfect villain. So anyway...
Sounds like one of the Three Amigos, if you ask me.
What he has been doing, for those of you who are not paying attention to such things, is that he is getting into the box, and you are supposed to make eye contact with the pitcher by the rules that were put in place when they made all the changes with the pitch clock and everything. You were supposed to make eye contact with the pitcher with at least, I think it is 8 seconds left.
I believe it is 8.
And so what Jose Caballero has been doing is he's stepping into the box and just staring straight down, not paying attention or anything like that, until as close to 8 seconds, occasionally 7 seconds as possible before he pops his head up and stares at the pitcher from there. Well, the league has had enough of this nonsense.
That's weird because Caballero means gentleman, doesn't it?
Does it?
Yeah, I think it means gentleman or knight.
I'll be darned. But doesn't it's kind of got that evil overtone to it? Like definitely like
Sir.
You could see somebody with that last name being a villain in a Bond movie.
Yeah.
Work out perfectly.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
anyway,
Mission Impossible.
back to things that are slightly more important. So yesterday he got a pitch clock violation leading to a strikeout, and then got the hitting coach ejected for the Yankees because of it. And after the game he said, quote, Jose Caballero, this is, I have seen other guys do other things and they don't call them for this. The league is picking on me.
It's nice that a Yankee's doing that.
So what happens when you play in Market 1, people notice you.
Yeah, that's what it is. Guys, what do we think of this practice? Like, this just feels like something that's so obnoxious and annoying that they're trying to get out of the game, and this is the best way to go about it.
Well, can't they call strikes on him?
That's what they're doing now.
Yeah, just ring him up.
Yeah.
Keep going. We're going to ring you up, and you can go sit down.
Right, and I don't think the league is picking on you. You're doing this
You're
practice.
bringing it on yourself.
Right, and if others do it, then they'll drop the hammer on them too. It's
Exactly.
just, we can't stand in there and have you just stare straight down to waste more time and not make eye contact.
Are you a little surprised that we haven't had messing around strategy, thought process with the pitch clock? I mean, that might be what this is. I'm surprised we haven't had a whole lot of this yet.
It's like I said yesterday, the ninth inning seems to be the inning that everyone uses it all the time. And a lot of times it's to waste them. And you're like, all right, well, we got one left and we're not going to win. I might as well. I'm going to go for it.
Yeah. We'll see where it
I mean,
goes.
if that's his set, I mean, what's the difference between that and having 1 foot kind of out of the box taking a practice swing?
Well, you need to have both feet in the box by the
Yeah,
8
I
second
know.
mark.
I'm trying to think of.
And making eye contact with the pitcher.
I mean, is there a difference between a pitcher that uses like I forgot who was pitching on Monday night? Man, it seemed like they were going past the pitch clock every time. Who started
You're
first on
saying they had
Monday?
the Aaron Rodgers play clock going?
Yes.
It goes 3,
Yes.
2. Whoa.
There you go. All you have to do is start your wind up. Just start moving.
Yeah.
Before it hits 0.
Aaron Rodgers was the king of that.
Start your windup before it hits 0. And the clock starts the second the ball hits your glove on return from the catcher. Is that right?
Supposed
to be.
That sounds correct. I don't know. Pulling that one out of my rear end, I'm not going to lie.
I think it is. Because I was watching because it was on Monday. I was like, it just seems a little long.
The Baltimore Orioles defeated the Boston Red Sox yesterday, ending the Red Sox 15-game win streak.
Oh, that's too
They were
bad.
going for 16 to beat the all-time record. They now end up tying the record. Great to see. It's a lot of fun. It got a bunch of people to pay attention to baseball in Boston again after a team that everyone in Boston was declaring one of the most hated ones that they ever had in front of them. So there you go. Baseball. It's a silly sport.
I think it's interesting when a team gets really hot like that and you go from being a team that's going to sell at the trade deadline to all of a sudden, oh, wait a minute, they're in it. They have a chance at the postseason. Maybe they're buyers. I mean, they changed the entire season by winning 15 straight. We've seen a hot team change its
How much
fortunes.
fun was it to win 22 straight?
Absolutely. It was so much fun. Yep. You get those hot streaks. It's outstanding.
And it changes the entire thought process about your team.
Mm-hmm.
Still amazing to think that 2017, that's the longest in American League history. And if we get rid of it, then it'll be the longest ever. They get rid of the American League because of interleague. Well, we were talking about this the other day, remember?
You're more hooked on this than I think anybody is. I think AL and NL last no matter what. In the same way the AFC and the NFC always last.
You're saying the American...
It's always going to happen. Yeah, Eastern Conference, Western Conference.
Makes
sense.
All right.
It'll always make sense to split it in half and have each side play each other in between there. All right. Your golf update that is taking place, especially involving Live Golf. So now it is sounding like, according to Martin Keimer, who talked to the media, that the last event of the Live Golf Tour has a 5% chance of taking place this season. That it's sounding like they are going to cancel the final event of Live Golf. Also, the PGA Tour has struck a deal with the Asian Tour, the DP Asian Tour, as well, to now have that be a part of the PGA Tour, thus cutting off where Live Golf was sending guys to develop before they went to Live Golf.
So just a little bit of a tweak by the PGA to make sure there's no place to play. I wonder if Live goes away, what does the PGA Tour do with all those guys who are going to need a place to play? And you can't just put in the Brooks Koepka qualifications to get back. You're going to have a lot of guys who are going to want to play golf. And I would think deserve the chance, but they took all the money left and everything else. I think that'll be a fascinating thing to see how they deal with that. Because I think they will have to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can just say, nope, you can't come here and play.
I'd say, what would Rory say? That's all I care about. I mean, I want to like
them. Are you kidding me?
I know. I want to like Rory, but I just, for some reason, every time I fall into it, and I'm like, okay, I like him. Like last week with the whole, was it DeChambeau that was walking through the fest?
Him coming out and saying I never liked the guy to begin with, so I don't know if I'm the one you want to ask.
What do you?
It's pretty honest, though. I mean, we want guys to be honest. You can't get mad at them when they are.
I know. I don't know why. I want to be a fan, but I can't. And but going back to Live, that ended poorly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all you had to do was watch one event on your computer and know that this wasn't going to last very long.
There's something about turned down for what playing in the background while someone's teeing off, and you're like, okay, this isn't working.
I'd be okay with a walk-up song for the first tee.
This isn't doing what we need it
Jeff,
to.
what would yours be?
My walk-up song?
Yeah, to hit on the first tee.
The Andy Griffith thing.
On the first tee?
Sure.
That's what would get you pumped up?
Make you smile, man.
It's got to be John Daly's song, right? It's got to be a John Daly song. Probably Hit It Hard by John Daly. I think we owe that to ourselves.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, good call. Aaron Schatz, ESPN, FTN Fantasy as well. FTN Almanac is out now. Looking forward to it. We're going to talk to him next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. Let's start off this hour as we get set for the Browns, and knowing that the Browns rookies and quarterbacks have reported today, and we get towards the vets as we move into next week. We get a little more in-depth analysis on your Cleveland Browns. We bring in a guy who's been on the show before. He's a friend of the show. It's Aaron Schatz from ESPN, FTN Fantasy. FTN Almanac is out now, and he is on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Aaron. How are you?
Hey, I'm good, man. I'm ready for preseason. I'm ready for training camps. I'm ready for football.
You may be the only person who has ever said you're ready for preseason football.
So, no, I'm with you, Aaron.
No,
I'm with you.
not preseason football. Preseason and football. Not the actual football preseason game.
Okay, good.
Just the experience
of
knowing that the season is coming and the training is happening and the practices. You learn more anyway, when the reporters go to these joint practices that the teams have where they can set up certain situations and the starters play in those more, and you probably learn more from that anyway.
I will say you made me optimistic about the Browns looking at and reading yesterday's story about rosters with players under 25. The Browns landed in the 4th spot there. That is unbelievably optimistic, especially when I think about your DVOA, and a lot of people here would just think it's DOA, but that's okay. Go back. Let's talk about the optimism of players under 25 on this roster for the Browns. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, look, there's a really big hole, which is quarterback, and it's the most important position. But if you look at the rest of the roster, they have done a really good job drafting the last couple of years. They have a ton of young talent, and it's very young on offense, very, very young. Harold Fannin Jr. turned 22 3 days ago. Casey Concepcion is still 21. Denzel Boston is 22. Judkins is 22. Spencer Fano doesn't turn 22 until November. It's there is so much developmental possibility with these guys being so young. And then on defense, of course, you have Carson Schlesinger, and you have players they drafted like Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, and you have Mason Graham. There's just a lot of young talent on this team. They just need to find a quarterback, and everybody is expecting that will happen in next year's draft.
Is there too much young talent at the skill positions, Aaron? I love the idea that they brought in a bunch of guys because this team was so lacking in skill position. But, boy, it's a young group, and I think you have your fingers crossed on a lot of these guys coming through. How dangerous is that?
Oh, I mean, listen, they're going to be growing pains. There's no question about it. But if you think about what the Browns can be 2 and 3 years from now when these guys are 24 and 25, and they've got a couple of years of experience in the NFL, and they've all grown up together, playing together. That's where there's so much promise. It's not – there's going to be bumps this year. We have them projected as the worst team in the league this year. The optimism is about the future because what they're building seems to be really good.
That was a comforting thought there, Aaron.
So that also goes
kind of.
When they take their bumps this year, you can say, yes, but these guys are young and learning, and there's a lot of them.
That goes along with DVOA that we talked about. I was joking about DOA, dead on arrival, but explain the defensive adjusted value over average, because and does that not correlate to them being the worst team in the NFL? Is what you were saying, right?
Yeah, what we do is we take every play, we measure the success based on the down and distance, and we compare it to a league average baseline based on situation and opponent. And then we project for the following year based on how good teams have been over the last couple of years, personnel changes that they've made, coaching changes that they've made, et cetera, and so forth. So last year the Browns were ranked 30th in DVOA. because they were the worst offense, but they were 8th on defense. This year, they traded their best defensive player. So, I mean, they got a good player in return. Versus is a very good player also, but it's hard to say that their defense has gotten better than it was last year, and the offense still looks, the quarterback position in particular, still looks really bad. And so we have them projected as the worst team in the league for this year. The good news is that I think that they're building something really good, and everyone believes that next year's draft has some solid quarterback talent. We don't know for sure which of those quarterbacks are going to play this year, and we're going to go, okay, that guy's not actually a first rounder, but a couple of them at least will come out of this year as first rounder. And the Browns should have a shot at one of those guys.
So with all that said about the quarterback position, Aaron, how would you approach the quarterback situation this year if you're Todd Monken, if you're Andrew Berry?
I would play Shedeur Sanders under the 2% possibility that last year was a total fluke and that he's actually much better than that. I think at this point we know what Deshaun Watson has become. It's not what he was in Houston. You're not going to get good value out of him. You might as well take the shot to see, are all the Shedeur Sanders acolytes correct? It's probably that they're not, but there's a chance that there is.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of going back to the average age thing. So when you're looking and you're projecting ahead, what is the sweet spot for a team? I was just kind of looking back at some of the teams that we've seen over the past. Is it 25? Is it 26, 27? Like, when you look at the average age of a team, can you kind of project not only do they have a chance to be a Super Bowl champion, but are they a playoff-bound team? Is there a sweet spot for the age?
I don't think so. It's really just the best players. The reason why the age thing matters is because if you're good enough to play in the league at 21, then you're probably better than that at 22 and better than that at 23. Most guys peak around 26, 27, right? That's where you've got enough experience in the league. Your intelligence, your football intelligence is strong enough, but before you start losing your physical abilities. Quarterbacks peak a little later, running backs peak a little earlier, et cetera, et cetera. So there's no age sweet spot. It's just the knowledge that these players have a lot of room. You just have room to grow if you start out young, as opposed to, if you're older, like Saints quarterback Tyler Shuck, who was 25 when he started in the league. You don't have as much growth potential there.
Jesse Minter in Baltimore, Mike McCarthy in Pittsburgh. What should we expect out of the AFC North this year, Aaron? Because those are two different things after watching Harbaugh and Tomlin for decades.
Yeah, and I'm not a big McCarthy guy. I do feel like Tomlin was very interesting for an analytical type like me, because where Tomlin shined was the non-analytical parts of coaching. He wasn't great at in-game decision-making. He wasn't a scheme guy. He was great at locker room management, which is a thing you can't measure. And I don't know if McCarthy, manage all the personalities. I don't know if that team is going to be as stumbling its way to 9-8 like it seemed to every year under Tomlin, with a 43-year-old quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. Minter, people really love him as a defensive mastermind, but when guys take over head coaching spots, they don't always keep their mastermindness on the side of the ball where you knew them. Ben Johnson did for Chicago, but it's not always like that. So we'll have to see what happens with him in Baltimore. We do feel like the Ravens and Bengals both had very easy schedules this year, and we like them both to rebound, and we like them to both make the playoffs.
Aaron Schatz joining us, ESPN, FTN Fantasy. The FTN Almanac is out right now. Get it, read it. You'll be much wiser for that. You just talked about a couple of the other coaches in our division, and thanks for doing that. How about Todd Monken? Can we get anything, take anything real viable out of what Todd did working for a longtime head coach in John Harbaugh? Or is he kind of a blank slate here and we're going to figure it out as we go?
I think blank slate. You don't necessarily learn that guys pick up from the guys that they work for, and especially because usually what guys pick up is not as much management style as it is scheme stuff. And Harbaugh is not a scheme guy, right? I mean, he was a special teams coordinator. He's also, like Tomlin was, much more of a personality-driven CEO type head coach. So I have no idea what to expect from Monk, and it's nice to see him get the opportunity. And again, I would say, given some of the personnel things like the quarterback position and the youth, don't judge him based on this year. But I don't really know what to expect from him.
So I'm kind of torn. I'm like, the numbers are telling me the Browns are going to be bad, and then I'm trying to. We were talking about this before, just looking at this team in Cleveland, and at what point do you kind of back off and make a quarterback change during the season, knowing that you have 2 draft picks next year in the first round, and then kind of, at what point in the season do you kind of see that? And then, and going back to Todd Monken there, it's like, do you go with Deshaun Watson because he's the vet, or do you go to Shedeur and see what you've got because he's probably your best chance to see that you've got a quarterback in the future? This is a really weird season in Cleveland.
Yeah, it's really a waiting game season, and if it feels weird for you, find a friend who lives on Long Island and call them about the Jets, and you guys can commiserate with each other because the Jets are basically doing the same thing this year.
Yeah.
Except that they picked up a bunch of mediocre veterans, so their defense is going to be average, which is what yours is probably going to be too. So, I don't see the point of Deshaun Watson at this point. Like, give Sanders a few games to see whether there is something there. If it's not, then give Gabriel a few games to see if there is something there. If not, then you go into next year's draft and you know what you need to do. And I think probably that's how it ends up. But you might as well find out whether those guys are much better than what they looked like last year.
Should we even think about Dylan Gabriel or Taylor Green at the moment?
I mean, I don't think anybody feels like Taylor Green is a real NFL starting quarterback possibility. The Gabriel thing is weird because clearly they liked Gabriel better. Yep. They drafted Gabriel higher. I don't know anybody else who did going into the draft. So, if you ask me who would I give the shot first, I'd give it to Sanders. But, I mean, if Sanders plays badly for 7 games or 8 games, then you might as well give Gabriel a shot because you might as well see maybe when he was terrible last year, that was also rookie jitters, and maybe he's got a year of experience and he's better than that. And now that he's got better, he'll have better receivers if Concepcion and Boston are good like we think that they can be. So, there's a possibility there's something there. I just don't think it's very likely.
Aaron, let me ask you just one last question. When you look at this offensive line, which is probably going to be 5 new offensive linemen, most likely 4, does that concern you? And then how often do we see that happen and then a team have success?
It's rare. Offensive line continuity is important. You want offensive lines where guys have played together a lot. And so, if you look individually at the players, Titus Howard has done some good things. Elton Jenkins definitely done some good things. People like Fano, first-round pick, top 10 pick for a reason. But, how much it comes together is tough. You do want continuity. You want guys who played together for a couple of years and they know each other's tendencies. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Aaron, as always, we're reading your stuff and we're excited for all this stuff. Tell me about the fantasy stuff for a second and the almanac, and where should people be looking for that?
Well, first of all, the FTN website, ftnfantasy.com. All my DVOA stuff is there. If you're a subscriber, it's updated constantly during the season with all the charting. If you want to know how good a team is in man or zone, we have all that stuff. We also have award-winning fantasy projections, and the projections also make it into the book, the FTN Football Almanac 2026, which you can buy at ftnfantasy.com/almanac or on Amazon for printed copy And if you go to ftnfantasy.com/almanac, there's actually a sample chapter there. So you can read the sample chapter and get an idea of what the book is like before you buy it.
Aaron, thank you. We do appreciate your time, and we're going to tell everybody to go over to that website. So thank you. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Aaron.
Hey, thank you guys too. And hey, maybe I'm wrong. It's the NFL. Last year's Super Bowl was the least likely Super Bowl of all time based on preseason odds. So you never know.
We're talking.
Okay, now I feel better.
Better bring us back.
Thanks, Aaron. Do you know a Jets fan I can call real quick? Okay, never mind. Goodbye, Aaron. Thanks.
Thanks, Aaron.
Bye.
And, of course, he was on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. I'm trying not to drag myself into the ditch on some of the things that we're looking at. Just on paper, clearly, he's telling you they're the worst team in the NFL for this defense-adjusted value over average, or DVOA. And to kind of look at that and try to be excited about this season, I'm a little optimistic because I'm hoping that you got an offensive line that is all new, and I'm hoping that this is going to work. Am I crazy?
No, I don't think you're crazy, but we might be a little misguided. If anybody is overly optimistic, I think you need to be realistic in this situation. And realistic in this situation means an all-new offensive line, not made up of guys who are perennial Pro Bowlers, and a lot of new young skill position talent, or just young skill position talent, which I think is good, but it's young. And I agree with Aaron. A year or two down the road, you might really have some stuff. But right now, it's going to be a lot of growing pains.
What do you think of what he said about the wide receivers, Jeff?
I think it's growing pains. I think he's right. I mean, I'm glad they brought in Concepcion and Boston. I think that's great. I'm glad they brought in two young running backs, not necessarily in the same draft, but having Sampson and Judkins. I think that's terrific. Hopefully Harold Fannin, shows that he's the real deal. But those are five real key skill position guys, Andy, and they're all first or second year guys. That's big.
The age thing I thought was interesting. Let's talk about that when we come back. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Choice Cabinet. That's right, Choice Cabinet. I love talking about them. Why? Local company. Big name across the country. Like, you can go anywhere and try to find, you'll find Choice Cabinet. Well, what makes them great? Because they're your neighbors. They're right here in Northeast Ohio. Cleveland base. Warehouse, you know where that is? Solon. Showroom, that's in Warrensville Heights. You get the opportunity to do what folks across the country sometimes don't get that opportunity. You can walk into the showroom and check it out right there live in front of you at 4856 Richmond Road. 4856 Richmond Road. But you don't necessarily have to do that. You can always go online to choicecabinet.com, and you can check it out. You can pick it and do what you
Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
The first big baseball move in July could involve the Guardians, and this is the place to talk about it. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
I would play Shedeur Sanders under the 2% possibility that last year was a total fluke and that he's actually much better than that. I think at this point we know what Deshaun Watson has become. It's not what he was in Houston. You're not going to get good value out of him. You might as well take the shot to see, are all the Shedeur Sanders acolytes correct? It's probably that they're not, but there's a chance that they're.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. That was Aaron Schatz. He just joined us. And he, a lot of analytical stuff he does for ESPN. He also does FTN Fantasy and the FTN Almanac. That is out now. And Jeff, I'm going to be honest, it was hard to listen to at times because there isn't a lot of positivity.
Aaron was hard to listen to?
No, the
Come
facts.
on, he was great.
It wasn't Aaron that was hard. It was the facts that he was spitting out, right? Like hard facts about what we really have at quarterback. And it's
people don't want to hear those, Andy.
We don't want to hear them here or nationally. They just believe it,
Well, I don't think people here want to hear it. Do you?
Yeah.
I thought you laid it out perfectly.
Okay.
Play Shedeur on the outside chance that he's your guy.
And that's
and
it.
And that he can show, well,
Man.
this is what they have.
I got to tell you, listening to that, though, makes you feel like Andy Dufresne, not Andy Baskin. I'm going through that pipe at the end of the movie.
There's no Brian Sipe on that roster. Maybe there is.
How do you fix it? You give me?
Yeah, you draft your guy next year.
All right, outside.
I hate to say that.
I'm taking that away from you right now. Forget about drafting next year. What would surprise you this year? How can they surprise us? How can they be better than what we expect? How can they go from one side of these stats to the other side? You got full 180.
Easy.
You got an easy answer?
Yep.
Go.
Unlikely, but easy. Deshaun, Shedeur, whoever at quarterback is at the very least competent, and they hit and they play well as rookies on Concepcion, on Denzel Boston, on Dylan Sampson as a second-year guy, on Quinshon Judkins as a second-year guy, and Harold Fannin grows from last year, and Monken is able to make it all better. I think more than anything, and that's assuming the offensive line is competent.
Mm-hmm.
If your line is competent, your quarterback play is competent, and this is a lot to ask, those skill position guys pop. I think this team could do some things.
He also brought out another part, which is, in ESPN, he's got teams that are good under 25. Well, let me get the exact wording. I want to say most promising under 25 is the way that it was kind of written. And he has the Browns at number 4 on that list, which I thought was optimistic. But, as he dove into it a little bit more, we're talking about a team that's pretty much 22-year-olds. Is that mid-range average age for the Browns? 22. Go back and look at teams that win Super Bowl. 25, 26, 27, 26.
Well, they don't. I mean, they are what they are age-wise, Andy. Andrew Berry took numerous years. How many? 4, until he decided in year 5. I think that's right. No, before year 6, to go ahead and draft skill position talent on offense, make decent investments in them the last 2 years. At least that's the way I feel about it, and I hope that the guys he drafted this year turn out to be as good as the guys last year. I thought Harold Fannin did a real nice job, and Quinshon looks like the real deal certainly before he got hurt.
I went back and asked him the offensive line question. How good is Fano going to be? I don't know, but he's your first pick in the draft from last year.
He's your left tackle.
And he's going to be there for a while, which I'm fine with. I expect growing pains, though. I just do.
Well, of course.
It's left tackle. You have to.
How could you not?
I mean, when you're going up against Myles Garrett for the first
Joe
time.
Thomas.
Right? I don't know how you can expect him to go out there and just be Pro Bowl talent in year one. That would be a miracle. That's nothing against him. That's reality. You're going up against defensive ends that are just angry, and they just want to get to the quarterback. And we lived with one here for a long time till he got traded, right? He has got his work cut out for him. But that said, you do have some experience on the line. It's just all new. And, Aaron talked about trying to put 5 guys together that haven't played together, and it just doesn't seem to work very often. So that's where the miracle, I think, for them to have a winning season and for them to get to the playoffs, the miracle has to start in the trenches with that offensive line. I think we know what Fannin can do. The only problem I have with him is, and Judkins and Sampson, is you wonder if they'll be in a sophomore slump. There's more tape out there. There's an opportunity for defensive coordinators to study a lot more of these guys because they're going into their sophomore season.
I don't think you can call it a slump because I don't think either guy, maybe because of injury, because of Quinshon, showed that absolutely I am locked in. I am a big-time guy. I think Quinshon was well on his way, and I think he's good.
I thought Fannin proved he's big time. He's there. He's on his way, if anything.
I think he's on his way. If that's all, if he plateaus there, Andy, I think they need to do a better job of getting the ball, and I'll bet Monken will. But those 5 guys in particular, I think really have to imagine if they're all impactful. Think about that. If all 5 of those guys are impactful for your offense is going to be pretty good. Heck, if 4 of them are pretty good, Andy.
I mean, but think this, like Fannin was your leading receiver last year. Does that explain to you why you only scored 16 points a game?
Yeah, and it explains to me why I drafted 2 wide receivers high in this last draft.
Our leading receiver last year had 731 yards, 6 touchdowns. Jerry Jeudy, who you were hoping for more, 602. 2 touchdowns, 106 receptions. I mean, you got to get more. You got to get more. But going back to the age thing, I'm good with Fannin. I'm good with all 3 of those guys. And, by the way, on defense, I don't know how you're not good with Carson Schlesinger. What a year he had. I mean, there is reason for optimism, but you're looking at 5 guys coming back from last year, a lot of rookies, and then a defensive secondary that has some history that you can feel good about. You got a defensive line that I think you can feel okay about. You've got experience. Like, that's the experience of the team. I'm just even looking experience-wise, the longest running guy on offense, Jerry Jeudy. Right? I mean, help me. Cedric Tillman's been here since 23.
Well, experience with the Browns or experience in the league?
Yeah, experience with the Browns. I wasn't going so much. Your line, you've got some more.
I think it's Deshaun, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got to be. But who knows if Deshaun's going to be your starter, right?
Exactly.
So it's what's on the field. We'll come back. I want to talk. We'll get you an update on LeBron, what's going on with that, and then go through a couple more of the headlines of the day too. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
his playing career after considering retirement during the offseason. According to reports, Garoppolo is waiting for the right opportunity. No deal appears to be immediate. It could take an injury around the league before the veteran lands with a new team. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He is Jeff Phelps. I am Andy Baskin. 216-474-0092. Afternoon Drive will take you home and get you a little bit closer to the weekend when they step into the chairs at 2 o'clock and they sit down. You're off tomorrow, right? You're not here tomorrow?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Neither am I. So this is our last chance to talk for a while.
LeBron makes his decision.
Do you think?
At 4 o'clock today?
You think he's making it at 4 o'clock today?
Why not? Let's go with that.
He's not making it at 4 o'clock today.
No?
No.
Okay. Well, I thought I'd tee it up for the afternoon, guys.
I don't know. What do you think? Dan, is he making it at 4 o'clock today?
Oh, no, we're not that lucky.
I just feel like this is going to go much longer. And I remember you saying in the beginning you thought that the longer it goes, the better it is for the Cavs.
I did, and I'm starting to waver on that.
Really?
Yes.
Why?
Because you're seeing a lot of Miami momentum. That's why. And that's only why. We'll see. We'll see.
I guess there's two questions. When and where?
Gee, Andy. Way to go out on a limb.
I got to tell you, this is the third time you've done that to me in 2 days. You may get punched in the face, and I might take next week off for that.
Professor Plum with the lead pipe in the billiard room.
Yeah.
Is there anything?
Dano, how about that? When and where?
Is there
those
any?
Are the big questions.
All right, I will say when will be next week on Wednesday.
Really?
Where will be
right
a
here on
giant
Baskin and
piece
Phelps.
in the Players Tribune?
Oh, that's an interesting.
Oh, I was
thought.
thinking city. Where does he land?
Oh, you bet that way.
Yeah. See, Jeff, it wasn't such a bad question. He couldn't even understand it.
I was thinking more back to the clue. You know?
I like that though. I think that's Players
Ranch
Tribune.
in the conservatory. I will say where will be Golden State.
No kidding.
Yeah. I just think the pull of being close to home and the fact that there are so many unbelievable golf courses in that area, and he's there with Draymond and all of his buddies, and Team AARP can play golf and then play basketball and then go drink wine, go to bed, get up and do the same thing for the next couple of weeks.
You can go to
months.
You can play at Olympic.
Beautiful.
Right?
Yeah, there's a ton of great golf in that area. I think that's what he's doing. And the fact that he's a quick plane ride back to L.A., heck, he can do it every day if he wants.
You can become a member at Pebble.
That's farther down.
He's got a plane.
That's valid.
He's got a plane.
Jeff, when, where, and where?
I don't know. Next week, Miami. Monday.
And where?
Let's go Monday. Where what?
Where does it break?
They'll do something involving their own media outlets somehow. Special edition of something. People don't need the media outlets anymore, Andy. They just do their own.
Why would you?
Yep.
But you need, the only part of that media wear is you've got to lean people to it with a little bit of run up. Meaning you get into at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
The minute,
you know what I'm saying?
You don't even have to if you're LeBron. As long as somebody in the media has it and can link to it, boom, you're done.
Yeah, if it was me, I'd want to break my own news, though. I don't know why you need to use the media to do it.
That's my point, yeah.
But last time he did it with the SIR article, right?
Well, and it was great.
Yeah.
Worked out and had a great big piece all ready to go.
Yeah, and they knew exactly when they wanted to drop it.
Very nice. Very nice.
I'm going to say in the current world that we live in, it is going to be like a 7 or 8 in the morning drop on his podcast that's already been pre-recorded. And that they will, they'll record it.
That early in the morning, huh?
Well, that's the time that you're supposed to. Like, if you want maximum value for a podcast.
It goes all day, huh?
The morning is the time to drop it. That's what I've been told. So I would think that they probably would keep it super hush. They would tape it like on I'm going to say it drops Monday morning.
Okay, there you go.
But again, I like for the Cavaliers, I think part of it is you need to look at the pieces around the Cavaliers and if guys are moving or not off the roster, right? And so if for some reason, I don't know, if for some reason you start seeing pieces of the roster start to go away, Schroeder, right? You see him get traded, then look.
Yeah, rumor about Charlotte out there with him.
Yeah, so if he moves, I'd say that'd be one piece, one quick one, to see if that happens. And if he moves, then my eyes percolate a little bit more, especially before LeBron drop. I'm going to go Monday morning. Probably wrong. I mean, I'll go Monday morning. And then did you pick a team? Did you pick a team?
I said Miami.
Miami. Okay, I'm just making sure.
I'm obviously vacillating.
I'm going to hope that it's here. I'm going to continue.
Sure,
to hope that
I'd love to see that.
Just so we could have.
That would be a lot of fun, and I think he'd be. I won't call him the absolute missing piece here.
So I say it's going to be a lot of fun. I get killed. He
think
says
they could put
it's going to be a lot of fun. It's just no big deal.
What do you mean? Why would I say you get killed?
No, I got the bosses were all like, I said something. Man, it'd be great if this happens. That would be fun. And then all of a sudden,
you said if the Guardians, Indians, whatever you want to call them, hit 7 home runs every game, that'd be fun.
That's right.
Gee, you think?
I get looked at it like I'm anti-Mensa when I say something like that. Jeff says LeBron comes back, that'd be fun. That's not.
Well, the team would be a very, it'd be must-watch TV. That's for sure.
I just wonder what. It still feels clunky, but.
It does, but
it feels okay. I think if you take the 4 you have now,
feel clunky?
And just put LeBron into it and go.
Doesn't feel clunky in Miami.
It's really him and Giannis, though.
And Bam.
And Bam, but
Andrew Wiggins. That's pretty smooth quartet right there.
I don't know. I still feel
Davion Mitchell's pretty darn good too.
Who?
He's starting to fill it up for Miami.
Oh,
their point guard.
Yep. Yeah.
/ shooting guard.
I still think with what we have now, it balances things out a little bit. It's not as clunky as some of the trade stuff we were talking about today. That was a little goofy. Do we have a moment of the show today? I should have asked that going into the break.
We do have a moment of the show.
Okay, good. Hey, Mackenzie,
yeah,
what do you have?
hey.
Okay.
Comes from Adam Schatz, ESPN FTN Fantasy, talking about whether or not, I guess, the expectations for Todd Monken going into the season.
I think blank slate. You don't necessarily learn that guys pick up from the guys that they work for, and especially because usually what guys pick up is not as much management style as it is scheme stuff. And Harbaugh is not a scheme guy, right? I mean, he was a special teams coordinator. He's also, like Tomlin was, much more of a personality-driven CEO type head coach. So I have no idea what to expect from Monken. It's nice to see him get the opportunity. And again, I would say, given some of the personnel things like the quarterback position and the youth, don't judge him based on this year.
All right, there you Aaron Schatz from ESPN helping us out. If you want to miss that, or you don't want to miss, you want to go back and listen to it on the Odyssey app. Let's ask, why are we smarter? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Smarter Day, courtesy of Aaron Schatz. A lot of good information and thoughts about the Browns moving into this season. And while it may not be there in the win-loss column, the arrow is definitely pointing up on this team, which is a real positive. We haven't had that in a minute. 92thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts, and of course, social media mentions powered by Scheib & Jewelers.
Pete Funk, Mackenzie Flume, what do you got?
I'm going with Aaron Schatz, too. I learned today what a DVOA ranking was and why the Browns were 30th last year.
Hey, when's your big move? When's the big star?
Well, I'm still here.
I know, you're still on 92.
So Monday, first day.
Monday's your first day. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Right, we're looking forward to it. Thanks for all you've done for us. Are you still hanging with us, too, or no?
Yeah, well, I don't know, because 10 to 2, I'll be done there at 10, so if they want to do back-to-back shifts, we'll see.
Love it. Jeff Phelps, why are you smarter?
I liked our Guardians conversation with Jose Ramirez back. and what they're going to do moving forward, how they're going to do it, and our Stephen Kwan conversation. I found it enlightening, Andy.
Jeff, I am smarter today because a little vacation and a little R&R makes RR, Daryl Ryder, rested and relaxed. I love it. And did you hear him today? He is ready for the season. I can't wait for the stories that he's about to turn, because today he made me smarter, and I appreciate that. Jeff, I'll talk to you. I'm going to take a little time off. I'll see you.
I'll see you around.
Yeah, maybe a couple
later,
days.
Gator.
All right, peace out. Hey, thanks for listening. We do appreciate you for listening today. We are back again tomorrow at 10. Until then, be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor, lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. Afternoon drive takes you home next.
we want to stamp down the idea that when you have these broadcasting camps, which is why you're in town, you just never invite us.
Yeah.
Because we're showcasing what you need to not do in order to keep these jobs.
Yeah.
And so, like, we don't, although we could be the people that step in and, like, so here's what you're not supposed to do, and then you play some clips from the show. Like, if you actually want to keep the job.
But it was an honor to not be invited.
Yeah, it was. It was an honor to not be invited.
Yeah.
We hold it with such esteem.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back a whole minute early. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive. Andy Baskin goes viral once, and he forgets how out times work. The man is a monster. A monster, I say. We got Gardo State baseball. We got the indecision rolling on from LeBron James and rookies reporting in Berea today, or Berea if you're a moron. Training camp is upon us. It is nigh. We got Mac Robinson. Thanks to that open. Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute the Supreme Leader, because if we did not, there would be consequences. Bang, bang, pow, pow. We've got Keith. That's Keith Britton to you and me, manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel today. And, of course, cutting up the videos. As always, watch all 5 hours long. The entire show. You can see my face all show long. This is what you want. All right? In some circles, this face is an aphrodisiac. Not the circles you run in, but in some circles it is. And like our videos, we desperately like to be liked. And we got Matt Corrali doing 2020s and whatever the hell else he wants to do. Hi, JP.
Hello. How's it going today?
We're doing well.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, Baskin goes viral once, and then he forgets out times. He's leaving water bottles here. What is going on? Can't pick up after his trash now?
I mean, I can't hate it.
What is going on? I like Baskin big time.
Big time Baskin.
Big time Baskin is something I like. That is something that I think definitely plays. It's so funny. He's like, I didn't even know I was going viral until I heard it on your guys' show yesterday. I heard you guys talk about it going, and that's how I found out. It's like to be in that world where you can have millions of impressions and then not even have an understanding what's going on unless you hear it on terrestrial radio from us that's great.
I don't buy it.
What do you mean you don't buy it? You think he's lying? He doesn't lie like that.
Andy's got a social media account. He was tagged in almost everything that I saw.
I just don't think he checks it.
I don't buy that.
I don't think he checks it. I don't think he cares.
Jeff Phelps has definitely got a burner, but Jeff doesn't pay attention to it.
Jeff uses the station's account. He doesn't have a burner. He uses the station's account.
That's what he wants you to think. But I know Jeff is not. He's like.
Okay. It's like Jeff Thomas. Jeff Thomas, same thing. Okay. They both use the station account.
One's not Jeff Thomas and the other's not Jeff Phelps, but it's not who you think. Anyways, there's no way. Andy likes attention as much as the rest of us radio guys. Jeff, not so much. But Andy, I'm telling you, he liked it.
I think he had no idea. I think he's still very confused as to what actually went down and how it went down, if we're being truthful about it.
What do you mean he's confused?
Like, I think he's probably thinking, like, I just said that, and I had no idea it would be 5 million impressions later.
But how is he confused by it?
I think that just as I just said, I think he thought I would just say it on the radio, it would just exist out there, and it would not be worth 5 million impressions.
He's clearly not worked with Keith Britton long enough, because Keith cut it right, and then it got aggregated, and here we are.
Aggravated. A lot of people got aggravated.
I got aggravated today.
Why is that?
I'm pulling to the parking garage. Day baseball's a little hit and miss if you've got a
sure.
If you park in somebody's spot that is a reserved spot. And so, which again, I didn't reserve it, but Dustin did.
Does that mean Dustin's at the baseball game? Is that what you're telling me?
No. But what happened is I'm pulling in and I see somebody backing into the spot. Now, I got some slow jamoke in front of me because apparently...
Oh, like the rules of reserved spots don't apply when there's that many people. That's what you're saying.
Well, it gets more interesting. So I have this slow jamoke who apparently getting into a parking garage, I guess, is different in Cleveland and harder in Cleveland than literally any other place outside
That's a tough parking garage, though. It is.
No, she was having problems with, like, scanning your card. I was very annoyed. But I see this jamoke park in my spot, and so I finally get up there, and the guy's gone. This is a 1 minute, 60-second drive.
He saw you coming. What do you mean?
And okay,
he said that's clearly your spot.
My thought was,
I'm getting out of this spot. That guy looks like he's getting ready to yell at me for being in his spot.
My thought was he knew what he was doing.
That's right. He didn't want to mess with you.
So then I kind of pull the truck around real quick, and I notice a guy getting into another car, and I'm like, we got a drug dealer on our hands here. I'm not letting this happen. Like, this is not some mob kind of thing here. I'm not pulling this, we're going to switch cars because you're trying to get away from the po-po.
Okay.
And so I just rolled down the window. I was like, hey! And the guy stopped, like half-ass into the car, stopped. And I was like, you just parked there? Yeah. That's my spot. Please move. Oh, sorry, valet. And I was like,
wasn't he already moved? He was already moved, though.
No. He had parked. No, he was moving a second car. I don't know where the second car was going to go, but I knew he was getting.
Who's he valeting for? We have a valet now at that parking garage?
I think it's for the hotel over here. But I was like, have you been parking there? Because we've had this problem all
He's probably
summer.
like, I've been parking
And he's like,
there.
yeah, I didn't know it was a reserved space. I'm like, do you see the sign that says reserved space?
You didn't say it like that.
No, I was like, there's a sign right there.
Yeah, there we go.
But I was fired up. He got the intent. He got the intent behind it.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, I'll move it. And I was like, uh-huh. Didn't say that either.
And then you said, and keep it that way, buckaroo.
Instead of it came out as, well, thank you.
Yeah.
Because at that point, it was like he was a defeated man. I wasn't going to kick a man when he was down.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to actually. I do find it funny. Everyone thinks like everyone wants to fight all the time and do all this stuff. And most people are really, really, really not looking for any sort of confrontation. No one's really looking for any sort of like, I showed that guy exactly what nobody does that stuff.
Now, I think the upside here is I think he's going to think twice the next time he parks there. It's like a fat guy yelled at me.
Is that right?
You know, and I didn't really yell. I was just trying to catch him before he got in the car.
Now, was your
it came
like,
out that way.
Was your adrenaline running after this like tiny confrontation?
Not really.
No, not at all.
No, it didn't really. I really gotta. I gotta actually intentfully yell at you for like a couple minutes to get it going.
Strangers always get my adrenaline going that way because strangers are wild cards.
That's true.
You never really know. I saw this kid. He had to been maybe like 16 years old. It was a green light. And he just decided he was going to continue walking as he was going to the Guardians game. Had a Quan jersey on, whatever that says about him, I don't know. And
he wanted to have the conversation.
And he dropped his Gatorade bottle as he was walking across this green light and holding everybody up. And so all the cars are honking like, what are you doing? And he's turning around and he is MFing everybody. He's giving everyone the double birds. And then he started going slower. And I'm like, guy, don't know. Like, you're going to get shot doing that stuff one day. Like, you're going to, like, at some point, somebody's just going to take out a gun and be like, I'm not dealing with this today, buddy.
That is,
and I had so much anxiety built up over this interaction that I was not even close to, really.
That is a Nick Wilson move. If I'm trying to turn in somewhere and you just get right up upon me, oh, do I slow turn with the best of them?
Oh no, this kid was definitely like, he's like, I'm walking right now. I'm going to take my sweet time, and because you guys are honking, I'm going to go even slower now.
No greater satisfaction than the slow turn as somebody's just losing their mind, and then I just stop in where I've pulling into and just look back like, make my day. They never make my day.
No.
Because mostly I think they know nothing's really going to happen here, but it's a good feeling. It is a good feeling.
Have you ever gotten out of the car to like do a confrontation and then you realize the guy that's getting out of the car is also as big as you and then you kind of get back in the car?
No.
Because I could see that happening. I feel like someone of your size, top 1% weight, top 1% height.
Come on.
I feel like if you get out of the car, that's as far as it ever really needs to go.
That is a great family story about Uncle Dick Anderson. And I played at Ohio State, offensive lineman, briefly played in the NFL. But my dad and one other person, maybe my grandpa, were going with Uncle Dick to a Cavs game at the Richfield Coliseum back in the day. And somebody was trying to ride the berm or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And Uncle Dick just pulled his car over. He had a big caddy. I think it was a big caddy. It was a big, whatever Olds 88, whatever. It was a big-ass car. He just pulled and blocked the person, and the person got out, leaning out, mother bleeping him, and the guy starts getting out of his car to walk, and Uncle Dick, again, big dude, just kind of leans out the door, and the guy was like, I think it was somebody else I was talking to. Got back in.
Usually that's how that stops. I always love when it's a big guy versus a big guy interaction, and they think that it's going to end up in some sort of fisticuffs. But in reality, when somebody of your size meets somebody else of your size, there's just kind of like a tip of the cap of like, all right, we didn't mean it.
No, we don't really need to do this.
Let's get back in the car now.
Is there a third person we can put this on?
It's been established what happened here. We're good.
Any Napoleonic figures around? Anybody I can cut down to size?
I thought you were going to be 5'7". I thought this was going to be fine.
Hey, nice shoulders. Well done.
Yeah, send me that workout routine.
You.
Yeah.
However, we do, as today is the day that the Browns rookies report to Berea, This means football is on its way to being back. I don't consider football being back until the day that veterans report.
Okay.
But this is the ramp up. This is the soft launch to camp that starts today.
The first day we get audio. That's when I feel
That is
like
nice.
that's the day that
That's
it
a good
really
point.
starts. So, like rookies reporting today, that's very nice. I think we'll probably, if it doesn't already exist, there's probably video of them swiping their key cards and it working, and everyone being like, "All right, we're ready to go." Until they actually speak at the podium, that's when this thing kicks off for me.
I like the way you're thinking here. Well, Mary Kay Cabot was on with the Morning Boys today and talked about the quarterback situation and maybe an open-mindedness to somebody that previously neither myself nor Jonathan have been even tangentially open-minded to.
I think people will be open-minded towards Deshaun if he performs well and he plays well. And that's going to be hard to determine during training camp. It isn't going to be until the games begin when people will actually be able to see if he's got anything left in the tank or what he has left in the tank. But from a physical standpoint right now, he looks really good. He looks to be, in my mind, the best shape that I've seen him in. And when you see that ball come out, even in the workouts over this summer break, when you see the agility, you see the athleticism that has always been there, but he just looks really, really sharp right now. So I think fans, I could be wrong, but I think fans will give him a chance to see if he can go out there and win some football games.
I don't know that I buy this, but I also will say I might be the worst person to kind of assess how open-minded other people are going to be, just because in my mind, this is the worst trade in NFL history, and I don't know why we're doing any of this outside of trying to motivate Shedeur Sanders.
I think one of the important parts, though, is what you said in the beginning there, that idea that there's nothing he can do in training camp to make people become open-minded. And that part, I think, is 100% true and 100% accurate. Now, maybe when the season gets going, maybe some more people will open up their eyes. For myself, I'll still be thinking, when is he going to get injured? That's just how I operate with Deshaun Watson. At what point is he going to get injured and his season will just be over and done? But it's important to note there is nothing that he can do. The quarterback tracker can go insane for weeks on end about Deshaun Watson having one incompletion every single pass and 1 million touchdowns. I don't think fans are going to change. You have to see it with your own eyes on the field in real games before you change your mind with Deshaun Watson.
There are already people that are open-minded on Deshaun today. I don't know how they got there, but there are people out there, and I think it's probably more than we realize.
I mean, what's that number at realistically?
I would say 25%.
I think that's high. I would put it at more like 10%. And that might be just the most glass half full people you could possibly find.
But so those people are already open-minded. To me, it's whether it's 75% or 90%, however many people are just, and by the way, there's open-minded, and then I think there's complete Switzerland, meaning people who are like, talk to me at the 2027 NFL draft. And then I think there's the ardent absolute nuts, those people of which I am in the camp. It's for different reasons than some of the other people. I'm just over it. Yeah. I've watched this thing too many seasons, and it just feels like it feels like Hangover 3 4 straight times, right? I don't need a fifth. I don't need a fifth Hangover 3. But I really am fascinated. What's the amount of play that opens those people's minds? Because there are certain people that I just think it's a no.
I think it'll happen. If it's in the games, I think it'll happen earlier than we even give it credit for.
Is a win over Jacksonville enough? Is like a 300-yard performance, three touchdowns enough against Jacksonville?
We go awfully quick in this city. I mean, you've seen the amount of it doesn't take much. If he's like 120 passer rating in the first 2 weeks of the season, I think there'll be enough people that then come on over. 2 weeks, all it takes.
I think it's a Pittsburgh game.
I don't think it takes the Thursday night. Was that week 4?
Week 4. I think that's the if he's playing well, it doesn't even have to be like 120 yard or 120 passer rating. If it's like a 95 to 100, and you're 2-1, and then you go in on Thursday night and he wins, I think that's going to be the thing that turns people. I think that's going to be the thing that gets people to go, okay, this is the right guy. This is it.
I don't know that he can do anything for him to turn myself. You seem like you're pretty much in this camp as well. But again, my worry is about the injury side of things. I don't think most fans think about him as this, and they should. I don't know that they do think about him as fragile of a person as I feel he is because of the injuries we've seen him go through. I'm not on an island on that, right? Like, there's got to be everyone that looks at him and think he's just like a Fabergé egg. He's just very precious.
It's interesting because he was healthy enough to play at parts of last year and that the Browns didn't activate him. I think there has been this almost etch-a-sketching of people's minds that I don't know that we're really counting last year as a full miss the season because he was healthy for the last half of the season. So I do think we have a weird distance from the injuries. I don't mean you and me. I mean like the casual fan out there thinking about Deshaun. In a way, you're right. I don't think they're thinking about the injuries as the biggest impediment to this whole thing.
I mean, because for me, it's always been a layered approach. But the idea that he's as injured as he has been while wearing a Browns uniform, while also stinking up the joint in a Browns uniform when he's actually been able to play, I just think it's an awful combo. But think about it. If he goes Jacksonville, and then here's why week 2 matters a lot. And again, I just think we're incredibly early to go ahead and change people's minds on what we think about these guys. But if week 2 is against Baker, if it's Baker versus Deshaun, and Deshaun is just objectively the better-looking quarterback on the field, that will be enough for a lot of people's eyes.
216-474-0092. Mary Kay says she thinks people will be open-minded about Deshaun Watson. How open-minded are you? 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Shivan Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. Jason Lloyd of The Athletic and 92.3 The Fan coming up at 3. Brady Quinn, remember him? Former Notre Dame quarterback, former Browns quarterback, Fox college football analyst, coming up at 4. And then 32 teams in 16 days rolls on. Alex Gold, host of 96.5 The Fan in Kansas City at 6:20, talking Chiefs football. And then Donnie Druin, Cards on SI, and at Donnie Druin, we're going to talk a little Cardinals football at 6:30. But 216-474-0092, how open-minded are you about Deshaun Watson? And we may have dodged a bullet not getting John Harbaugh. We can explain in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hey Browns fans, this is Denzel Ward. Keep up with the latest football news every 20 minutes with exclusive 2020 reports on the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Jason Lloyd coming up in about 40 minutes here. We'll talk about LeBron. The indecision. Will also get into his thoughts about open-mindedness with Browns fans here. I did just put out this Twitter poll at Nick Wilson Says, asking about this thought here. Will you be open-minded about Deshaun Watson if reports say he's performing well in training camp? And so far, again, so Mary Kay's point was this is going to have to happen in the regular season.
Yeah, and I agree with that point, by the way.
So, and so to that point, we all agree with Mary Kay.
Yeah.
But I do think that's a long wait. Like the idea that training camp starts next week and we're still, 7 or 8 weeks away from kickoff in the regular season. If the whole plot of this whole thing is Deshaun's playing well, that's going to be tough for a lot of people against Deshaun Watson to wait that 8 weeks. And again, I think it will dampen the excitement for a fair amount of Browns fans who are already out on Deshaun.
I think it's much harder for Deshaun to win people over because we've seen him look good in past camps before. If Deshaun had just struggled in every single camp and then came out and then struggled, and it was just like this common theme that, all right, what you see in August is what you're going to get when the lights go on, then I think it'd be a different story. But we've seen camps where Deshaun has struggled, obviously, but we've also seen camps where he's looked really good and then come out and then looked, bad, not good. And so I think there is a massive difference for someone like Deshaun about what happens when the games actually get going. And this is not somebody we're just being introduced to. This is not somebody that's brand new. This is somebody we have years of experience with.
Well, and it's so rare that you get any player on any roster in the NFL where I can give you a reason to not be open-minded about Deshaun Watson in like 3 different ways. There is the obvious. There's the people who've been out on Deshaun Watson since the Browns traded for him because of the lawsuits and allegations of sexual assault. There are people that have watched him get just be bad on the field and be borderline unplayable for 4 years. And then finally, where I think you come in, and I think I'm between the last 2 points here. You can't trust him to stay healthy. So even if he is the best quarterback week 1. The idea that he's still going to be the best quarterback week 10, even if he's healthy enough to play, the idea that he's going to be able to play through injuries and still be as good as he might have been week 1 feels like a fallacy.
Of course it does. So that's why I just think it's very important that if Deshaun Watson wants to win people over, I think the first couple weeks are huge in that, and I think he can if he plays good football there. But I agree with Mary Kay 100%. Even if every single camp comes out and says, whoa, he looks like Joe Burrow out there. It's incredible to watch what he's doing to this Browns defense. I think there's going to be a we got to see it to believe it thing with Browns fans, as there should be with Deshaun.
Will you be open-minded about Deshaun Watson if reports say he's performing well in training camp? Early returns are in, but 63.6% of people saying no. Let's go with Nelson in Avon Lake. Nelson, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Nelson.
What's up, dudes? Hey, Nick, you said that you don't get frustrated right away. I mean, you're a big Hungarian dude. I don't know that I was going to ask you. So maybe that's why your experience has been that way. I don't know, dude. You're a big dude.
It depends. It depends on the situation, and it depends on who I'm around. I tend to be a little bit more quick to anger if my kids are around because I'm a very protective father. But that's usually the one thing. That's something that can jumpstart my temper. Most of the time, I'm pretty patient.
Yeah, he seems like a pretty mellow dude. Anyways, listen, I'm open. I'm only open, but only if I see regular season dude ball out. Camp, I'm not. I'm not going to buy camp. Only regular season. But this, I had a question for y'all, right? Because I get the sneaky suspicion that this guy is actually going to play well this year because it's desperation time, right? I'm sure he still wants to play. He wants another big contract. My question to y'all is what if he does play well? What do the Browns do?
And Nelson, this is where it becomes a real struggle.
You, buddy.
you have to then decide how good is his play versus the idea that you want to give him another contract. And so, like, the idea that he'd have to play so significantly better than I think even most fans want to even come around to in order to go ahead and get another contract. And then also in the process, move you off the 27 draft. I don't know that there's a level of play he can get to that would convince me you have to move off the 27 draft because of the health reasons we've talked about previously.
I've thought a lot about why there are plenty of people who think the way Nelson thinks about, hey, you know what? I think he is going to play well. I've got this sinking suspicion that he's going to play well, and I really do think the best thing to happen to Deshaun last year is he didn't play. If he had stunk coming off that Achilles injury, it would have been curtains in the minds of people. The Browns did a very shrewd thing by not wasting him on the last 4 games of last year, right? I think I had 4 or 5 games last year, because time has kind of been this great elixir that has had people forget maybe how bad things have really been health-wise and obviously football-wise, and then even like, I mean, I think people have kind of completely forgotten that there were a segment of people who cheered him when he got hurt. Mm-hmm. Was that which injury was that? That was 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
The one when he went down, 2 years ago.
So
yeah.
It's interesting how the distance from watching Deshaun struggle on the field and distance from the last time he truly got injured and we saw it has kind of just it's almost like the Browns are the benefactor of people's short attention spans on this.
Maybe, but then there is also, I would imagine, a lot of people believing this offense is just going to look better because the pieces got better. They put more emphasis towards the offensive side of the ball. Like, whatever quarterback is out there, I made this point yesterday, but it bears repeating. Whatever quarterback is out there, this is the best group that they've had in a Browns uniform. And so, like Deshaun, he should look better in theory just because the players and everyone around him got better. I don't know that it's going to translate to the point, though, where you all of a sudden give him another contract, though. That seems too far-fetched for me to ever think is going to actually happen.
Let's go with Ryan in Akron. Welcome to the show.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Doing well, buddy. What you got for us?
So, I'm with you guys. I think that Deshaun Watson isn't the starter of the future. But I think we do tend to forget that. I mean, I think I remember this correctly. Wasn't he 5-1 in 2023?
He was, yeah.
So,
I think he was 5-1 though. Well, I don't think he threw for over 200 yards in any one of those games.
Yeah.
Like there was a lot at play there that wasn't Deshaun Watson winning you those games. But yes, he did actually get the wins.
We had a historic defense in 23, right? I think that was a great year too. But my point is, we're Browns fans, right? And we just want to win. So, obviously, he's not the quarterback of the future because of injuries. That's obvious. You don't want to sign this guy in, 2 or 3 years. He's just getting older, and then he just gets hurt, and then he's not available. And Shedeur Sanders has that spark last year. If he goes 3-1 and you trade him and you get a piece for him, listen, I know he's not going to get a lot, but you could get I believe you could get a mid-level receiver like Jerry Jeudy for him, and the Browns could use that. And then you start Shedeur, who blows my mind that he hasn't even been named the starter yet. The guy plays 7 games last year, 4 Joe Flacco, 6 Dylan Gabriel, down to Swiss cheese on the offensive line, no weapons except for Harold Fannin, a broken down Quinshon Judkins, gets the team rallied, leadership ability, and wins 3 out of 4 games when nothing mattered. Yeah, it's confusing, but the Browns have always operated as a whole entity, and they're not going to waste any opportunity to get the last squeeze out of Watson. And that's just what I think.
Ryan, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much.
I was wrong on that, by the way. He did have a couple 200-yard passing games in that 5-1 stretch.
It was 225 yards.
It was not particularly good, all things considered, though. His passer rating in the first 2 games was 67 and then 70. In the last game he played was 74. He had one really good game against the Titans, all things considered. And I think we all remember that game. His completion percentage was really high.
Shedeur or Deshaun?
Deshaun.
Remember, because didn't Shedeur also have a really good game against them?
But Deshaun, that was Deshaun threw for what was that, 450 yards?
Oh, yeah.
A pretty big difference there, I would think.
Not bad.
Whatever. But the point is that you're not wrong if you just want to go to win-loss record for Deshaun for that one season.
I think we are relying a little bit on generalities here about the Browns trying to get the last, squeeze one last little piece of juice out of Deshaun there. Because because I think they have to be realistic. Like, is 4 good games of Deshaun going to make the rest of the NFL go, he's back? It's 2020 all over again.
No.
Let's give a mid-round receiver for him, a middling wide receiver for him.
No, but I know how Browns fans operate, and you know how Browns fans operate. We're searching. We want one of these guys to go out there and grab it. And so why I said week 2, I think it's incredibly early for most people in any sort of discussion. But if you objectively look better than Baker Mayfield, because Browns fans weigh Baker in such a rare air, and we hold him up to such a high standard, if you legitimately look like the better quarterback than Baker, I think that'll go a long way with people.
It's just going to be hard to not feel like a total fraud coming on air and being where I was in a preset position with Deshaun.
For sure it would.
And it's weird because, like, I'll be happy the Browns are winning. I will have no problem giving Deshaun his flowers if he has good games against these teams. But, like, I remember, like, think about how, like, I had reservations about the trade going back to the very real reason that I think we should maybe care a little bit more about women in society in 2026. But I digress. Like, I already didn't want to make that trade. And then it was just one piece of you-know-what after piece of you-know-what. And then just this happened and that happened. But, like, it took until the Ravens game, which is right after when his shoulder fell apart. That's the first time I ever felt that guy was my quarterback. Mm-hmm. And was that 2 years in, 3 years in? I think it was 2 years in.
2 years in, yeah.
And that took 12 starts in across 2 calamitous years. And the very next thing that happened was that we didn't see the guy for a year. And then, by the way, he played awful football after that. So I really struggle with this. I'm going to really struggle if Deshaun does win the job. I'm going to struggle with actually being able to root for Deshaun. And that the rest of the team, I think, is incredibly root-worthy. I think there's a lot of blue-collar dudes, really sound human beings, good football players, great football players, burgeoning great football players on this team. And then I'm going to have to look back over to Deshaun, and I'm just going to have to either look past him if he's the starting quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that I can't personally get to a spot where I'm like, all right, go Deshaun, let's see what you got. It's just the idea that I don't buy that he's going to be healthy. And so if he starts off in 7-8 weeks in, Nick, we're like, boy, we really were – wow, he looks incredible. Like, overcomes all this stuff. Not playing for 700 days for the second time now in a Browns uniform that we've seen him have to do that. If he overcomes all this stuff, I'm just going to be thinking to myself, all right, when is the other shoe going to fall? When are we going to have him get injured and we'll just be back to the drawing board? Or at least then Shedeur gets to play.
I know that I'm a Browns fan. I know that at some point I'll be able to buy back in. It's going to take a lot. It's going to take something Herculean, but I'm sure there's a scenario where I can. I just don't know I can imagine it today. Will you guys be open-minded about Deshaun Watson if reports say he's performing well in training camp? Go ahead and vote on that at Nick Wilson Says on social media, 216-474-0092 if you want to hop in on the phones. Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
but please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Jason Lloyd coming up in about 20 minutes. We do have Brady Quinn, former Browns quarterback, Notre Dame great, and of course, Fox Sports college football analyst coming up at 4. As he is a former Browns quarterback, we'll ask him about the Browns quarterback situation, outlook on the Browns, and of course, we'll get into college football, Ohio State, Julian Sayin v. CJ Carr, all that nonsense. But let's go ahead and get into quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. It's Quick Hits.
All right, Bill Simmons. Remember him? Wants LeBron to the Warriors in the worst way, in a way that might annoy me more than anything Bill Simmons has ever done, because I actually like Bill a lot and appreciate what he does, but he also wants him to avoid one place specifically.
There's two reasons I think it would be fun if he went to Miami. One is that that's a terrible fit of all those guys together. And two, they're annoying fans. They're even more annoying media will be going nuts that they think they're going to win the title. And it's going to be really fun to watch that crash and burn. So
more annoying media. A little shot
this
there.
Is my favorite.
What a hater.
It's not an annoying media? What are you talking about?
Slip that in there.
It's the most annoying media. They know
Simmons
it.
is a hater. This is my favorite version.
They
know it.
Simmons. They know it. That's the only way they get attention.
All right. Does a Boston fan have any room to complain about Miami fans and media?
Well, he's just talking about Le Batard, right? That's all that is. In the same way,
find the rest of them pretty annoying.
In the same way, when you just talk about Boston media, sometimes people are just talking about Simmons, a guy that hasn't even lived in Boston in like a decade. But that, I guess, doesn't really matter to people. So, yeah, I guess I used to like Le Batard a lot. I don't listen to him anymore. I don't really find him interesting anymore, and I think that's pretty interesting in and of itself.
I mean, the funny thing is, if I tend to think if you get annoyed by Dan, wouldn't you get annoyed with Bill?
I don't listen to Bill.
Oh, it's interesting. Actually, I do.
A lot of people like Bill, and a lot of the people I like Bill. So I think I always should have been a Bill Simmons guy, but I've never been a Bill Simmons guy.
I just think some of the accusations against Dan,
his delivery's always bothered me.
Oh, it's interesting. I think some people have a problem with the fact that Dan is very righteous in a lot of his opinions.
That's what Dan has turned into, and that's why I probably have a problem with Dan at this point.
And maybe a bit of a arrogant snob. I feel like those same things can be said about Bill Simmons.
I can get past the arrogant snob part of it all.
Yeah.
That never bothers me.
How big are you?
That just never bothers me. I love that whole idea. It's like, oh, he's not relatable. He's too arrogant. It's like, well, all right. He's got confidence in his takes and abilities. I never hated the arrogant snob thing, and it's not a turnoff for myself.
Yeah, it is for me. Here's why. It's sports talk. Even when it turns into socioeconomic stuff, or even when it turns into political stuff, at the end of the day, you are talking about sports, and the idea that you're talking about it in the way that like Walter Cronkite might have talked about world events in 1965,
sure,
feels very self-important.
I don't know. I kind of like the idea that they take it so extremely serious they've propped it up to more than even what it actually is. Because it's the idea that even though this is like a toy store that we play in, they treat it as if it is actually a difference maker in people's lives. And in some ways it is, because the entertainment part of that helps out a lot of people.
What I take seriously about this job is the ability to connect with you, and to Mac, and to Jake, and everybody else in the station, and to connect to our fans. Beyond that, don't you know how important I am? Again, it's like Le Batard and Simmons are two of the biggest guys that are like, hey, let me tell you how great I am.
Well,
and by the way, listen to both of them.
I don't at this point. I don't. I used to listen to Le Batard like maybe 5-6 years ago. I thought they were funny at a time when it felt like a lot of sports radio was very cookie cutter, and I love what cookie cutter is. But they were doing something different, and they were different. And now at this point, it's just kind of had its stay in the sun. All right, Raiders have signed first-round pick Fernando Mendoza. Today's the day, which leads us to the idea of whether or not Mendoza is going to actually be on the bench to start week 1.
I actually think if they actually believe he needs seasoning, and by seasoning it means he just needs to, there's going to be a lot of pressure on him, a lot of hope on him, give him half a year or give him a full year. It is Kirk Cousins. Like, this isn't like it's Geno Smith coming off last year in that locker room. It's not like it's Deshaun Watson. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I did wonder. I mean, Florio had it out there yesterday. The idea of like, can the locker room sit there and actually believe that Mendoza shouldn't be starting and Kirk Cousins gives them the best chance to win? And that might be the uphill battle that they have to face in this.
I mean, I think the toughest thing for Kirk is he just doesn't have any history there. You know, like I was thinking about like the Alex Smith, Pat Mahomes overlap.
Yeah.
And like there were people saying as soon as like week 2, week 3 of the regular season, even people saying in camp.
I mean, Alex Smith had been winning double-digit amount of games, though.
Well, that's I think my point is they had Mahomes, and they could tell Mahomes was physically more gifted on another terrain, another planet than Alex Smith, but they stuck with Alex Smith. But again, as you mentioned, they had Alex Smith as their starting quarterback for 5 years. Cousins is trying to win the locker room over and be better than the rookie. Like, that is a tougher spot than maybe we gave credit for.
I'm not sure I'm buying the idea that they're going to be able to play out this plan the way that they think they are.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. Like, a lot of teams try and thread this needle and don't do it. The Browns did it with Tyrod and Baker, and that's maybe the closest approximation we have to this, because Tyrod was new to the Browns as well, just like Kirk Cousins is to the Raiders.
Could be like a Drake May situation his first year in New England. It might end up being that as well.
All right, we had a skirmish in the Rockies-Nationals game last night. We don't talk a lot of Rockies-Nationals, but let's go ahead and get to this, as witnessed and as heard on Rockies TV.
Squared up again out to left center. Chasing after it is Carrig. He'll get there. So a productive out for Chaparro. Whoa, and what do we got here? Andres Chaparro and Kyle Freeland coming together.
Kyle took exception to Chaparro walking across his mound. That's a big no-no. No matter what level you're at, it is a no-no. The first things you learn, it's out of respect. It's like talking in somebody's swing when you're golfing. You just don't do it.
A step onto the dirt in the back is consistent with what you do throughout a game. That is the back part of the mound, and it's not more than one step.
Sensitive much?
All right.
Sensitive
That
much?
last bit was from Nationals TV there. All right, so to the letter of the law, Chaparro did violate an unwritten rule. To the letter of the law, it happens a lot, but he did. But do you care?
No, I don't care.
Yeah. I also don't think Kyle Freeland gets to be the guy to jam anybody up.
Yeah.
You're kind of a scrub, Kyle. You had one good year, buddy. Simmer down.
They tried relating it to like talking during someone's backswing, and it's just like that's
Not
just
even the same damn
Not
thing.
even the same. And it's not even close.
Yeah.
Not even in the same ballpark. It's an interesting little feud, but no, this one's weak.
Yeah, here's why it's weak, is I don't think it had anything to do with the mound. Chaparro lit him up last night. And so I think basically Freeland was just, I hate when pitchers get pissed at a batter for having a good game and then act like sensitive little bees. It is just so embarrassing. It's like, learn to contain, like, hey, you failed here, all right? That's not his fault. Okay, it is kind of his fault, but like, deal with your own failure, Timmy.
All right, let's stay with the story involving the Rockies, okay? Yeah, oddly enough, we're going back-to-back here. The Athletic put out a report yesterday about an Angels scout named Justin Boomer Prinstein. Boomer's his nickname. You love any time an older guy's nickname is Boomer.
Is he a boomer as well?
He is, yeah, he
good
is.
for him.
Yeah, so he's an Angels scout, okay? He was fired recently for filming Rockies coaches with his cell phone while sitting in the scout section of the stands at Coors Field. And normally you'd be like, all right, well, that kind of sucks. Like, you're not supposed to film anybody. That's kind of, everyone knows that. And it's like, but the couple things I thought was really funny out of this. So the Angels probably should have known that Boomer was trouble based off of the idea that his Twitter handle is literally @thebaseballspy. They didn't try to hide it. Like, this is like they hired this guy, and then he goes out there and he's spying on the Rockies. His handle is @thebaseballspy, and then they're shocked that he was out there filming Colorado Rockies players,
or did he,
and coaches and trying to steal signs.
Is this basically an IQ tax?
This is like the lamest version of anything
Spygate?
of Spygate of any of it. It's like hold on, what did they think they were getting out of this guy? Which then begs the other second funny part of this to me is that of all the teams you're going to spy on, you chose the Rockies.
Yeah.
Which kind of makes me think, like, did they just hire him and be like, all right, we'll give you money. You've been around baseball for a long time. Just don't bother anyone. You just go to these games. Just don't bother anybody. And then here we go.
Or, they did just, Perry Manassian, the old GM, was just fired like a month ago. I can't remember who took over for him, but it's an old baseball GM, not an old baseball GM, but a previous baseball GM elsewhere. Maybe he was just looking for a reason to fire scouts. And this is a way to do it without giving a severance package.
For the Angels, you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, isn't Mozeliak in charge of the Angels now?
Yes, exactly. Maybe Mozeliak was just looking a way to save some money while getting rid of a guy he just didn't want there. Because there's no way that this hasn't been – it's not the first time he turned on a camera and was like, let's see what those coaches are doing.
The funny response is that everyone is giving the Angels the appropriate amount of applause here because they acted swiftly on this and they just got rid of the guy, and it just was what it was.
It's a trash-ass organization. I can't give them any credit.
College football, this is a massive scandal, right? We've seen it. This is how the whole thing played out with Michigan for so long. In baseball, it's like, just fire the guy. Yeah, he didn't know any better.
What murder? All right, congratulations are in order here. Paul Hoynes of the Plain Dealer. He won't hear this because he's doing the game today. But this weekend he becomes.
What are we doing it for?
Because I want to make sure it's shouted out. He deserves some love, even if he's not going to hear it. And I want to make sure everybody knows, in case they haven't heard it. Like, hey.
Joke's on you.
Tweet Hoynesy some great stuff.
We're gonna have Max send him the clip now.
But this weekend,
you said he won't hear it. He's going to hear it.
This weekend, he becomes just the 4th Baseball Hall of Fame writer from Cleveland, joining old Gordon Cobbledick. Some people cobble shoes. Guess what Gordon cobbles? And Hal Leibovitz and Sheldon Ocker. Is the baseball beat the toughest beat in sports?
Okay, this is not going to be popular.
You're going to take a personal shot at Hoynesy?
Not Hoynesy. I like Hoynesy. Hoynesy's nice. His laugh is infectious. I think the world of Hoynesy, all things considered.
Very nice. Very, very nicest guy on that beat.
I'm so tired of baseball writers acting as if what they do is the hardest job in the world. Like as if football writers go through nothing and they can't even compare because you travel during the season because you travel it's just the lamest.
It's a 7-month grind versus a 3-month grind.
Yeah, what a grind! Congratulations, you're going city to city. Like I don't
baseball day is longer than a football day.
You said it yourself. It's a 7-month grind. First off, I would not describe baseball writing as being a grind of sorts, but like you're going city to city and they act as if this is the hardest job on planet Earth, and it's just not. Like it just isn't. And so like I have very little empathy for the baseball writer that wants to be like, those football guys, they can't even compare to what we do, or this job is it's draining. It's just no. You're more than fine. You chose the job. You knew what this job was when you got into it. Congrats. You travel a lot. You have good business points.
But once again, real congrats go out to Paul Hoynes of the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com.
There we go. He's done it for a long time.
1982 and 1983.
Which kind of maybe proof that grind really,
But again, congratulations to Paul Hoynes are in order. Max going to have to edit some of this. He'll make sure Hoynes gets the sound.
Don't put the part where I ripped his profession on the Odyssey thing. That was a separate convo than Paul Hoynes.
Tell him you won't.
Hoynes deserves his flowers.
Tell him you won't.
But baseball writers, give me a break.
Mac Robinson's
give me a
revenge.
break, baseball
You've been
writers.
waiting, Mac, for a way to jam him back up?
Waiting?
We found it.
You give like 10 shots to my one. Waiting?
Well, yeah, but I do it with love. Jason Lloyd of The Athletic and 92.3 The Fan in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
all things Cleveland sports. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The countdown to Browns training camp is on, and the QB competition has just begun. Get ready for Cleveland Browns football. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
If you missed a moment in our show so far, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. Brady Quinn coming up in 1 hour's time. But one of the rare times in the last 3 weeks we haven't led with the indecision, LeBron's lack of a decision. And so we're going to go ahead and get back to that because we've been too long into this show without completely referencing it for a full 20-minute block here. So we go out to the Wise Heart Ride. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on of the Athletic of 92.3 The Fan. Jason Lloyd joins us now. Hi, Jason.
Can't go an hour without talking about LeBron.
Hey.
I guess you can. 3 o'clock. You made it an hour. Congratulations.
Nick actually brought a story in his quick hits at 2:40, so we actually didn't get it done.
Wait, I did? I didn't even. Oh, well, that was a Bill Simmons story.
It was Bill Simmons talking about how he doesn't want LeBron to go to the Heat. That's a LeBron story.
That's fair. I just thought it was Boston on Miami crime.
He thinks Miami media sucks. Do you agree, Jason?
I think Miami sports in general sucks. Just the landscape is just terrible. Just the market. I should say that. The market is it's a bad market. There's some excellent journalists in Miami. It's just a bad market in general. There's a lot of transplants, not a lot of authentic fans down there. It's just, I know, speaking from as the Athletic, when we first launched the site, we really struggled just getting any sort of traction at all in Miami. We had beat writers on every team, and there was no readership on the teams. So, yeah, it's just a bad market.
And you think that's because they can't read down there, or do you think it's just because it's a bad sports town?
Yeah, it's just a bad sports town. Yeah, how many – my brother actually lived down there for a while. He was a big Miami sports fan when he lived down there. But there's not that many of them that are true diehard Dolphins, Marlins, Heat fans. It's just not a great sports market.
All right, so I guess we have to ask you the most obvious question first, and then we'll ask you the fun ones maybe. After this, do you get the sense of a front runner in the LeBron services?
I have no idea. I know enough to know that I know nothing, and I'm kind of enjoyed being – certainly, my thoughts have kind of swung over the last few weeks where I didn't think he was coming, and then I kind of thought, okay, I think this might be real. And then it kind of wavers back and forth. But, I was on the front lines of this stuff in 2010 and 2014 and 2018, and I'm kind of enjoying just sitting back like everybody else. And, of course, everybody I know blows up my phone and asks me, what do you think he's doing? I'm like, man, I got no idea. Here's the thing that I would say. I've said this before, but, all these things with, like, the heat leak on the YouTube stuff and some of the other things that I don't remember now. There's been all these other, like, little tips, right? These Steve Kerr on the highway saying, oh, yeah, we got him. Clearly he was joking. The thing that I know is how this has gone in the past, and I have no reason to believe it would be different this time. Cavs didn't find out for sure until LeBron was walking onto the stage for the decision that he was not coming back. Rich called them in 2010, like as the show was starting. Now, they had a pretty good sense because they had sort of lost contact with his side of things for that entire day. So they kind of knew where this was headed, but they didn't know for sure he was leaving until that program was starting. And then in 2018, when he came back, in 2014, when he came back, again, they got a call. Nate Forbes, the previous one of Dan's old partners, Rich called Nate like 10 or 15 minutes before Lee Jenkins' letter dropped. So none of these teams have any idea because that's just how they operate. Now, the team will find out however they decide to announce it. The team where he's going will probably find out same thing. If I had to guess, it'd be 10 or 15 minutes before everybody else, and that's it. So that's why I kind of laugh at all this stuff about like the Miami Heat are setting up like they already know, like Pat Riley knows and he got the Miami Heat social team on it, but yet nobody else is going to leak it out. Like, come on. No, nobody has any idea where he's going and nobody will know until they're good and ready to tell him.
All right, so that sounds very similar then to when you were on the front lines to what it is right now, because it seems like nobody knows anything at the current moment. Give me some of the similarities or some of the differences that you've seen from you being on the front lines to now, where you're involved but sitting a little bit further back for this time.
It's like in the grand scheme of things, when they set out before last season started, they sent out some sort of statement about LeBron will have to reevaluate his time with the Lakers or something like that when he becomes a free agent. I don't know if you guys remember. I'm sort of butchering what that was, but it was like a year ago at the start of the season. And I remember thinking like, all right, he's gone. Like this is right out of the playbook. Like they're telling you he's leaving. And then yet as the season, once you get into the season and the twists and turns and you start to look at the logic of it, and it's like, well, who else is going to pay him like LA will? So he'll probably go back because nobody else is going to give him that amount of money. And then, because I never in a million years thought LeBron would take the type of contract that it seems that he's willing to take. And especially from Cleveland, I just never thought he would take a minimum deal or a mid-level deal or anything like that. I thought it was going to have to be a pretty substantial chunk of money. So that part is different, certainly. Than the way LeBron has operated in the past, but just sort of the secrecy is exactly the same. All of the stories swirling in the wind about, so-and-so told so-and-so, and all that is the same. But the process, and obviously the biggest difference in the process is we're at now the end of July, and he still hasn't decided. And I wrote that this week for The Athletic, that it's pretty remarkable that at 41 years of age, he has this type of juice still. He has this type of power that he could literally bring the NBA to a halt. And, you heard Adam Silver's comment. I think Adam's comment was probably pretty flippant in nature. Adam Silver is pretty transparent on a lot of things, I think. I think he's pretty honest, actually, for the most part, in press conference settings or in official settings. And he was just having an honest moment of like, yeah, I want to decide so we can finish the schedule, because obviously that dictates Christmas games wherever LeBron plays. That's going to dictate the Christmas schedule. And then, that's also going to dictate road trips and sort of the logistics of, if he comes here, is it Cavs Lakers on Christmas? And is it in LA? Well, then that means a West Coast trip for Cleveland, unless you're going to throw them all the way out there for one game and drag them all the way back, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So that's sort of the logistics. It's not just one game on Christmas. It's the road trips that you have to build into it. And that's sort of what the league, I think, is waiting on. So that part, it's just kind of funny. Like, I've enjoyed not having to stress and sweat over every moment of the day and try and, chase down the same people and talk to them 10 times in the day to see if anything's changed or anything like that. I've enjoyed just golfing and being in the sun and coaching my son's baseball team.
All right, so I think you might enjoy this, speaking of enjoyment. So yesterday and the day before, our show had to maybe challenge some of the opinions on the station. And they're within basically 12 hours of each other, three hosts at this station shared the exact same opinion on how the duration of LeBron's process here is impacting their eventual enjoyment of the answer. You ready for this audio, Jason?
All right, go ahead.
I am not waiting on pins and needles the way I was. I am not sitting here just wanting that type of information, needing that type of information. It's like, I'm going to be less excited about LeBron being here because of this.
I'm running out of steam on the caring about where he's going to play.
We got football practices coming up here. We got baseball that's back in full swing after the All-Star break. Like, let's go. You can only care about these things for so long before you go, okay, either make your decision or you don't. Like, I do think there is a law of diminishing returns here, and he's flirting with not striking while the iron's hot.
So to sum up the opinion there, Jason, it's because LeBron has now taken almost 4 weeks to make his decision. All of these gentlemen say they will be less excited if he announces he's coming to Cleveland. Do you believe any one of them?
No, I think if he decides he's coming back, the excitement level would return. I mean, there's frustration now, certainly. And I get it. Like, I get it, especially when you're trying to fill content. There's nothing new, and you're trying to say the same thing every day and put a new spin on it. Like, yeah, it can be exhausting. But if it does come down to it's Cleveland, I don't know what has changed between July 10th and July, 22nd, 23rd, whatever today's date is, that would make it why would it make it any different? So I think the excitement level would return relatively quickly. I just think it's sort of the frustration that the league is feeling right now, and probably the teams involved in this are feeling. If you think you're frustrated and aggravated or exhausted from it, imagine being one of the teams involved waiting on them. So, you know, I just think it's natural, given our job and our role in all of this. But if he does come back, I think the excitement level would be just as high as it was as if he chose on just July 10th. I don't know what 2 weeks difference makes.
Not enough personal shots there at Jake, Ken, or Jeff. I feel like you could have really thrown.
It really gave you the avenue there, really the runway if you really wanted to.
I mean, John Fanta said "child, please" in reaction to that. I'm just saying you could upscale it if you wanted to.
Well, believe me, I love taking shots at Ken. I'll take a shot at Ken any chance I get.
Jason, what do you think the holdup is?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if, like, I thought Channing Frye made a great point where Channing's like, man, every time I see this guy, he's out playing golf. Like, he's just out living his best life, and he's, you know, everyone's eagerly anticipating his decision, and he's just out living vacation. And I do think, you know, this is a little bit different of a LeBron than what we've seen in the past, where it's in the gym 18 hours a day. I'm exaggerating, but, you know, in the gym 18 hours a day in the off season and working out constantly. And I think he's enjoying this sort of part of life where he's at that he's never really had before. And I think he has, you know, shifted into a different sort of lane in his career. Doesn't mean he doesn't want to win or any of that. It's just he sees that the end is near, and he's taking time to enjoy the roses, I guess, to use a really bad cliche. You know, this stuff about he's waiting to see if a team will go get Kyrie or Anthony Davis. I don't know. I don't know that at 41 you start tearing apart your team to bring in a guy who's only going to be there for a year or two. You know, I don't know that really makes a ton of sense, and I think that's sort of what the league is telling them. First of all, I don't know that they're necessarily available. The Wizards are trying to win this year. How successful they'll be, you know, I don't know, but they just gave Trae Young a bag of money, and they're trying to compete, and they're trying to get better, and they're trying to win. So I don't know that necessarily those guys are even available. And if they are, I think teams are having a hard conversation of why should we uproot our entire roster for this guy who's not quite at the powers that he was 10 years ago. Obviously, this isn't 2016, 2018 LeBron anymore, and he's only going to be here for a year or two. So if a move like that makes sense for your team outside of LeBron, then go ahead and investigate it. But if you're just doing this to appease or acquiesce to a 41-year-old, you know, I don't know that makes a ton of sense, which circles all the way back to, you know, as we talked about early on when we were talking about the chances of him come back to the Cavs. That's why throughout the twists and turns of this, I wasn't sure how realistic it was, because I didn't know if the Cavs are really going to say, okay, we're going to trade Jared Allen or whatever to clear the cap space to bring LeBron here, knowing he's only going to be here for a year or two and he's not quite the same player he was. And once he declared, or once he sort of signaled, I'm willing to take less, I think that changed the conversation for a lot of teams, because I just don't think he's in that category anymore.
All right, Jason. Rookies reporting to Berea today. The vets report early next week. We want to start this one on more of a fun, positive one. You know, a year ago, I don't think any one of us would have seen Carson Schlesinger being the clear breakout rookie, and then the other three rookies kind of being behind him. Who do you think of this rookie class? Who do you think will have the best rookie season?
I probably, just based on what we saw in the mini camps, probably Denzel Boston. I just think, if I got to pick one guy, I mean, it's hard to pick a lineman, right? With Spencer Fano, it's sort of like with Mason Graham. It's hard to pick. But certainly you'll know if Fano's playing well or not pretty easily, pretty quickly and pretty easily. You'll be able to tell. But in terms of guys that you're going to be talking about a year from now, Denzel Boston, for me, certainly seemed to have the best mini camp of all of them. And certainly there's a hole to fill in the receiver room. So I would take him for now until proven otherwise.
All right, what are your big, overwhelming, arching thoughts on the quarterback spot?
Oh, God.
It's too early for that, Jason. We haven't gotten into the second week of camp for you to be that exasperated.
You've had it a million. You've had the convo a million times. I know you have.
It's been a year. It's not. It's been a year of this. Listen, I've been pretty consistent on this. If you're telling me I have to pick between Deshaun and Shedeur, it's not much of a conversation. Shedeur should be the starter because I don't think that this team has lofty aspirations of reaching the playoffs and making a deep playoff run. If they did, they wouldn't have traded Myles Garrett. And Deshaun is a sunk cost to me. And I don't buy this notion that you couldn't have gotten rid of him before now. I believe they could have. Would have hurt, yes. But if Denver can move the dead cap money that Russell Wilson had, don't tell me there's no way.
Why didn't they then? Why didn't they?
I don't know because and I've said this before. Like when this news about like Deshaun could start first emerged, I sort of took it as it was a carrot and a stick situation, sort of to make sure that Shedeur stays on point, and you want to make sure that he's focused and doing all the right things in the offseason, and you don't want him to think that he's just being handed the job. And then around the owners' meetings, I realized, oh no, like they're serious about this. Like I really do think that there's a chance Deshaun could start, and I still think there's a very good chance Deshaun could start the season. I just don't see the path there. I don't see the point in doing that. It doesn't make any sense to me. So if you make me pick, I mean, clearly, I have not been a very vocal Shedeur supporter at all for most of this. But if you're going to make me pick between those two, there's no comparison. Yeah, I just don't see any sort of hope or reason why you would start Deshaun.
Jason, how far does a vibe change at head coach take the Browns this year?
I mean, it's fun to talk about now. And, early on in training camp, you'll probably notice a difference, stuff like that. But once you get into the season, you win with talent. And I don't think the vibes are going to help very much when you're playing the Ravens. It's the talent on the field. So, listen, I am not of the mindset that Monken's going to be a failure. I think we've kind of swung it. It's kind of amusing to me that when Todd first got the job, everyone was like, oh my God, are you serious? And then within a month or two, I think people had talked themselves into the fact that he was going to be, the next NFL coach of the year in this great story. I'm like, guys, can we just let him coach a game first before we set any sort of expectations on him? I still think this roster is a year away. I don't think they're terrible. I think that there's talent here, but I don't think that they're ready to win at a high level. I don't think that they're ready to compete for a playoff spot at all. I think this is probably going to be another rough season. And I think for me, 27 is when you can start to have some legitimate optimism about where this thing is headed. They've done a nice job of adding some young pieces who look like they can play. Obviously, we need to see what this rookie class can do. But no, I'm not sold on these quarterbacks at all as the long-term answer. And until that position is solidified, I don't have a lot of hope that they're going to be a very good football team. And they had no talent last year, very little, and they've got a little bit more now. But Todd can only do with what ingredients you give them. And I still think they're missing some pretty big base ingredients here on this roster.
Jason, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate your time. I know it's a couple days past now, but once again, happy birthday. Appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Jason Lloyd, Cleveland. Birthday's the same week. Who knew? Most people.
I didn't know. I didn't know that. No.
You did? Wait, which one?
I didn't know that was Jason's birthday.
Well, not today, but like 2 days ago. Yeah.
I knew it was Cleveland's birthday.
Yeah.
Did not know it was Jason's birthday.
Which one's more important to you?
Probably Jason's.
Oh, that's a wrong answer. 216-474-0092. We got to get you better at pandering.
Birthday guy. I'm not a big birthday guy.
Great stuff with Jason Lloyd there on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what Jason had to say and talk common ground on the Cavs and Anthony Davis in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
don't know, but they just gave Trae Young a bag of money, and they're trying to compete, and they're trying to get better, and they're trying to win. So I don't know that necessarily those guys are even available. And if they are, I think teams are having a hard conversation of why should we uproot our entire roster for this guy who's not quite at the powers that he was 10 years ago. And he's only going to be here for a year or two. So if a move like that makes sense for your team outside of LeBron, then go ahead and investigate it. But if you're just doing this to appease or acquiesce to a 41-year-old, I don't know that makes a ton of sense.
That is Jason Lloyd of The Athletic. Very talented man, giving us his thoughts on LeBron. Of course, in that clip, he's talking about the reaction to the Kevin O'Connor piece, that basically LeBron is waiting for some team, one of his suitors, to make a move for either Kyrie Irving or Anthony Davis. And it's been interesting to watch those decisions be had, and how many people are you get LeBron at any cost, all the way to, no, it's this team, take it as it is, and or get bent. And then every kind of take in between. I think Jason's kind of doing the logical framing of the one side of the argument. It does have to be said. Like, you have to have this argument. But
yeah.
I think it's interesting that we're not all in agreement with it. You know what I mean?
There's a lot of big ramifications towards it, Like, if you all of a sudden make a big-time trade to go get Kyrie Irving or Anthony Davis, like, it shapes what your window is. I tend to think your Donovan Mitchell window is only a couple years longer, and that coincides with what I think LeBron James's end-of-career timeline is as well, and so you do what you got to do in that moment. But there's all sorts of people that are thinking 4 or 5 years down the line, whereas in this NBA world, I think that's almost impossible.
Shams has come out and said basically the opposite, that Rich Paul and LeBron are not waiting for the shoe to drop. They're not waiting for that.
Yeah.
So, again, we're in a position where there's plenty of reports saying opposite things. But if we take it at face value, right, I will tell you, if LeBron's waiting for someone to blink, I think we might be in the time here where no one blinks. Meaning, Golden State really would like LeBron there, but they're not going to bend over backwards the way you would have 8 years ago. And the same thing with the Cavs, same thing with the Heat. I mean, Minnesota might be the only franchise desperate enough to do it because they have relatively new ownership and a young, impatient star.
I mean, the Warriors.
And even then,
the Warriors, I just feel like are making a miscalculation in all this. I agree with your assessment because it's what they're basically telling everybody that'll pay attention, that they're not trying to do anything in the final years of Steph Curry, and they're trying to set everything up for the post Steph Curry years. And I just think that's just if I was a Warriors fan, I'd be pretty pissed about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? I mean, you have one of the generational players on your team, and instead of trying to make sure he goes out with some semblance of a bang, they're like, oh, no, we got to line everything up for when you retire, for when you're gone and away from us. Like, I'd be pissed if I was a Warriors fan.
At the same point, that's not going to stop him from buying tickets to watch Steph Curry score 35 points a game on a bad team.
Yeah, but if you don't get Steph Curry's often in your timeline, I would make sure that I do what is at least, I mean, it just feels like a slap in the face of Steph.
We're in a weird spot with this LeBron stuff where it's like, I want LeBron here. It'll make me incredibly happy to see LeBron finish his career in Cleveland. It really will be. I will get misty-eyed about this very often if he signs here. At the same point, like, Anthony Davis is a different story to me than Kyrie. I'd still take Kyrie over James Harden. But beyond that, I'm not, like, moving mountains to get Kyrie here. But, like, I don't know. I can understand if the Cavs have reservations about moving mountains at the whims of a LeBron James at 41 going on 42 years old. Like, I think that's being prudent if you're thinking to yourself, well, listen, if the right deal materializes for Anthony Davis, we'll make it, but we're not going to do this because you see a say to, basically, so you say you'll sign here.
Well, I mean, I guess we got to figure out what the price would be to begin with, right? Like, how extreme are the Wizards in wanting to make sure that if you pay for Anthony Davis, they got him for 20 cents on the dollar, we want you to pay 120 cents on the dollar.
So that's what I find. The Evan Mobley component here, the easiest way to get Anthony Davis here is to send Evan Mobley to Washington. And I just think that's the part where, like, the Evan Mobley discourse is off the freaking reservation. Like, the amount of people, again, the Cavs wouldn't offer Evan Mobley in a trade for Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown plays the position that they have spent 8 years chasing since LeBron James left. He is in the peak of his career, and you can say it, arguably, he's a better player right now. We'll see next year, but right now than Jason Tatum, the guy that Boston traded to get away from Jaylen Brown, right? The idea that then they're going to be like, listen, we wouldn't do it for Jaylen Brown. But I got a 32-year-old Anthony Davis who can't stay healthy and will require another $100 million contract.
Yeah,
you know what? This one makes good sense.
The Cavs clearly love they love Evan Mobley. That's been pretty clear. I think about this is that if Dallas had just not traded Anthony Davis, you could have Cooper Flagg, Anthony Davis, and Kyrie Irving on their same roster. Wouldn't LeBron want to go to Dallas?
You would imagine, yes.
Like I know that whiteboard and everything. One of the reasons why you want to go to Dallas, all I could come up with is like oil and golf. And Macau was on there with the connections of the gambling. Sure, okay, but wouldn't you think then Dallas would have been a real player in this whole scenario?
Yeah, but you couldn't. I don't know if you're the Mavericks. You got out of that contract for such a just such an easy haircut. You got a chance to get away from that dude. Because, again, Anthony Davis in Dallas, it's not just the contract. It's also we traded this guy for Luka. Like, there was so much baggage already with Anthony Davis.
It'd be appealing to LeBron, though. The Luka side of this is like, that's the guy the trade with Luka and everything attached to it. And now we're going to have him on our team. And then you're going to be a nuisance for the Lakers for X amount of time. Plus, Los Angeles is close to Dallas. I really think, it's not like a crazy thought to think Dallas would be real players in this had that gone down that way.
So I think Washington probably will give Anthony Davis a long-term contract. I do think.
Are we waiting till August 6th to try to find this all out?
I think that could happen unless LeBron gets a sense that is going to be resolved, and maybe that's what he's waiting for. So he actually didn't even have to wait till August 6th. I guess my thing with Evan for Anthony Davis should be a non-starter. If you're Washington, and again, you could pair Evan Mobley with Olivier Sarr and Debonsa, which would be one hell of a three-headed monster there. Cool. Keyshawn George is a very nice player. We'd like him. We're going to need a backup point guard. Bub Carrington, come this way. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to need more salary to drop out of this, so you're going to have to take at least Schroeder, if not Schroeder and Strus.
Yeah.
Like, that's the kind of way. Like, if they just basically absolve the Cavs of cap hell and give you young pieces that fit with LeBron, then all of a sudden I think it becomes a conversation. But Evan Mobley for Anthony Davis is asinine.
You see how we've gotten nowhere in the actually moving of Anthony Davis or even Kyrie Irving in that regard. Both people that have Kyrie and Anthony Davis are way overvaluing those players. And
I think they're bluffing.
I've thought they were bluffing for a while, but the longer you bluff, the better your hand is going to appear, is it not?
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's what the Browns have done with Deshaun Watson, and they broke us by what NFL owners meetings.
I mean, it's kind of wild that it was pretty apparent early on in this process that if the Warriors just made a move for Anthony Davis, they'd get LeBron, and that was it. All they had to do was find a way to convince Washington. Washington's response was, "We love AD. Sure, you love AD. We really believe you." And nothing's moved, nothing's changed.
I think the Anthony Davis discourse is also fascinating. The people saying hell no to Anthony Davis. Listen, I'm not giving up Evan Mobley for Anthony Davis. I even struggle to give up Jarrett because I don't like how quickly in replay. And I'm the guy that kicked him out of the core four.
You did. You put DeAndre Hunter. You put DeAndre Hunter right in there.
Mistakes were made. All right, we can all admit mistakes were made.
Did we get better for that?
But I didn't kick him off the team. I just kicked him out of the core four. And then
I fought for you, Jared Allen. I fought for you.
But I'm coming around to your side here. But like, people are talking like Anthony Davis is a nothing burger. Anthony Davis, when he plays, and I know that's a huge. I know what I'm saying. He's still a top 20 player in the NBA.
Well, and he's always going to be, even years from now, he'll be a top 20 defender in the NBA. That's not going anywhere.
So, like, it's funny to me I'm not going to trade Evan Mobley for Anthony Davis.
Should be, but it's not.
But the amount of people that act like Anthony Davis is Ira Newble, or like LeBron is asking for like Ira Newble. It's like Buddy Boy. He's still a damn good basketball
player. The problem with both players are, in fact, the injuries. That's the highlighted part of both of them. Like Kyrie, for instance, he played 45 games. I was just looking at it the other day, last night. I think in the past 6 years, past 5 years, he's averaged 45 games a year. Like it's just not a high enough number of basketball to be played by Kyrie Irving.
216-474-0092. What lengths should the Cavs go to get LeBron James back to Cleveland? It's funny. Yesterday I was like, well, Harden for Kyrie, book it. I don't think that's on the table, though. I actually think Dallas being beholden to Kyrie makes a hell of a lot more sense. I am a lot more open-minded to Anthony Davis than most people. But again, I want to remind everybody, he was given away at the deadline. So it shouldn't take Evan Mobley, and I don't know, I know salary-wise you have to do it, but I don't know the Jared Allen, Strus, and Schroeder value for Anthony Davis. I feel like you need more in that equation than maybe, meaning you need more coming back than just Anthony Davis. But again, what length should the Cavs go to get LeBron, LeVon, BP, and Pepper Pike? You guys stick there, and more on the Cavs and their relevance with LeBron in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Brady Quinn coming up in about 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Gardo's into extra innings, so once that game goes final, we'll have something to say about it. But we are talking about LeBron, Anthony Davis, Kyrie Irving, and what lengths should the Cavs go to go ahead and bring LeBron home. And again, I think the Anthony Davis discourse is all over the place. I think the Evan Mobley discourse is all over the place. And I definitely think we've gotten to the point where I think some of the desperation to land LeBron is a bit much for me.
Well, I mean, it's getting to the spot where last night made it feel like to people that if you just made one push, if you made one move, then you could have LeBron. And you mentioned desperation. Yeah, there's a lot of teams that really feel like their championship odds are dependent on landing LeBron, so there's going to be some desperation.
Let's go with BP in Pepper Pike, who's been waiting patiently. BP, welcome to the show. Oh, BP.
Oh, BP.
Come on, buddy.
Oh, you hate to see it. Hate to see it. Wait so long.
You there,
Finally
buddy?
given his chance.
3.
Hello, boys.
Oh, there we go. Saved it. Never doubted you, BP.
Hello. This is Jerry Lewis. Hello.
Nobody gets that.
All right,
what do you got, buddy?
I think I'm going a little crazy here with 30 days of waiting for LeBron. I think it's taken its toll.
That sounds like a bad rom-com, 30 Days of LeBron or the 30-Day Wait or something like that.
Maybe his production company will, greenlight that wonderful show.
As long as it's not him acting in it, for the love of God, save us all.
I was all on board with getting LeBron here, but now we're talking about, bringing back Anthony Davis, bringing back Kyrie Irving. I'm not going to be in for that, to be honest. I mentioned this to Jake Volnick last night. I mean, it's one thing to have LeBron here, but, I don't need Anthony Davis, for 20 games a year in street clothes at $60 million a year. Then he wants an extension. I mean, I want LeBron here as much as anybody, but, I just want him to come back here. Of course, we'll make a few tweaks, but, we're not going to, empty out the whole, it's not going to work. If he's demanding, if him and Rich Paul are demanding a whole revamp of the roster, bring in all his buddies, all his clutch sports buddies, it's just not going to work. I hope.
He averaged 20 points a game last night, 11 rebounds, and I think 2 blocks a game. That's you could use that,
right?
BP.
But unfortunately, he's never available. You cannot count on Anthony Davis. He didn't play all of last year. He didn't play one. He played 20 games the year before. Kyrie Irving, the same thing.
I think so. Well, he played 20 last year. He played 51 the year before, and I'm going to say that the 9 games he played after playing for Dallas had a lot to do with the fact that. He was hurt. But other than that, I think he only played 20 games last year because they weren't trying to win, and that was, the Cooper Flag show.
But you remember when Dallas acquired Anthony Davis, he was gung-ho. He wanted to prove his worth, that he was as good as Luka. What does he do? He comes out, he tears his stomach muscle, his abductor muscle, and then he was gone for the rest of the season. He gets your hopes up, and then it just doesn't pan out. It's not going to pan out with Anthony Davis. That's why, like you said, Washington got him for pennies on the dollar. Dallas got rid of him for pennies on the dollar. The Lakers got rid of him. I mean, unfortunately, he's past his prime. I definitely don't want to give up Evan Mobley. I don't even want to give up Jared Allen for him, to be honest. So if he's part of the deal with LeBron, I'm just going to say thanks, but no thanks.
All right, we appreciate you,
All
BP.
right.
Take care, boys.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable if people don't want to be in the Anthony Davis business. I look at it as if what you're trading for LeBron is basically you get LeBron on the min, and Anthony Davis is just a part of that deal, and that's the expensive. I think we called it a tax last night.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the tax. Then it's just an easier way to look at it to make it palatable, I guess.
Here's the thing: I can't really push back on the reservations because I also have them.
We all have them with Anthony
and
Davis.
I don't think BP was necessarily as dismissive as what I've seen on social media. And it is interesting again the cross section of people who are wildly dismissive of Evan Mobley and willing to trade him for Anthony Davis when the Cavs wouldn't trade him for Jalen. And then the other section of people who are like, I wouldn't give up, 2 things of spearmint from Wriggle for Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know anyone has either big guy's value right in this conversation.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of people that just don't believe it's going to actually come down to Kyrie Irving or Anthony Davis either.
Oh, that are willing to call LeBron's bluff?
Basically, yeah.
I don't think it's listen, I would be sad if LeBron went elsewhere, but if it came out after the fact, hey, the Cavs had a trade for Anthony Davis, they balked at it, and then LeBron decided to go elsewhere, I'd probably think to myself, well, that's probably prudent basketball. But I'll say this from a basketball perspective.
Yeah.
If you were on board with the James Harden trade, with everything that comes with James Harden, I don't know you can be one of the people poo-pooing Anthony Davis.
No, I still think there's a lot of value in Anthony Davis.
I do too.
By the way, there was the Marty Mush report, the guy from Barstool. I take it for whatever it's worth. But he had last night that the Cavs had a 3-team trade in place, sending Jared Allen to the Jazz and Anthony Davis coming to Cleveland. But that trade then got off the table.
No.
It's like,
was it Danny Ainge? Did Danny Ainge do it?
We're going to get a lot of that after the fact, I would imagine. No matter where LeBron ends up, you're going to get a lot of this almost trade that happened.
We got to get Baskin on this one so we can have another report there. LaVon in Cleveland. Welcome, LaVon.
What's going on? I was on hold for a long time.
Yeah, that's kind of how it goes, buddy.
Okay, well, I got a word for LeBron. We was the first person to give you a chance and a paycheck, and then we got the best lineup for you to beat San Antonio, the 7-foot giant. I'm waiting for you to get out the way so you can come to Cleveland. And then I talked to Mike, and he's ready to excited. He said when you retire, he's ready to play you one-on-one. He said he don't care if he's 100, he can still beat you.
LeVon,
after he beat you, I'm going to beat you.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about, buddy.
I think he's saying he talked to Michael Jordan.
You talked to Michael Jordan?
Yeah, I talked to Mike. He's upset about this decision. He says he's just being weird. Come on and make a decision. You going to Cleveland or you going to Miami? Come on, bro. School kids got to go to school.
All right. Yeah, Ken Carman's got to go on vacation. I have no.
He might end up on our block list.
We might have to.
Should we start a block list? Is LeVon now on the block list? It's like 6 straight bad calls from LeVon.
I mean, I don't want to do it. I don't like putting anyone on the block list.
We're trying to open up the phone lines a little bit more for people. We're trying to get people more involved.
Yeah.
And that's why BP got on. It was a good phone call, right? And I thought all show long we'd been having better phone calls.
Yeah, and not
really
just that. Like we're heading into Brown season. There's maybe some infectious excitement here between that and LeBron stuff and the Gardos fever, and then I don't think we really have a block list right now.
No, we'd be starting one.
Yeah,
that'd be the thing.
I don't want to start it with LeVon.
Well, he'd be number one.
But he is saying some. It's just not nonsensical, weird bleep.
He's out to lunch, but the problem is that I don't think he's like out to lunch because he just is like maybe just struggling a little bit mentally. Mm-hmm. I feel like he thinks he's like making jokes or like helping somehow.
He has mentioned before that he's a comedian, right?
Has he?
Not every comedian gets paid.
It's definitely not. I was going to say he's not a paid comedian. There's no way of that
I guess
happening.
Technically, if you go to an open mic night once, you can claim to be a comedian.
Are we where he workshops his stuff?
Matt Rife is awful, and he claims to be a comedian. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, he's really good looking, and that's not why he's famous.
That's okay. You're talking to a lot of dudes. 25 to 54 is the demographic here. I don't know any guy that's been like, I like Matt Rife.
There's at least one guy furious because he thinks he could be
I don't know
Matt
a
Rife.
single guy. Well, maybe that's why they get furious. I don't know a single guy that's been like Matt Rife. Love it.
The amount of guys, just good-looking, stupid people that think because Matt Rife got famous for being good-looking and not funny, he gave hope to a generation of good-looking but unfunny jamokes.
More power to him. That man sells out arenas. That man he's made so much money, Matt Rife.
Not even good crosstalk with the crowd, just unfunny. Cool Ray in Bedford, welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up? We're talking about Kai Cenat giving hope to a bunch of people that sit in front of the computer hoping to get paid, man. But listen, if the Cavs want to trade Mobley for AD, I'm going to say this. Make that trade in a heartbeat. And I know people in Cleveland don't like to hear that, but Mobley hasn't shown anyone in Cleveland or anywhere else that he's a superstar player, that he can dominate the game and take over the game.
He had multiple dominating games in the first 2 rounds of the playoffs. He just disappeared in the Eastern Conference Finals. Cool, right?
So did Robert Horry had dominated games back when he was playing. He's an NBA player.
Cool, Ray, you just said he hasn't shown anyone he can be a dominant player, and then I gave you evidence that he has.
consistently to lead this team, because if he was, they wouldn't have brought in Donovan Mitchell.
Cool, Ray. What have they done to unlock Evan Mobley in the postseason? Like consistently, as you're talking about.
So what has Evan Mobley done in the offseason to make himself better than what he was?
So I got to know his off-season regimen to argue with you about Evan Mobley?
No, off-season prepares you for regular season.
But how do you know what his off-season is? And by the way, he looks jacked if you've seen any pictures of him this off-season.
No, because if Evan Mobley was going to be the guy, they wouldn't have never went and get Donovan Mitchell. He was already considered to be the guy, the unicorn. He was supposed to be the guy.
They were always going to make a trade for Donovan.
And by the way, they got him after 1 year.
Evan's not the guy. I agree with you there. He's not the guy, but that doesn't mean they're going to trade him.
But if you can get someone who is a dominant player and get another dominant player and put him alongside Donovan Mitchell, and you can get up underneath that contract, man, you're supposed to make that, especially if it's about winning championships.
All right,
we
cool,
won
Ray.
one in 2016, right?
Let's do some logic here. Let's do some logic. The Cavs wouldn't trade Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown. Yes? Is Jaylen Brown a better, more impactful player than Anthony Davis?
Yes.
Okay. So then why would they turn around? If Jaylen Brown could get Paul George and a couple of picks, how in the hell can Anthony Davis get Evan Mobley?
Because here's the narrative in Cleveland: you can't win with small guards. That's our narrative here.
That's not Evan Mobley's fault.
Right, but that's our narrative here in Cleveland. So they're not going to go for.
Well, it's not really our narrative anymore because we got rid of the other small guard. Like we have James Harden 6'5",
and he's fat.
And we still didn't win. And he turned
He's
the ball
in shape.
over.
He's got muscles now.
If you can score 35 points a game, but if you turn the ball over 16, 12 times yourself, those don't mean anything.
Cool, Ray. We got a boogie, buddy.
Man.
Cool, Ray. We got a boogie, buddy. But we appreciate you. That was quite a journey together.
Right to the ban list.
Yep. No, not Cool, Ray.
I'm stacking the ban list.
I disagree with him. I will not. We can't ban the man.
I'm on a block fest right now.
You're like
call me
Olajuwon.
Yeah, call me Olajuwon. Just ready to go to the block party.
Brady Quinn in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, you know that a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. And listen, how do I know? Because I knew. When I went to go buy my first ever new car, new truck, I knew a Ram was right up there, but I had to do the prudent thing. So I did the Ram side-by-side with the alleged competition, and the Ram ran away with it. Why? Well, I went to my Northeast Ohio Ram dealer, and the first time I started up, the Ram legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8, I was hooked because I felt the power. You can also feel the power with a 420 horsepower Hurricane engine or the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane engine. Whichever you choose, by the way, you're going to feel the power this month and beyond. But it's true. I felt the power, and sure, I took it around the block. And yes, I took it home to make sure the kiddos fit in it. And I made sure, of course, that Mama Bear liked it. But I knew I was getting that Ram that day, and I did, and I've had it ever since. And it has never let me down. And speaking of being let down, let's be honest here. Why would you or anyone else choose any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? Hey, Terry, why don't you come over and see my 4-banger? Terry, you still there, Terry? Terry left. He heard 4-banger, and he's like, I'm not dealing with this jamoke anymore. Don't be a jamoke. Don't be a 4-banger jamoke. Come on now. Pull into any Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today. It's that easy. And right now, the Ram truck lease deals are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Tell them Nick Wilson sent you.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Dodgers beat the Phillies on Wednesday night. Before the game, Shohei Ohtani threw a 30-pitch bullpen session. Ohtani was scheduled to start this week against the Phillies, but was scratched from pitching in Philly due to left knee irritation. Dodgers manager Dave Roberts called the bullpen session, quote, a big sign. LA will need Shohei healthy if they're going to win their third straight championship. I'm Chris Black.
Katie got a VIP box for the postseason. She worked with Empower to help her get good at money so she can be a little bad. She planned well and was able to bring the whole family.
Who wants homemade egg salad sandwiches?
Even Beth.
Horseradish? Anyone? How about some tuna on rye?
Oh, strike 3, Beth. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson for Kitchen Cabinets at Northeast Factory Direct. You're not just picking cabinets from a catalog. You're collaborating with actual designers who know what works. And the best part? Their design expertise works for every project. From efficient 10x10 layouts to expansive custom kitchens. All wood construction, soft close drawers, contemporary styles, no shortcuts. Plus, they handle your entire remodel under one roof. Flooring, backsplash, and vanity tops. Visit any location or northeastfactorydirect.com for your free design consultation. Mention Nick Wilson for your extra special discount.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
Spain, world champions once again. This is a golden generation announcing itself on the sport's biggest stage. Spain's next wave has already delivered a title, and there may be more to come. World champions, Spain reigns over the globe once again.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores. If you have a smart speaker, you have a radio. And if you have a radio, sports never stops.
Yay, sports.
WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. Tell Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan. It's free.
I love touchdowns.
An Odyssey sports station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
The Guardians scoring off with the Twins at Progressive Field today. Right now it's 1-1 as we have gone into extra innings games currently in the top of the 11th. Cleveland trying to win this series as they won 2 in this 4-game set. The good guys, however, still a game back of the White Sox for the AL Central lead. Chicago has an off day today before kicking off a 3-game series with the Astros. Browns rookies and quarterbacks reporting to training camp today. The rest of the team will check into Berea on Tuesday. Also in the league, this year's #1 pick and the reigning Heisman Trophy winner officially signing his rookie deal earlier today. Fernando Mendoza and the Raiders agreeing on a 4-year contract that's reportedly worth $57.2 million. And it's another day waiting to see where LeBron James will play next year. The top 5 suitors for the King with the Cavs, Heat, 76ers, Timberwolves, and Warriors. Former Browns quarterback and Fox College football analyst Brady Quinn joins the show next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Summer's here. And Browns training camp is just around the corner. Stay locked in with The Fan all summer long. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Easy now. That was very well done, but easy now.
The lead coming up in 1 hour's time. We got 32 teams in 16 days rolling on. We're on the back half of it now. We're officially on teams 17 and 18, if my math is right. My math is almost certainly never right. But I do know we're on the back half of that. That's coming up at 6:20 today. But we are waiting the conclusion of Guards Twins. Can the Guardians pull this one off? It'd be real nice if they could. And, of course, we got rookies reporting in training camp today. LeBron Watch continues to talk all things, but a lot of college football. We head out to the Why Shot Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on former Browns quarterback, former number 1 pick by the Cleveland Browns, first-round pick, former Notre Dame star, and now Fox college football analyst Brady Quinn joins us now. Brady, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Well, it's great to have you here. Always great to catch up with you. Now, I know we're talking football with you, but everybody can talk LeBron. So I do want to know where you think he's going, and do you want him back with the Cavaliers?
Well, I hope it's Cleveland. You know, it would make some sense to end it where it all started, and this is a team, too, that I think is obviously close to being able to win a championship. So with his services, you'd hope that they'd be able to construct a roster to be able to make it happen. That would be the storybook ending that I think I'd hope for, being a classmate of his, same class coming out of high school. But I don't know. I mean, obviously, he's had success in Miami, too. There's a lot of intriguing things. It's the place he left Cleveland for in the first place. So I think it's down to those two. I think he wants familiarity. He wants to go to places where he's had success before, and obviously two places that have their pros and cons. But to me, it makes the most sense if you really want this storybook ending. If we're going to film this whole thing, why not Cleveland? Why not come back and try to bring one more title to the Cavs?
All right. So, again, we're not going to make the whole thing about LeBron, but you're the same age. You both played in Cleveland at the same time. Did you ever have any run-ins or any interactions with LeBron?
Yeah, just a little bit kind of going to some of the games. But that was obviously years ago, a long time ago. I actually think that all got cut off when I got married. My wife's from Boston, and I made her take me to a Celtics-Cavs playoff game, but in the Garden. So I told her, I said, hey, I'm rooting for the Cavs. She goes, you can't wear Cavs gears where we're sitting. That's how I got the tickets, is you're going to have to wear a Celtics shirt. And so we were parked somewhere close enough where I'm pretty sure LeBron looked at me wearing a Boston Celtics T-shirt and just shook his head. So that was pretty much the end of that. But we, still married and got 5 kids. So I guess I held on to a good one. So.
He risked it all for love, Jonathan. That is beautiful.
It's a beautiful story. At the end of the day, also a story of LeBron being very petty and vindictive. So, like that also tracks. Yeah, it tracks very much so. All right, let's get to the quarterback stuff here, Brady, because we don't know if it's going to be Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders. Which one do you think it'll ultimately end up being?
To start the season, I think it'll be Deshaun. I mean, they've got so much money wrapped up into him. And to be quite honest, I think if you look at the body of work of Deshaun, when he was healthy, and I know that's dating him, but he's a much better fit for what Todd Monken wants to do than what he was being asked to do under Kevin Stefanski. I always kind of thought that was a bad pairing together. And it's one of those deals where hopefully he's healthy enough, he can stay healthy, and the Browns can actually see what he's capable of. But I would think from the financial perspective and the experience, it would make the most sense to start the season with Deshaun. Now, if things go sideways quick, then you see what you have in Shedeur. I think he also did enough last year to make him intriguing and to make you want to take a look at him a little bit longer before you go into next year's draft. And I've said this all along on our radio show and everything else we've done. Like, next year's draft class to me is one of the most intriguing I think I've ever seen since I've got into broadcasting. I mean, there's legitimately about 10 to 12 guys, and that's not an overreaction. Like, there's 10 to 12 guys who I think have the capabilities of being looked at as first-round picks. Now, we'll see how this year goes. We'll see how they perform. That always plays a factor in all of it. But, next year and even the following year, you're going to have guys who are going to become draft eligible that are absolute studs that are going to be first-round picks. So it's going to be fascinating to see what the Browns do, in particular later on in the season, or if Deshaun gets off to a slow start.
All right, Brady. So I think you're kind of the perfect guy to ask about this. We got to see Shedeur up close and personal in camp last year. And I'm not a big Shedeur fan. My partner more was leading up to the draft. But I like the way the kid handles himself and how the relationship that he goes out of his way to foster with fans. And then we also see things like Rex Ryan's commentary about Shedeur and the kind of the superstardom. Because you're a college football analyst and an NFL analyst, what's kind of your read on Shedeur here now that we're entering year 2 in Cleveland?
Well, I think he's got the utmost confidence. Like, that's the one thing that I think throughout their success, or even their first year when they're at Colorado, didn't have quite as much success as year 2. He remained confident. And really, I think that's what's helped him continue at times to play at a high level, because he's not blessed with the most speed. He doesn't have the strongest arm, even though he can make all the throws. But it's kind of his unwavering belief in himself and his ability to be able to get the job done that I think keeps him, in a quarterback competition and will keep him afloat in the NFL. As far as the following, that's something that's just, you can't fault these kids nowadays for making these sorts of business decisions. Not to completely go on a side tangent, but like I look at what Tom Brady's doing right now, and he's a guy who made a ton of money in the NFL. Don't get me wrong, but he played 23 seasons. If you compare his career earnings to Kirk Cousins, for example, who didn't play as long, who hasn't been as successful. And granted, I get it. Tom Brady got in the NFL before him, but still, he didn't make as much. And I do wonder if he's doing some of these things that we see him do now to try to make up for some of the loss and him taking those team discounts and not doing quite as much. And so I think, with Shedeur, it's more of the opposite. He's trying his best to build his brand, make sure he takes advantage of every opportunity to make money off the field and connect with his fans like that. There's a lot of athletes who are trying to do that nowadays, in particular in college. So it's kind of a new age. I know it's awkward or sometimes hard for a lot of us fans to really embrace guys who conduct themselves in a certain way, but that's the world we're living in. Like whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent, and we can all feel kind of feel sour about it. Even Jake Paul, for example, an Ohio kid. A lot of people want to watch those fights for him to get knocked out. I'll tell you this much though: he's made a lot of money. Fighting in fights where everyone wants to see him get knocked out like he finally did versus Anthony Joshua. But up to that point, he played the heel and he played it well. So I kind of feel like in today's world, guys who are doing controversial things but end up, getting a strong following, end up getting a lot of brand awareness and built out of it, they end up cashing in the end. That's just the world we're living in.
One of the big arguments I make in defending, Shedeur is the idea that his environment last year, the players around him last year, it was a really bad offensive line. That's why they brought 5 new offensive linemen in. They didn't have the wide receivers. That's why they drafted 2 in the first 2 rounds. Even the run game, by the time it got to Shedeur, Judkins was already injured. Halfway through was injured. How important is it, based off your career and everything you've seen, that the environment you enter into really dictates how much success you can have?
Yeah, the situation and circumstance is paramount for most players. I would be willing to sit there and say, look, I don't care how good with Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady. If they don't have help out around them, they're not going to be able to, be the players, that Tom has been or Patrick is. It does take a big supporting cast. You have to have a lot of the pieces that you're talking about. And so that definitely plays a factor. I mean, I think, one of the things I was most curious to see for sure last year was on tape, you could see him make those NFL throws. But their offense wasn't that of which he was asked to do the same things he was going to be asked to do in Stefanski's offense. And I think at times, he has struggled a little bit with that, which every rookie's going to do. But there was some flashes, too, where you saw his ability. And you saw what he was, capable of. So it leaves me optimistic about this season for him. A full offseason to, granted, new offense, but one that probably, again, fits even his skill set better. If you go back to his days – before Colorado too, constantly playing in shotgun, constantly playing in offenses that aren't going to be based so much off of the outside zone running scheme and a lot of the boots and things that Stefanski would have liked to do and likes to do with his quarterbacks under center. It changes the dynamic a bit. So I think this is a much better fit for him, and I'm really, again, curious to see what he does in year 2.
All right, Brady, let's get to those 10 to 12 college football quarterbacks who could end up putting themselves in the first-round conversation this next year. Of those guys, what quarterbacks are you most excited to kind of see where they are at this point in their careers in 2026?
So there's some names that are more off the map. There's a guy like Drew Mestemaker. I don't know if you've followed his career at all from North Texas.
Yeah, this is a wild story. Brady, that's a wild story to me. How do you go from never playing in high school, didn't start on his high school team, to now this?
Yeah. And if you look at his mechanics, it's actually very compact, very simple, he makes it look easy. And he's a big kid. He's an incredible athlete. And so he balled out last year at North Texas. Eric Morris is head coach, goes to Oklahoma State. He follows him there. And they'll be able to put up numbers again within that offense. But he's one of the most intriguing prospects that probably no one really knows. And he could be one of those guys that everyone falls in love with because of his upside. And he's going to draw comparisons to Ryan Tannehill, but quite frankly, I think he's actually got a more higher upside just from a pure passer. When you watch his tape and watch what he does, he's an interesting one. Nico Iamaleava was one of the highest recruited quarterbacks coming out of his class in high school. A lot was made of the deal that he turned down at Tennessee and ultimately ended up at UCLA. But if you see this young man throw the football, I mean, he's an incredible athlete. He's got a laser for an arm. And he's one of those guys that's going to fly under the radar, and he might not make his way in the first-round pick, but it's going to be really fascinating to see if he can end up being a guy that's viewed as a first-round pick when it's all said and done, purely based off talent alone. But like a lot of the favorites are going to be Arch Manning, obviously, Dante Moore, C.J. Carr, Notre Dame. I think if he has a big year, he's another guy that could very well be the first quarterback overall taken. Trinidad Chamos out of Ole Miss, he's another one that with what they did in the playoff last year really burst on the scene. He's got the ability to extend plays and run with his feet and make the big-time throws. It's just now a different offense for him with Pete Golding taking over full time. So can he continue to carry that? Sam Levitt moves to LSU in Lane Kiffin's system. It's going to be fascinating to see what he's capable of doing. He's another guy that I kind of look at and watch and go, I felt like he was one of those guys who was like a one and done, kind of first read's not there, I'm going to take off and run. He's going to be asked to do more at LSU, and I think he's capable of it. But what the SEC defense is going to face, how does he handle that? But he's another guy thrown into that conversation. Jordan Mailata, the quarterback out at SC, he's another guy who's put on some great tape, good athlete, can make all of the throws. Doesn't wow you with many other things, but a lot of things that you do watch and kind of like. And then, you got Darian Mensah at Miami. I could go on and on, guys. Like, I'm telling you, this class is one of the most intriguing that I've ever followed because there's so many that will have the opportunity to go. And I do wonder, if some guys will maybe stay back because they're going to be all jockeying for I don't know how many spots. Are there going to be 5 or 6 taken next year's draft? That'd be a lot, but that's also the kind of inventory that they're going to have in the draft class. And I haven't mentioned Julian Sand. I haven't mentioned Dante Moore. I mean, that's just 2 more guys you add to the list. So it's an incredible has incredible potential to be a big-time draft class. It just comes down to, how these guys play and, how quarterback needs some of these teams get.
Yeah, in Ohio, obviously, we keep track of Julian Sand. Do you think he's another one of these Ohio State quarterbacks that is just a product of the system, or do you think he is the system?
It's hard to put it that way. I guess I'd go about it this way. I think he gets the tag of being a game manager, right? There's been quarterbacks who get that label sometimes. And I always kind of respond by just saying, well, he's a hell of a game manager then, right? He's accurate with the football. He's timely with the football. He makes good decisions. Yeah, I think the one thing he's got to work on that we saw exploited a bit in particular versus Miami, when he was getting hit and he was getting pressure, got a little bit erratic, got a little bit rattled. And those are things that every quarterback it's going to happen to, right? They always talk about moving a quarterback off the spot, but maybe more so with him than what we saw before that. So maybe that's one of those things that he's being more conscious of versus pressure versus a blitz, how he ends up handling it. But you can't fault the kid because he's throwing to Jeremiah Smith, right? Like that's just part of the job when you go to Ohio State. You're probably going to have a guy who's going to be a top 10 pick, a wide receiver.
All right, Brady. Notre Dame, 2 years ago, they lose in the national championship game. Marcus Freeman has another really nice team here. You mentioned C.J. Carr. Is this the year that under Marcus Freeman they punch through and win the national championship?
I mean, it sure looks like it's going to shape up to be that. I mean, if you look at their defense, they have so much experience coming back. They added some needed physicality, depth, and size up front on their defensive line. Bobakor Traore comes back at the defensive end spot. I think he really can be one of those guys we talk about as being a potential first-round pick. Leonard Moore is the best cornerback in the country, so I don't think he's going to see much action. They brought into the portal, McKinney, who was at Colorado, was a very highly touted recruit, ends up transferring to Notre Dame. So I'm just not really sure we're going to throw the football with the secondary and the amount of experience they've got. They've got about 6 deep at linebacker. KVA is a name you're going to hear a lot. Kingston Viliama Asu. I mean, he's incredible. I mean, he can play off the edge. He can play off the ball. He's everywhere. So their defense should be once again lights out. It really comes down to offensively the identity of this team. Last year, I think everyone looked at him and said, you had Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price. That's your two-headed monster in the backfield. And Jeremiah Love might be the most special talent Notre Dame's had probably since Rocket Ismail. I mean, he's that big of a game changer. They don't have that anymore. And not to say that the running back group isn't going to be good, but this is an offense that's going to be led by C.J. Carr. You saw that with a couple of the Ohio State wide receivers who transferred there. Some of the guys like Jordan Faison they already have. It might be a pass-first offense. It might be an offense where you see a lot more downfield, a lot more quick game, getting the ball out of his hands to open up the run game as the offensive line starts to solidify itself and as they start to kind of figure out who are the featured backs in this offense. But the schedule sets up well. It just comes down to if they can avoid those early slip-ups like we've seen in Marcus Freeman's tenure. That's the biggest concern for Notre Dame.
Brady, great stuff, man. Really do appreciate your time. And, hey, football's back, so I'm sure we'll be bugging you in the not-too-distant future to come back on.
Please do, guys. Can't wait for it. It can't come soon enough.
I appreciate you, buddy. Brady Quinn there, former Browns quarterback, Notre Dame great, and, of course, college football analyst and radio host, so many jobs, but the Fox college football analyst there on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say and talking about finding the next Carson Schlesinger in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Whether you're at the ballpark, on the golf course, or doing nothing at all, get the Cleveland sports news at 923thefan.com or use the Odyssey app.
To start the season, I think it'll be Deshaun. I mean, they've got so much money wrapped up into him. And I think if you look at the body of work of Deshaun, when he was healthy, and I know that's dating him, but he's a much better fit for what Todd Monken wants to do than what he was being asked to do under Kevin Stefanski. I always kind of thought that was a bad pairing together. And hopefully he's healthy enough, he can stay healthy, and the Browns can actually see what he's capable of. But I would think from the financial perspective and the experience, it would make the most sense to start the season with Deshaun. Now, if things go sideways quick, then you see what you have in Shedeur. I think he also did enough last year to make him intriguing and to make you want to take a look at him a little bit longer before you go into next year's draft. Next year and even the following year, you're going to have guys who are going to become draft eligible. They're absolute studs that are going to be first-round picks. So it's going to be fascinating to see what the Browns do, in particular later on in the season, or if Deshaun gets off to a slow start.
Former Browns quarterback, Notre Dame star, Brady Quinn, college football analyst, Browns fan, Cleveland sports fan. And so just to call back to the very beginning part of that piece of sound with Brady there, Brady talked about, and I can actually remember it, Brady for a couple years has said he didn't think Stefanski and Deshaun were a good fit.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone brought this up when the trade was being made, and the Browns dismissed it. We brought it up all 3 years that Deshaun was going to be the face of this team. Why didn't the Browns take that seriously? I think that's like the frustrating part of this is it's like, okay, Deshaun didn't do what Kevin Stefanski wants his quarterback to do, and it took to, year 3 before we got around to the things Deshaun likes to do as a quarterback?
Yeah, I can't explain it. I do think that a lot of people just thought Stefanski was such a whiz, and I'm doing that sarcastically. I hope that's picked up, that it wasn't going to matter, right? That he was, together they would find a way to make it all work, and obviously it didn't work. But there's enough people that believed in Stefanski in a way that you and I just didn't, that they were convinced it was always going to work, and it just no. But within that, it does give you hope if you think Deshaun can be something this following year. That was the whole reason why it didn't work for Deshaun, was that Stefanski was holding him back.
The other thing that I took away from that piece of sound is we have just normalized this idea of going into the season thinking you're going to play two quarterbacks.
I know. I hate it. I don't understand it. I don't get it. It makes no sense to me.
And it is. We need to normalize calling it out. That's not healthy. That's not a healthy mentality for a team. Again, when the quarterbacks are Deshaun and Shedeur. If there was any tangible reason to think delaying Shedeur by 6 weeks would make him a better quarterback, sure. No, it's his second year of his career. He's not a rookie.
It just doesn't make any sense. It makes about as much sense as people that are like, well, I'm about to get married, but hey, my second wife, we're going to do this differently. Like, what? Huh? Like no, the plan to get married is to get married until the end of time. When you start a quarterback, the plan is to go all 17 games. It's not to go ahead and be like, well, if he's off to a slow start, hit the eject button and then see what you have in Shedeur. Like, if that's your thought process, you're way behind the 8 ball.
So we likely will have a Guardians game to react to in just a few moments here, or at some point in the next little bit here. But rookies did report today. And so I think that you actually kind of brought this up about how, a year ago, in the pre-show, you brought this up about a year ago, we weren't talking about Carson Schlesinger as being the best rookie because people like myself, it was the one draft pick of the top 4 or 5 picks we didn't love. And lo and behold, Carson Schlesinger, a year out, looks like the absolute best player that you drafted. And that's not because Mason Graham, Quinshon Judkins, or Harold Fannin Jr. looked bad. Because that's how good Carson looked. So who is your best bet right now to be this year's Schlesinger?
Denzel Boston's going to be my pick here. And it's the same pick that Jason had. I was upset Jason stole it, but it's just how I see this going down. I like Boston more than Concepcion. I do. I liked him in the pre-draft process more, and I think he's going to have a better season. And that's not because I think Spencer is going to suck at left tackle. And that's not even because I would imagine... are we going EMW? Are we officially doing that?
For Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
Yeah, are we officially doing that or no?
I mean, it sounds like BMW, so we kind of have to, no?
It sounds like a car you would drive. All
right. He's fast. The car is fast.
We're still working out the nicknames for everybody.
He's a luxury safety.
We're still trying to figure it all out. Like, anytime I say Concepcion, I still think no Recepcion. So that's kind of, and then I think Edwin Encarnacion, and that brings a whole different set of circumstances in the mix. Like so my choice is Denzel Boston. I think we're going to look up a year from now, and he would have had a dynamic season, and we will think to ourselves, in 1 year from now, that was the best rookie choice. Doesn't mean he is the best rookie and will always be the best out of this rookie class. It just means 1 year from now, he will have had the most impact.
I think the toughest thing here is, I think Spencer's the one guy I think is guaranteed significant playing time this year. There's enough wide receivers there that I could see Denzel getting pinched and being like a second half of the season guy coming on, right? I'm not saying that's the most likely, but I can see the numbers thing costing Denzel some, and maybe some rawness costing him some kind of early relevance. So, but he's a left tackle. Like, I don't think anyone's kicking Spencer out of left tackle unless it's George Warhop. I think Spencer's going to be your starting left tackle. The problem is we don't have stats that tell everyone how good Spencer Fano is.
We just have PFF.
Yeah, and even then, it's not going to be the same old PFF because they gutted the whole damn thing. So, it's going to be tough for Spencer Fano to get a lot, unless he is just a...
I mean, but though, for the most part, you watched Jedrick Wills play football, and you knew whether what you were watching was something of substance or something of...
Yeah, but
what you're describing is just an inability as a whole to judge a left tackle.
Joe Thomas is the number one guy that I've ever seen of an offensive lineman walk in day one and just okay, that one settled for a while. But beyond that, Alex Mack was good at points as a rookie, but did I know he was a top 3, top 5 center year one? No, I didn't. Most of the offensive linemen that people see you're not really going to have an opinion on him until enough people say he's really good.
Oh, I think a lot of people are going to have opinions pretty early on Spencer. I think it's going to be...
If Jed Wills,
you're giving up sacks and everything, I don't think it's going to be too hard to figure out whether or not you like Spencer Fano.
Well, but that's what I mean. You can tell when an offensive line is bad. You can't always tell the difference between a good offensive lineman and a great offensive lineman this early in his career. I'm not a believer in Concepcion. I do think it's going to be EMW.
That's the take I thought you were going to go with, by the way.
And I think a lot of this is I'm just... Rookie wide receivers, I just am never entirely sure on because it's such a yes or no question. It really is, and it's so.
And I'm playing in the yes department of this.
Well, but it's so few and far between that rookie receivers walk in and just ball out. It really is. I think it's one of the toughest positions to walk into and just be a dominant player.
Usually you have a good quarterback that goes with it, right? Jamar Chase instantly year one. It's oh yeah, we're with Joe Burrow. This is going to work. We drafted you for a reason. It's paying off dividends this early for a reason.
So
it's hard with the position he's in, especially if Deshaun is the quarterback.
I think it's hard for rookie receivers to come in, and that's if you have a great quarterback.
That's what I thought. I thought I was going against the grain and even choosing a wide receiver. Not only choosing a wide receiver, choosing the second wide receiver out of this board.
But I just think EMW is going to come in. He's going to have a definitive spot. I think he's got a little ball hawkishness to him that I think is also going to help. I think he could have some sexy stats as a rookie.
Safeties are in right now too.
And yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a stretch. Grant Delpit's a really nice player. Ronnie Hickman's a nice player. I don't think it's a stretch that Emmanuel McNeil-Warren becomes your best safety early
but also
this season.
The same way you describe left tackles and say it's a little bit harder sometimes for you to look and see stand out. It is hard. It's harder for safeties as well to have that same effect.
I mean, if you're constantly around the football though, and you have an interception and a forced fumble early in the year, at least you have those stats. Is what I'm trying to say. Not that you're wrong about the safety thing, but if you got a couple interceptions, or you get a couple forced fumbles, or you have a 14 tackle game, all of a sudden people are pretty confident saying you're good at football.
Yeah, but I mean, I would imagine the setup, unless a Schlesinger injury happens, Schlesinger is the guy that's going to be around the football an absolute ton. You're going to have basically every other play be a trade-off between the two.
But I think EMW, and by the way, I don't think there's a guy that I look at and go, oh, I don't think he's going to matter in. I wasn't the biggest fan of Austin Barber. They really like Austin Barber, and I think he fit. It wouldn't surprise me if he ended up taking a spot here.
Brailsford is going to be really interesting in this preseason. And I heard Daryl earlier today, because Jeff is making this big Brailsford push, by the way. I don't know if you're aware of this or not. Yeah, he's making this big...
I'm not going to say anything about that, because I don't want to upset somebody.
Parker Brailsford push, as if the whole camp depends on Brailsford's production.
You know what I like about Jeff? I really do. He sees the best in everyone.
But like people that don't need the best to be seen in them
But
sometimes.
no, he likes plucky
like
underdogs.
Joe Milton didn't need that.
He likes plucky underdogs, and he sees the best in everyone.
I just would give it 3 days. He's going to be on a Joe Royer kick, okay? Like, this is how this is going to work.
I don't hate Joe Royer. You're going to need a second tight end.
He was named in, like, the ESPN all-backup team or something insane.
He's also apparently dating his coach's 18-year-old daughter.
I saw that story. I saw the timelines on when they started dating also a little murky.
Yeah.
Did they originally start dating when she was 18, or did it happen earlier and they
She
just put it out
could
to the
read.
public when she was 18? I don't know.
She could read at an 18-year-old level.
Well, that's how you know he's a really good football player, though. When the football coach is like, not that reason, you goober.
Okay.
When the football coach is like, please date my daughter.
Yeah.
That's usually a good sign, is it not?
I mean, it means he's probably a good guy.
Because as a dad myself, you're a dad also.
Or he's just a horrible father.
I'm so far away from that predicament, right? But I would think if I'm like, hey, you should probably date my daughter, I think you guys would get along. It's probably because I think pretty highly of the person.
If I was a football coach and my 23-year-old tight end or 22-year-old tight end tried to date my 18-year-old daughter,
we might have a different conversation.
I wouldn't have a tight end anymore.
Well, again, 18-year-old. That's when they put it out there. We don't know if it was actually earlier than that because, the internet did some sleuthing.
But I'm sure it's on the up and up.
I'm sure.
216-474-0092.
I'm sure.
Who has the best chance of being this year's Carson Schlesinger? And we do have to talk about that unsavory Gardo's loss in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Your morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, afternoon drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and Jonathan back on Afternoon Drive. Guardians lose in extra innings 3-1 to the Twins, so they split the 4-game series with the Twins. I want to make a comment on here, and I don't want to make it sound mean because it actually just made me laugh.
Okay.
I'm really enjoying the roving analysts that we're getting. Obviously, we have Cody Allen and Jimenez on. One of the other guys doing it is Ben Brassard.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, Ben Brassard looks like a construction manager in New York. He's got like this curly mop top thing going. He's got a strong stash.
He's been going for a bit here.
And every time I see him, I'm just like, where are the plans, Marty? Where are the plans? Like, I just imagine he's like yelling at people in a New York accent.
Okay, maybe he wants to. Maybe that's what he wants to be doing.
I don't even think he's from New York. He just looks like a.
I would take yelling in a New York accent over yelling about the Guardians going 0 for 17 in runners in scoring position right now.
Yeah, well, that's half of social media right now. They're very upset.
Yeah, and it does fall back to the idea that this is just one game, but 3 hits and a million opportunities it felt like to then not only have that game, but to win that game, and it is a very disappointing outcome.
Yeah, I will tell you, you had 2 men on and no outs. I think it was DeLauder was up, and he struck out
looking
on it. And in fairness, it was a fringe pitch. I understand why not only did he strike out looking, but also then challenge the pitch. But it's like there just has to be a little bit more aggressiveness later in these games. And there is sometimes with the Guardians hitters and extras, it's like, oh, you think this is still the 3rd inning? You still think we'll get them 3 innings from now?
Yeah, and by the way, the only reason why they got runners on first and second on that is because you had the ghost man to start on second.
And then they walked
Hosey. Yeah, so it's not as if they did a lot to get there. And it seemed like, oh, bases are packed. And it's like, no, they didn't do much to even do that. Couple thoughts on this one, all right? Bazana, I thought, saved the game at one point. The play he made in the 10th inning, that was legitimately at the time. I thought if the Guardians had walked that off, I would have pointed to that play in particular, and not only a turning point for some of the defensive stuff we've had with problems with Bazana, but also like job well done there. That would have been great. We got to talk about Gaddis is going to be the focal point of this, obviously. I liked going to Cade Smith in the 8th in that spot. I thought it set up nicely. Obviously, the job didn't get done, but that was the right job by Vogt. The bad job by Vogt was going to Gaddis to begin with in that inning.
Yeah. Two guys who I know they actually have had good moments this year, but who just consistently aren't what they've been in previous years, have been Gaddis and Sabrowski.
Mm-hmm.
And the Sabrowski thing I can at least get away with, like it's an injury thing. He just hasn't been 100% healthy. The Gaddis thing I just can't figure out. The man's a gas can. And I listen, I know at the deadline they're probably going to have to go out there and get a high leverage arm, and that's probably just what we're talking about. But when you're 2 high leverage guys between Sabrowski and Gaddis, if you can't trust him in that spot, you need to stop giving him that spot. It's time to see an Alamon. It's time to see, I know Espino's in AAA, and I know Stephen Vogt is much like Terry Francona. They're very loyal guys. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
Gaddis is not that guy in this kind of game. He might be an 8th inning guy if you've got a 3-run lead. If it's 1-1 or if it's 1-0, how the hell are you putting that guy out there?
Vogt knew it. That's why he went to Cade. Like, he knew it. He knew that in that spot, and once you started putting runners on the bases, like, it wasn't meant for Gaddis.
So I am not sky is falling guy with the Guardians. I think if anything, I'm overly sunshiny about this Guardians team.
You typically are, yeah.
What I'm going to say is this is the kind of series that you can't afford to lose anymore. Like, we are in the final 55 to 57 games of the season. And specifically games like tonight, when you can get the 4-game series win against a team that even though I don't really respect them or think they're that good of a team, they're still in it. They're still within earshot. This is the kind of series you can't blow when you start out by getting the first two, and especially knowing Tampa Bay's on the road after this. I know Cincinnati has been a non-starter.
The schedule gets easier after Tampa Bay.
But I will say I think that's the thing. I don't love banking on the fact that you got an easy schedule down the road. You have to understand the importance of this game. And what was it, 17?
0 for 17 with runners in scoring position. They had 3 hits total in the day.
You just got to get your head out of your ass in situations like this.
J-Ram, DeWater, Rocchio, and Bazzana. That is your 2, 3, 4, and 5 hitters combined for a robust 0 for 16 at the plate.
Well, and what's funny about this loss is this kind of loss is the one that makes the conversation Baskin and Phelps had earlier today more prescient. And that was, and by the way, Stephen Kwan had 2 of your 3 hits today. Stephen continues to rake.
Although he did miss a prime opportunity in the 9th inning to end the game there.
Didn't he miss one in extras? I'm struggling to remember the exact situation, but he had a pretty decent shot in extras too. But anyway, so we obviously we've been having the conversation about whether or not Stephen is back and what that constitutes. Well, today, Andy Baskin maybe put a trade for Stephen Kwan back on the table.
You're going to go into the offseason maybe heading into arbitration.
Andy, it's not like Steven's going to go in, hi, I hit about 180 for most of the year. I'd like $25 million, please.
I also wonder.
So what if they go to arbitration?
They won't, though. The Guardians won't go to arbitration.
But even if they did, so what? He's not going to break the bank. Steven is most valuable to our team here right now, playing and hitting leadoff. Keep going, young man. Happy for you. Glad you turned the corner. Stay that way. Let's go. Just play.
Unless Philly came in with some kind of offer, you're like, we got to do this.
And why would somebody do that for Steven right now?
Desperate.
So, they get me. Now, I want to tell you, guys, if you missed any of this conversation, it was maybe my favorite conversation I've heard on the station so far, except for our 2 hours here, of course.
2 hours and 49 minutes we've been on.
But no, I mean, I think it was about 11:40 today, and they had me hooked in the car listening to this. And I think this is an important reminder of, I think the Guardians should be sellers. I'm sure you think I think the Guardians should be buyers.
Yeah.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure every Guardians fan wants them to be buyers. Well, games like today, where Kwan's the only guy hitting, and you've got 1 year of control after this, and you might actually see some daylight on some value for a guy a year ago that was going to get you, alongside Emmanuel Clase, a bevy of picks and assets that you're probably not getting anymore, certainly for Clase, but now maybe for Stephen Kwan. If you leave this thing to the ambiguity, or if you leave this thing ambiguous for this front office, a Stephen Kwan trade is not asinine.
Well,
the more you have series like this.
The real question attached to this is whether or not Stephen Kwan in the past 3 weeks of baseball has built enough equity back up across the entire baseball. Because I would bet Kwan does want to be moved.
Mm-hmm.
If you made me bet, he wants to get paid a lot of money and he wants to be moved, and I'm sure he'd love to. If he hits, if he hits like he did for the past 3 weeks for the next 3 months, then that'll be right back on the table, and people forget about the first couple months that he struggled.
Meisel did a great write-up on Stephen Kwan and kind of getting right. And basically, Stephen Kwan's like, I just started taking the soft stuff the other way and just took easy hits, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And theoretically, I think that eventually he's going to get some stuff to start driving. And so all the residual numbers, I think, are going to take a jump. I think that has to happen, though, before anybody outside of Cleveland starts.
And that's kind of the problem, right? We only got a handful of days before we even get a chance to then deal him off. And so I don't think he's done enough to rebuild that because he put himself in too much of a hole as is.
So I probably agree. And here's the other thing. I actually agree with Phelps in the clip. I get that Steven might not see the money truck here. I get that Steven might be maybe feeling the pressure of that. With love and respect to Stephen Kwan, I don't see subtracting Stephen Kwan, you're going to make this team any better for a stretch run. And I don't think you're going to get something for Stephen Kwan that makes me say, right. Well, the old, what is it? Who we get for Savali? Oh, Kyle Manzardo for Savali, where it's like you can't turn this kind of deal down.
The only thing that would make sense is if they really kind of gave up on the idea that this year mattered at all and was playing for the idea that you want to get as many young kids playing as you possibly can. But they've started this youth movement, but they haven't shown you those signs that they want to do that completely. That's why Watson got sent back down. If they wanted to go that route, and again, it's kind of like waving the white flag on being competitive, which I think is an awful decision because the AL stinks. You're going to be in the playoffs this year. But if they wanted to go that route, then yeah, you could do it.
216-474-0092. So we're piggybacking off the conversation Andy and Jeff had. Again, I think it's about 11:40 today. It's either that or 12 o'clock. They had a great conversation about Stephen Kwan and whether or not trading him is back on the table. If you're, even right now, after the loss, you're a game and a half back in the Central, that is easy to maintain. That is easy to erase. And the rest of the AL is still pretty Charmin soft here. Mm-hmm. I get you might be able to get some value. I understand there might be a world you can get value for Stephen Kwan. I just don't know what the real value is and what you're sending the message to that clubhouse and specifically to your fan base.
Well, that's what it is. You're telling the clubhouse and the fan base we're not trying for this year. We're done trying for this year. It's a developmental season. And listen, Kwan himself should not put so much weight on it. But when you're subtracting that way, that's what you're telling everybody. It's all about trying to get better with DeWater and Bazana and these young guys getting them at-bats.
A little bit of news here to pass along from the Browns side of things. Mary Kay Cabot just tweeting out, the Browns have placed Malik Collins on the PUP list at the start of camp as he continues to recover from his torn quad surgery. Should be noted this was expected given the injury that he had, but just a reminder where the Browns are health-wise at defensive tackle.
All right. Yep, we'll keep an eye on that one. Coach Riz's guy, Malik Collins.
I'm just going to say this right now. I think it'd be better for the Browns if Malik Collins was healthy.
Is that your take?
100% healthy now today.
Thank you for that take. I appreciate that.
You're not going to get that anywhere else.
I like that you really put yourself out there in that moment.
That's what they say about Nick Wilson.
When you set it up, I was thinking to myself, what do you want to say about Malik Collins in this spot? Oh no,
he's good at football.
I mean that's why my commentary was, Coach Riz loves him. Coach Riz absolutely. I've never seen a player that Coach Riz loves more than Malik Collins.
I would say any half-ass quarterback.
He does love his quarterbacks that just kind of stink.
Him and Jeff Phelps. If that quarterback has ever done anything in the NFL, they're okay.
Yeah. They
Hasn't
see the best
done
of
diddly squat? Oh, man, they got some upside.
So is that what that is? Because I've always said Coach Riz can just find the best in everyone. You said like 20 minutes ago you think the same thing applies to Phelps, but it's finding the best in
the worst
in situations where you don't have to try to find the best. You know what I mean? Like Dylan Gabriel. If you put him into like a high school football game, yeah, he's going pretty awesome. You know what I mean? Like versus that, he's going pretty awesome.
Depending on which high school.
Some levels of college. He's gonna.
I don't know. Dylan could hack it at Wadsworth.
He's gonna look pretty awesome.
They were in state last year.
Some levels of college, he's gonna look pretty awesome. It's just we have to compare him to the NFL, not necessarily those levels of college.
John on Twitter saying the primary thing the Guardians need to do is figure out what to do at first base. Ralphie won't be up in 2026.
Yeah. I mean, Manzardo with a prime opportunity to go ahead and get people on his side and just squandered that one again today.
Same thing with Rhys Hoskins.
Another 0-for-4 day out of Hoskins. Another 0-for-4 day out of Manzardo. Welcome to the club.
But what they make up, what they lack in production, they make up for
in mustaches.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
No, that's all right.
Just like Meatloaf. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Count down the days until training camp and the trading deadline with the only show dedicated to Cleveland sports every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
And remember, you can take the Fan with you wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
32 teams in 16 days coming up at 6:20. Alex Gold of Kansas City Radio talking Chiefs. Will Mahomes play week 1? And then Donnie Druin, Cards on SI at 6:30, talking about how bad the Cardinals are going to be this year. Don't worry, we're going to make it fun. We're going to make their misery a lot of fun. In the meantime, let's go ahead and get to the lead here. Jason Lloyd, this week's birthday boy, joined the show today at 3 and doesn't know why teams would change their rosters for LeBron.
I don't know that at 41 you start tearing apart your team to bring in a guy who's only going to be there for a year or two. I don't know that that really makes a ton of sense, and I think that's sort of what the league is telling them. First of all, I don't know that they're necessarily available. The Wizards are trying to win this year. How successful they'll be, I don't know, but they just gave Trae Young a bag of money, and they're trying to compete, and they're trying to get better, and they're trying to win. So I don't know that necessarily those guys are even available. And if they are, I think teams are having a hard conversation of why should we uproot our entire roster for this guy who's not quite at the powers that he was 10 years ago. And he's only going to be here for a year or two. So if a move like that makes sense for your team outside of LeBron, then go ahead and investigate it. But if you're just doing this to appease or acquiesce to a 41-year-old, I don't know that that makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, and it might be just where we're at with the sweepstakes. LeBron is waiting on something, and that something's not going to materialize because a lot of teams are looking at it as he's a top 20 player in the NBA, but we don't know how long he's going to play for, and we don't want to mortgage the farm to go ahead and try to find out.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get him for 20 cents on the dollar the way the Wizards did at this deadline this last year, then I don't think that's value meeting a great player. That's a little easier to appease LeBron on. Mm-hmm. Some of the outlandish things that people have suggested, like trading Evan Mobley, who, again, the Cavs were not trading Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown, who is a top 15 player right now, at worst, at the most valuable position in the NBA, which is big wing. If they're not going to trade Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown, they're not going to trade it for Anthony freaking Davis.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think I just don't think it's practical. I don't think the Cavs would do that. I still think the Warriors would probably pay more than a lot of people realize for Anthony Davis. And maybe that's the hang up here. They're trying to see what Golden State will or won't do. I'm worried we're going to have to wait till August 6th to try to find out some of this stuff, though, Nick. And that's a while.
The doubt in the back of my head on what you just said is, this might be LeBron using his leverage, not necessarily to get Anthony Davis somewhere else, but just to see if the Wizards are going to get real good and thirsty to pay him. Again, driving Anthony Davis's value up so that maybe the Wizards, I don't know, get tricked into paying him, something like that. But yeah. I don't know. I don't. Maybe it's because of what we're about to play with Shams, but there's just a lot of hullabaloo out there.
And the other part of this too is that if the genesis of this is a Kevin O'Connor report, I don't think he's wrong that this is how basketball people are thinking about the situation. But I don't think this is the part that came directly from Rich Paul and from LeBron James. Yeah. I just don't. I think he was using a lot of good sourcing across the NBA, and this is a predominant thought around the NBA that Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving is a part of this. But I don't think if you told me be truthful about it, what do you think? I'd say I don't think Rich Paul and LeBron James are thinking that way. Shams on Pat McAfee today, and although I've thought Shams have been dead wrong on basically 98% of the things he's talked about with this, maybe he's getting right here as he talked about nothing else can be done to try to sway LeBron James to their team.
Now that we're 20 days in, there's nothing left. The teams are the teams. The information's the information. LeBron has everything he needs to make a decision. The conversations have happened. From my understanding, my sources tell me LeBron James, his agent Rich Paul, that inner circle, they're not waiting for another domino right now. They're not waiting for Anthony Davis to get traded anywhere. They're not waiting for anyone else to move around anywhere. The teams, Cleveland, Miami, Golden State, Philadelphia, Minnesota, they're set. Those are the teams.
All right, if that's the case, if it's not for another domino, then the only other plausible reason LeBron hasn't made his decision.
We're back to Baskin's theory, right?
Is that he's pissed and wants to show the NBA who's boss.
I shouldn't say Baskin's theory. Baskin's sources.
I think we all had that theory, by the way. We just didn't have the source.
We didn't have the
Man,
source.
does he know his stuff?
And according to the internet, Baskin doesn't either.
That's not fair.
It's really funny. Internet's really funny about it. They're like, source, myself. Like a lot of that commentary just kept popping up. And this is not a
bunch of jamokes that never were at News Channel 5 for 20 years, you bastards.
If they knew Baskin, they would know that he doesn't just make things up. And if anything, he has been aggravated that this has gone as viral as it has been.
He seemed real excited about today. Don't act like he wasn't excited about it.
That man just does not care. He doesn't care about being aggravated.
That's Jeff Phelps. That
I
just
know
doesn't
Baskin
care.
doesn't either. I've never once thought Baskin's like, oh sweet, 5 million impressions on Bleacher Report. I've never thought that with him.
Andy is a very prideful newscaster, and the fact
that's
he's getting a lot of attention.
He cares about getting it right. More than anything else.
Well, I think that's it. He got it right, and it went viral, went national.
No, he doesn't care.
Just a moment of time before Andy Baskin's on ESPN.
Don't tell that to him.
Got to give him hope, so then we can pull it away later.
How does he feel about him going viral with those new glasses? 5 million impressions later. Not enough Devo comments on the glasses, by the way, which tells me maybe you and Jeff Phelps were a little off on that.
Or maybe just not enough people now know who Devo is.
Maybe. That's probably more reality.
Brady Quinn joined us today at 4 and believes Deshaun Watson gets the first crack at quarterback.
To start the season, I think it'll be Deshaun. I mean, they've got so much money wrapped up into him. And I think if you look at the body of work of Deshaun, when he was healthy, and I know that's dating him, but he's a much better fit for what Todd Monken wants to do than what he was being asked to do under Kevin Stefanski. I always kind of thought that was a bad pairing together. And hopefully he's healthy enough, he can stay healthy, and the Browns can actually see what he's capable of. But I would think from the financial perspective and the experience, it would make the most sense to start the season with Deshaun. Now, if things go sideways quick, then you see what you have in Shedeur. I think he also did enough last year to make him intriguing and to make you want to take a look at him a little bit longer before you go into next year's draft. Next year and even the following year, you're going to have guys who are going to become draft eligible. They're absolute studs that are going to be first-round picks. So it's going to be fascinating to see what the Browns do, in particular later on in the season, or if Deshaun gets off to a slow start.
You have to keep reminding ourselves, guys, the Deshaun with a slight edge camp is just basing this off of the idea that they thought Deshaun Watson was going to have the job 3 months ago, 2 months ago, 1 month ago. In 3 weeks, 4 weeks, this narrative is all going to be way more sound in information than what it currently is.
Yeah, also, Brady Quinn is a dude that played in the league. He obviously has incredible contacts across the sport. He also does NFL and college football content. So when I hear him saying the plan is to play 2 quarterbacks and he doesn't even question it, tells me how good of a job the Browns have at normalizing this idea. And I'm here to tell you, guys, if in July a team goes, well, we're going to see what Deshaun does and then we're going to see what Shedeur does, and they did it last year as well, at some point you got to learn from that.
Are they going to have as quick of a hook, though, is the question I have off this.
I just refuse to believe that the Browns, as smart as they are, don't know how disastrous it is to think that way going into camp.
I mean, Joe Flacco got 4 games. I'd be surprised if they made Deshaun Watson the starter, and then after 4 games they said we got to go to Shedeur already.
It depends if Todd Monken neuters Deshaun Watson the way that Kevin Stefanski neutered Joe Flacco.
I don't think he's got that in him, if we're being honest. He's not check down Charlie. Monken's not living for the 5-yard bubble screen.
That's right. He's a no risky, no biscuit kind of guy.
That's what we like about him.
That's why we're in the Monken business.
Mary Kay Cabot on the morning show today believes that Browns fans will accept Deshaun, but under one condition.
I think people will be open-minded towards Deshaun if he performs well and he plays well. And that's going to be hard to determine during training camp. It isn't going to be until the games begin when people will actually be able to see if he's got anything left in the tank or what he has left in the tank. But from a physical standpoint right now, he looks really good. He looks to be, in my mind, the best shape that I've seen him in. And when you see that ball come out, even in the workouts over this summer break, when you see the agility, you see the athleticism that has always been there, but he just looks really, really sharp right now. So I think fans, I could be wrong, but I think fans will give him a chance to see if he can go out there and win some football games.
I think she said this the right way. If he goes out there and plays well, I think there will be fans that come around to the idea of Deshaun, not just this year, but beyond. The problem is you're at least 2 months away from that because the regular season doesn't begin for about 8 weeks. So this idea that just because he looks good in camp, that people are going to be like, you know what, this Deshaun Watson guy doesn't stink. There's a fool me once, fool me 4 times element to this.
Yeah, camp's just not enough. I don't care if Deshaun looks awesome in camp. It really won't affect me. It'll be whether or not he can look awesome in games. And even if he does look awesome in games, I'll be waiting for him to get injured, and that's where I can never just fully buy into it, where maybe other people find a way around that.
Earlier today, we put out the poll, by the way.
How's the poll doing?
It's actually kind of evened up a little bit here. So the poll is, will you be open-minded about Deshaun Watson if reports say he's performing well in training camp? 170 votes in, 54.2% saying no, 45.8% saying yes.
All right, that's closer than I thought it would be. Maybe it's just because I'm closed-minded about Deshaun Watson, and I've seen it too much. We've all seen it too much. At least I thought we've all seen it too much. I'm surprised because I agree with the first part of what Mary Kay had to say, which is there's nothing he can do in this training camp that'll convince people that all of a sudden they like Deshaun Watson.
Finally, the Guardians lose 3-1 in 12 innings to the Twins, splitting the 4-game series. Gavin Williams was pretty darn good today. He's actually the first pitcher to strike out at least 11 and not issue a walk in consecutive starts. That's coming from Tom Withers' Twitter handle @TWithersCLE. All right. The playoffs start tomorrow. Who gets the Game 1 start, Gavin Williams or Parker Messick?
It's Messick, and it's not really that close to me. It's nice to see Gavin have a nice by the way, he had an immaculate inning, and I went back and watched it. An immaculate inning is...
Was it immaculate?
It's 9 pitches, 3 strikeouts. There we go. And I went back and watched it because it takes you 35 seconds to watch the whole entire inning. He threw 2 strikes in that entire sequence of 9 pitches. He got the Twins batters swinging on 7 different balls throughout that sequence, which is one of the more incredible immaculate inning performances in my opinion.
So I think because you and I are on the same page with Messick, but I think if it was the Guardians would choose Gavin Williams. He is their prize pick. He was a first-round pick. He's got the better stuff. Like, it means like he throws harder and has, like Messick has a lot of movement to him, but like I think Gavin Williams is what you think of as a Game 1 playoff starter. I think that's where the Guardians would lean. So you and I would choose Messick, but I think they would go Gavin Williams.
It had just been such a little rough stretch there, and and by the way, he got lit up by the Twins earlier in the year, so it's good to see him bounce back a little bit. But like the Brewers game is staying in my head. There's just a couple other games that just stay in my head, and it just Gavin has a propensity to allow a lot of home runs while walking a lot of guys, which that was a great sign of today. No walks out of that's great, but there's just too many days where he just doesn't have it all.
I like Messick's mentality. I like how he goes after guys. People in baseball fawn over the stuff that Gavin Williams has. 216-474-0092. Given what Gavin did today, if the playoffs started tomorrow, who would be your Game 1 starter? Gavin Williams or Parker Messick? And the latest on LeBron and who may or may not be the favorite in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
next, as he'll catch you up on the latest in the sports world from the night before, along with playing the can't-miss clips from the Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
And basketball talk coverage on The Fan, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed Xfinity. Imagine that.
32 teams in 16 days coming up in 1 hour's time. Nick and JP back with you. Back to some Gardos talk, top of the hour there. We've also got to get what Brian Baldinger had to say with Whammer and the Bubble Boy today in mornings.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah. I heard again they took a shot at me saying I don't watch Cavs games.
That happened again, huh?
Yeah, I'm going to have to get my TiVo out. I'm going to have to go back and prove maybe like a little eye tracking stuff and like just to make sure that people can see that I've not just watched these games.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. Like, you know, some people get force-fed stats by teams. Some people base their opinions off what their partner thinks.
Yeah.
Some of those people don't even watch Guardians games and then talk about it on air and say things like you should pay Stephen Kwan $25 million a year.
Yeah.
And then other people do original content that's really interesting.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, so
there
we got that
it.
going for us. Now, does it feel like Miami is back in the lead somehow?
Have they ever left the lead? After a couple days, after the past couple of days, once the markets, again, not stock market, poly market, once the market shifted, doesn't it kind of feel like Miami's just kind of owned this whole entire thing?
I don't know. I feel like we are deep enough into this thing that I don't know who's been the favorite. I don't know who was the favorite. I know there was a Golden State moment. Cleveland was a favorite for a minute, I guess.
So, I mean, one thing they do keep track of by the date on Polymarket. So you can legitimately, you can scroll along and you can see at exactly the point that the Cavs lost being the favorite. I mean, this is like it's all documented. So I can go that route if you want me to. July 18th at 1:00 is when they seem to feel as if everything turned. So it's been a 5-day stretch now. Is what that would indicate. It's been a 5-day stretch where the Heat have been the top dog and in the lead in this thing. I have a hard time thinking it's going to end up being Miami, Nick. I really do. It just doesn't. I just don't see it. But one thing I keep going back to, and what scares me about this, LeBron and Rich Paul mainly at this point, has been pretty adamant this is not LeBron's last year. This is going to be a multi-year approach. He might just believe in Pat Riley and Spoelstra enough to fix this roster and turn it around in not only this trade deadline, but then in a 2-year window and really play for year 2 than year 1. And if he's thinking that way, then I think Miami's going to be on the table.
I would just be shocked if LeBron thought, year 24, I'm cool punting on it.
It's not punting.
Yeah, but
it's not punting. With Giannis and Adebayo, you're still probably like a 5 or a 4 seed.
I think the 2-year approach with an emphasis on the second year, that just sounds very ambitious at 41 going on 42. I'm not saying he won't do it, but
there's a belief in Spoelstra as a coach, and he's one of the best coaches in the NBA for a reason. And I think there's a belief in Pat Riley to be able to go ahead and make sure that he's at least in a position to look like it's a success at the end of the day.
I just think we've gotten to the point where I think you can spin it any which way. I think it's been spun so many ways that I'll be honest with you, I don't think most people know which way is up with this whole thing. It's why when Andy Baskin says something that's very plausible that he's hearing from a source, it goes viral. Because at this point, we've turned Rich Paul and LeBron at a point where this is the lowest amount of power they've had in a free agency chase ever by a wide margin. And we still turn them into Svengalis and turn them into, they're puppeteers and the machinations and all this. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't even know how serious that is anymore.
But you can't see a scenario where it ends up being the Heat or no?
No, I can. I just like,
and that's the problem.
I keep waiting for something, and I think everyone's kind of said, "Hey, nobody knows what's going on," and nothing's really changed. So I guess my thing is, if nothing that I've heard in the last month, if nothing I've heard has changed me from thinking it's the Cavs, then I don't know how we switched to Miami. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, there's not like a defining moment in all of this, right? There's not like a defining, like, this is what did it and this is what moved the markets, at least in the Heat's favor. And the markets might end up looking very silly. I mean, if he ends up in the Warriors, for instance, or let's say he ends up with Philadelphia, then $180 million would have been placed and everyone would just look like idiots. That's all the end result is.
Now, you should be feeling better about this.
About what?
Spin City here, but your whole concern, I don't even know when it was, but at one point you were uncomfortable being the leader of the pack for so long.
Yes, correct. I was uncomfortable with the idea that we would lead this thing wire to wire because that just didn't seem to make sense to me.
So now that it's flipped back to Miami.
It did, oddly enough, give me some sense of confidence.
See, now that makes me happy.
It did. It made me feel a lot better about the whole ordeal. There was, when we were leading the whole thing, and it just seemed like it was almost this foregone conclusion, I did have a lot of worry attached to whether or not we'd actually be able to get the job done because it's just not something we typically live in. And the idea that in the past 5 days, doubt has crept in among the fan base and some hesitation has crept in, I almost feel like we needed this in order to have LeBron come back.
I like it because now the egg isn't on Cleveland's face. If he doesn't choose Cleveland,
it's all in Miami?
Yeah. And if he chooses Cleveland, there's going to be some egg on Miami's face. Not all the egg, but some egg on Miami's face. So I do like that. I like the idea that people aren't going to be like, oh, it was going to be Cleveland, and then it was Dan Gilbert or somebody else's fault.
Yeah, if he chose the 76ers a week ago, it would have looked like we fumbled the bag.
Yeah.
Now it's not really perceived that way. And I guess maybe, is it still, I mean, you made the case that it would look like the Heat is fumbling the bag. I think really the resounding thought would be, wow, LeBron, as he always has been, remains as unpredictable of a human as we got.
Oh, he's going to get a lot of credit on this. Now, the question is he going to get a lot of blame? Because I think if Cleveland was the
depends
favorite.
What type of M. Night Shyamalan twist we have in this.
Well, so totally fair. And I also thought it was interesting that Wendy saying, LeBron, since 2010, he's not going to make a big pronouncement about this. No big
press conferences.
No big press conference.
Yeah.
And it's like
no introductory press conference.
Well, all you have to avoid on that front, LeBron, is saying not 1, not 2, not 6. Like, you can still have a press conference.
Yeah.
You can still have some fun here. Maybe just don't rub everybody's nose in it this time. Maybe that would be.
Or maybe do that.
Yeah, unless you are going to do it to Miami, and then I'm okay.
Maybe do that. Maybe have some fun, LeBron. I don't know. Did everyone think that he was going to sit down and do like a 45 minutes rah-rah? Let's have Whammer in the corner and then let's talk about this.
Lima?
Sure, whatever. I thought he was the bubble boy. I thought Ken was.
Ken's the bubble boy.
Ken's the bubble boy.
Yeah, that was that self-applied. Not. Now, of course, Whammer didn't come up with that. Ken also came up with that.
Ken came up with that.
Yeah.
What bubble boy reference am I missing?
I don't recall, but I definitely remember calling them Whammer and the Bubble Boy.
Could you explain it to me? I don't understand the bubble boy reference.
No, I do not.
I don't get it. I don't know what you're going for.
That was before LeBron. We're at the point where it's before LeBron watch and after LeBron watch.
Oh, okay.
So they're still on a certain list because of that faux thing about, it wouldn't mean as much now. Just
be careful with those lists.
Oh, that's true. It's true. 216.
Give it to me! Give it to me!
It's not even the right one. You get the one of the 2021. We never play the right one, which is of him saying LeBron's coming home, where Lima actually shows emotion, which none of us knew up until that point that he had.
Maybe we just don't have in the system anymore.
That is true.
It got burned with all the files.
Whole new company, really, if you think about it.
Yeah.
That was CBS Sports. This is Odyssey, baby.
Uh-huh. That might have been Entercom at that point, right?
I don't even remember anymore.
We just go through so many. All we know is show up at 2 and work.
Was this Entercom before it was CBS Sports? Who the hell knows? 216-474-0092. It's because we've been here for so long. Is Miami the favorite for LeBron now? Let's go with Jimmy in Talmadge. Jimmy, welcome to the show.
How's it going, guys?
Going all right. What you got for us?
I just want to say it's really interesting that LeBron is a DraftKings partner, and they are the only sports book in America to offer LeBron odds, and that it's taken this long, just giving folks more time to get more action out there for the draft books or DraftKings.
So he's just he's toying with everyone's emotions to make the gambling partners more money?
That's exactly what I think.
Don't they already have enough money? Like, I know the idea with the gambling company.
I don't know if there's such a thing as having too much money.
Then what's LeBron's cut?
It's like a girl too pretty with too much cash or making too money in a car too fast.
What was that again?
It's a country song.
Okay. Jimmy, we appreciate you.
Thank you.
I do like the idea that now we've gone from like the primary motivations for LeBron, which are, well, he's just having fun. He's not taking this all too seriously. Then
it's for the gambling touts?
Well, no, then into he's doing this despite Adam Silver and all the haters. Into there was one other thought that on why LeBron's taking. We got to get a big move going, right?
I will say,
and now it's still like he's making money off the Polymarket.
The people at Polymarket at least need to send him like an edible arrangement or something, because like Polymarket was such a laughable thing, and now it's way more mainstream than it was, let's say, a month ago, even when we started these conversations. I'm not saying that I'm like a part of Polymarket or Kalshi or any of these things, but like we have normalized these sites now, and now enough people like myself I've been to Polymarket, I've looked at the odds, I've navigated through their website enough now because of this. Again, I'm just not the type to bet on the weather. That's not really my jam. But if you were, it's done a lot of business.
Yeah, that I don't understand. I understand I'm going to take the over-under on points in the Trailblazers-Grizzlies game. I get that.
Yeah.
I don't really get the Polymarket thing and throwing your money at that. I think that might be too far into the gambling abyss for me to really lock onto that. Unless anybody wants to sponsor Nick Wilson on that.
Yeah, if Polymarket
I'll get right in that abyss.
If they want to get on board, well, we know what Nicky Dubs does.
Listen, he sells himself. Nick in a car. Welcome to the show, Nick in a car.
Hey, guys. The constant idolatry of this guy is just, it makes me want to puke. I got to be honest with you guys, and I'm just wondering.
So, are you sure you don't have that poo-poo disease that everyone's got right now?
The parasite.
No, I don't. I don't idolize the guy. I never have. I never will. I just won't. I don't want him here. I know I'm in the minority, and that's fine. And the reason I'm in the minority is because he's done us dirty twice. He's about to do us dirty a third time, make us all look like fools. And I just want to know, when he does choose Miami, just so you know, that means he's going to the Hall of Fame as a member of the Miami Heat, and he basically tells everybody in this town that we meant so little.
Why would that be the case? That doesn't make any sense. Why would that be the case?
Why would what be the case?
Why would he go in as a Heat? That doesn't make any sense.
So you're telling me if he goes back to the Heat, he's going to go to the Hall of Fame as a Cleveland Cavalier?
Yeah, I think that remains, no matter where he goes this upcoming thing, it's going to be as a Cav. He's openly talked about how 2016 is his favorite championship, and it's not even close.
Oh, okay. Well, then what's the decision at this point? You guys don't understand. Cleveland means nothing to him.
Yeah, I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair when he's. Wait, real quick?
Bulls fan
Nick,
when he grew up.
Nick, real quick. Do you remember the emotion that LeBron had at the last tribute video of the 72 the Cavs have given him since he left? Do you remember the emotion that he had at the last time he was at Rocket Mortgage Arena? He was brought
to tears. Do you know what alligator tears are?
Yeah, see, so it's interesting. You don't understand the idolatry. By the way, in this country, we do celebrate greatness, Nick. Just so we're clear on that one. I don't understand not understanding the fanfare around LeBron, specifically in Cleveland.
I just don't know why he'd go in as a member of the Heat after just he could go back and win with the Heat even in this next round. It's not changing what he's doing.
He wouldn't, and I think that's the point. By the way, LeBron made Cleveland look like fools once. It was 2010. LeBron did not make anyone look like a fool in 2018. He didn't. He had won the championship. He had consecrated the vow. He had moved it back. Like, I'll be honest with you. I understand not worshiping at the altar of LeBron. I also understand if you want to be ambivalent about LeBron in this town, but this nonsense of, oh, he doesn't love Cleveland because he insists on saying Akron. Yes, because nobody ever says they're from Akron. Like, it is LeBron propping up his hometown. There is no rivalry between the two things. That's made up. Well, and honestly, if you're a LeBron hater at this point, I just think you're being contrarian. I don't buy it. I don't believe it.
Well, the caller might be right about the idea that LeBron doesn't care about coming back to Cleveland. I mean, he might be right about that. That might end up being true.
But that's different.
But it doesn't change. Yeah, it doesn't change the idea that LeBron is still going to go in as a Cav and thinks about the Cavs run that he had as the best time of his life and the best part of his basketball life.
I also just don't. I fundamentally don't understand, and I'm assuming this on Nick. I fundamentally don't understand being a Cleveland fan that hates LeBron. I remember 95. I remember 97 and 2004. 2007 twice over, but in the NBA Finals and, of course, in the ALCS. I remember 2016 for the Gardo side of things. Like, I remember constant sorrow with the Cleveland Browns. I don't understand claiming to be a Cleveland fan and having the quintessential moment of Cleveland sports fandom of my life. If you were alive and cognizant of the Jim Brown thing, maybe you got something to compare it to. LeBron James gave me the only real moment of true, unequivocal, unstoppable joy. Ecstasy. It was ecstasy for weeks after that. Because in the time from the 1964 to 2016, several of the people that would have enjoyed that in my family, that I would have celebrated with, passed away. Mm-hmm. I got to live to see a Cleveland title. And this boo-hoo crap about 2018. Guys, if you're still butthurt about that, get the hell over it. He won you a championship. I'm here to celebrate Joe Thomas. Joe never won us a championship or a playoff game. All right? He didn't. But I'm going to celebrate Joe Thomas. But just because this guy left twice doesn't mean we can just go, oh, I don't get why anybody's into him. Yeah,
you can't get the LeBron thing. I don't know what you can get.
It's not like rocket science. It's not quantum.
Thing.
It's not the string theory.
It's really not a confusing thing. One of the greatest basketball players of all time plays for the local team, wins a title. It's just not hard. It's not hard to figure out.
That's fun. Is Miami the favorite for LeBron now? I don't know. I don't really have any damn clue on this one. However, when we come back, Brian Baldinger gave us something to think about with the Browns quarterback situation in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Spain's next wave has already delivered a title, and there may be more to come. World champions, Spain reigns over the globe once again.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to the #1 sports station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan.
Teams in 16 days. Coming up in just about 40 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you. So it's been a minute since we talked about the quarterback position, at least a full hour.
Yeah.
Wow.
I can tell you're excited.
I actually am excited about the quarterback battle.
Oddly enough, I think it's going to be... It sounds weird to say. Everyone loves the games. The games are the most important and fun thing. I get that. But I think we're going to have just as much fun with the practices and with this preseason in particular as you will when you go, hey, it's week 1 against Jacksonville.
Yeah, and it's weird. Usually, I am over the Browns' nonsense, and I'm a little annoyed. It's really been the last 2 years. There was a time where I was more on the rosy, kind of sunshiny side of the Browns kind of conversation. And the last 2 years have happened, and the way there's been what I felt have been some disingenuous or just the failure to meet expectations and goofy moves and bad moves and, some questionable drafting earlier in this tenure, like all those things have come to a head. But as I start to look at this team now, I am a little bit... it's weird because Deshaun still could end up being your starting quarterback.
Yeah.
I kind of think we're back to a point where there's a lot of guys here I'm going to be rooting for this year, and then I'm hoping that we can kind of upset the apple cart in the NFL.
So if it was Shedeur starting, I think a lot of people would be where you're at, where you're just trying to watch a lot of fun players. You're watching them develop. There's not too much pressure, all things considered. It's the NFL, so there's always pressure, but there's not too much attached to it. And you kind of just get to see what happiness brings you each week, right? But with Deshaun starting, I do think there's a sense of there's pieces to enjoy, but as a whole, I'm not necessarily sure they're the most rootable group.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm not sure what's going to give out. If the team is succeeding, Deshaun is playing poorly, but like Schlesinger and Mason Graham and EMW, as we've called him, and Denzel Boston, if these guys are kind of showing – not just to be good football players, but the same guys that we see them be off the field. It's going to be really interesting to see the push and pull of this because, again, the quarterback is the most, visible part of this thing. And if people just don't like Deshaun, I don't know what's going to change there other than, again, an extreme amount of winning. But it's weird. Like I think between Monken and the other guys, I do think they're easy to root for. I think you said expectations. I think expectations are a big thing. No one has any expectations for this team. I'm looked at as a homer because I've said they might be able to win 8 games this year. Vegas has them at 5.5 wins.
Mac had him at 12. Although I don't know if he's gone back on you gone back on that, Mac?
I mean, I think after the Miles trade, I said that they would go down a couple of wins, so I think I said 10.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I don't remember that either. But again, we say a lot of stuff.
He's at 10, though. 10's still pretty high.
That's all right. You'll be now. This is good because he can be the upper limit, and then I'll look reasonable at 8.
Is that right?
Yeah. Like I'm not being a Browns homer. I would never say 10 wins.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm fascinated where people go with this team and what they do, but there is that tug and pull attached to it all. If Deshaun starts week 1, how much excitement is it? You can't just only root when the defense is on the field. Like I want to root for Denzel Boston. I want to root for all these wide receivers. And part of why, if Deshaun starts to look good, it'll be because I think these wide receivers and Harold Fannin will continue his good play, and Judkins will continue what he did off of year 1. Like all this goes into the pot. It's just fascinating that it's like watching the Guardians and being like, I hate that starting pitcher, but I'm going to root for the team. It doesn't make sense.
I mean, we did with Trevor Bauer for about 5 years.
I liked Trevor Bauer, though. I knew what a pain in the ass he was. I liked Trevor Bauer. Then when he went to the other teams is when he started to really showcase himself as. I mean, he always showcased himself as a goober. No one's getting around that. The allegations didn't come until after he went to different teams.
Listen, it's really tough when your teammates hate you. It's just tough.
That might be the best example we got, though.
Yeah.
How did you watch Guardians games when Trevor Bauer was on the mound?
I rooted for the whole. I rooted for the everybody else to succeed, and if Trevor also happened to succeed, that's okay.
And I would ask some Cavs fans, not yourself, but some Cavs fans, how did you root for the Cavs if you hated the Harden trade and didn't like James Harden?
That's still my team.
Yes, but every time James Harden got the ball in his hands, there were Cavs fans that were rooting for him to basically fall down and hurt himself.
Yeah, I don't know that there were. I know the morning show has said something about that because I didn't like the Harden trade. I was rooting for the Cavs to fail, which I think is just hack. Like, I think that's not only is that unfair. Like, I think the James Harden trade was a bad trade. I still don't think it's a great trade.
Yeah, but the game 3, when he scored the final 3 possessions of the game, had the 7 points in the final 2 minutes for the Cavs to win that game, there were people that were like, if only it would have happened to anybody but Harden, which I thought was lunacy because your team, the Cavs, won that game because of Harden's antics at the end, because what he was able to do.
The difference with Harden, though, is that's a guy that you just didn't like. You didn't like it because of what his legacy, what his reputation is, and because of who they traded for him. With Deshaun, it's 4 years of failure. There's just so much baggage there. You know, like even Bauer, things didn't really go off the rail for him until he started like throwing the ball out into center field, and Terry Francona had to say what the bleep was wrong with you.
That's when he was done with him, yeah.
But like there was enough good there. We've just never experienced the good of Deshaun. Like, he's never played good enough football consistently. He's never been healthy. He's never really been available in any real way to Cleveland. But again, I'm saying, like, I don't know what it's going to take for me to root for Deshaun. I'm very much against the allegations and the lawsuits of how he treated women. Very much against that. That hasn't really changed. I'm also incredibly annoyed at that trade and what it did to that era of Browns football, which was just taking off
for me,
when it was crashing to the side of the
all you need is football reasons to go ahead and not like Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, but you can dislike him for more than that.
You can, but you don't even need the other stuff is what I'm saying. Like for myself.
But why spare it?
Well, because I've told you before, I don't care what happens off the field. I'm just not that type of person. But I do care about what you do on the field, and I do care about what Deshaun Watson hasn't been able to pull off, and how the last 5 years of our lives watching Browns football has been miserable. And the number one reason why is because of the Deshaun Watson deal and that trade.
But I do think I think the Browns can be much easier to root for right now, even if Deshaun is because here's the thing, the same thing you said about Deshaun, which is for you, if Deshaun's out there, it's still a hard watch, a hard relate, whatever. I think there are people who say the same thing about Shedeur. There are people who say if Deshaun's a quarterback, this is a much easier team to root for. But if it's that Shedeur kid, now I think that's asinine. I think trying to treat those two gentlemen the same way is ridiculous.
I think there are Shedeur supporters listening right now that are going to ask themselves, how does Lima watch these games if Shedeur is starting to look good?
Yeah, many people are saying,
where's his tug and pull?
That if Shedeur is the starter week 1, Lima's rooting for them to lose. Many people are saying that.
Corners of the internet.
Yeah.
But like it's just an interesting.
And me, Nick Wilson.
It's just an interesting. How do you do this? How do you go through this when you have so much football disdain built in for one person already? But you want to see the team thrive. You want to see the team obviously play good football. Do we just push that aside? Is that all? We're just going to get to a spot where we just have to push that aside?
I just think at some point, if the Browns. If we're seeing Carson Schlesinger and Emmanuel McNeil-Warren and Jared Verse and on the offense, Denzel and Casey No Recepcion Concepcion and Fannin and that offensive line's playing well, I hope this is the kind of year where I understand whatever cynicism you have about either quarterback, but I hope you can look at this and go, all right, we might not be where we want to be, but man, can you see where this is going?
Yeah, and that's got to be a big part of it, right? We're playing for 2027, and we're playing for 2028 and 2029. That's the big goal.
You might end up being playing for 2026.
Well, there still are a lot of people that are playing for 2026 in the process. There's a lot of jobs in the line.
There's just a lot of talent here outside of the quarterback spot, but there's a lot of talent here. And so it is, again, I think it's this weird catch-22 of, man, Shedeur's a starting quarterback. You're going to have an underdog feel to it. This feels like the kind of team Cleveland's gotten behind before and kind of gotten behind the idea of, well, nobody nationally thinks anything of you. We'll bleep those people. 216-474-0092. Are the Browns back to being easy to root for? More to come, including Brian Baldinger on the Browns quarterback situation in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Catch you up on the latest in the sports world from the night before, along with playing the can't-miss clips from the Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Multitask this summer with your smart speaker. Crank up the Cleveland sports scene when you say play 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. 32 teams in 16 days. I will admit, I think I'm tapped out today for Browns quarterback talk. I know I threw out the Baldy thing.
I'll see you back there tomorrow.
No. I think I gotta refresh. I gotta refill the well, as it were.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you were just gonna go down this whole I'm bored with the quarterback discussion. I'm bored with this.
Nope. Just
Make
today.
a decision already. I'm bored with this.
Today, in this moment, I am bored with it. But I am not universally bored with it.
I didn't know sports talk hosts could go to the I'm bored well as often as they have with the LeBron James stuff.
Well, no, you also have
I didn't know there was a card we could even play in July.
The other one you could do is, I'm not going to change anybody's mind, so why talk about it?
Yeah.
That's another very convenient sidestep of your duties, which, again, guys, we're not being asked to interrogate anyone. We're asked to give opinions about sports.
Well, sometimes we do interrogate people, whether they like it or don't.
Yeah, but we don't waterboard them yet.
Yet?
Yeah.
It's on the table.
Yeah. That'd be a hell of a podcast.
Right? It's just waterboarding people for sports thoughts?
Well, yeah. But it's kind of like a truth-telling exercise, right? It's like, oh, you really do think Deshaun still got it, huh? You still believe it? And then they're like, no, I was lying. I was like, I knew it.
I would like to hook people up to a polygraph test for a whole show, though. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Mainly because I'd pass with flying colors. I think you'd pass, too.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think who we could. I'm trying to think who we could. Mac would fail. Mac, I love you, but you're a young man. You're learning yourself.
No,
you're learning your body. You're learning your truth.
The guy learning his body is 30.
What the hell are you talking about, man?
Well, no, I just mean
he just started talking. You're
still growing into who you are as a person, so there's maybe a little more delusional. Life has beaten me
If
down.
I'm delusional, then that means I'm believing what I'm saying. So
I can give you a book called What's
here.
Going On Down There if you need some help.
You know what? I'm good.
They got diagrams and everything.
Not enough of them. A 12-year-old me would say, though.
Yeah, you don't give a 12-year-old a loaded gun, okay? You get a little too realistic with the pictures there. That book's never seeing the light of day ever again.
You ever think, now that we're in the ChatGPT world that we're in, where it's like, there's so many questions that probably would have saved me a lot of hassle at the time if I had ChatGPT
questions?
Well, just everything. Just being like 12-year-old me would have just fired off a bunch of questions to ChatGPT, and I would have figured a lot of life out a lot quicker than I did.
In fairness, as it was, I was at the right age where, I grew up without a computer. And then right around the time I was 12, we got a computer. And that's the wrong time to get a computer for the first time, especially if somebody else on the computer isn't clearing their search histories. Not saying that another male in my household would do that sort of thing. But I will tell you.
Were you playing off their search history?
That's all I had to go by. And then eventually, I was freed from my shackles and my imagination took over.
Yeah, what was that male's taste like?
Well, I'm horny. I don't think we need to do that. I don't want to say anything ill of the dead, but
it could explain a lot.
He had very specific tastes.
It could explain a lot of,
Loved
what
him
you
some
find.
Aretha Franklin, baby.
Okay.
What?
I don't even know what to make of that.
R-E-S-P-E-C-T. I found out what that means to him. All right, so we got a quagmire going on in the Wilson household right now.
Oh, yeah, what's that?
Well, yesterday, I've been picking Liv up from marching band because they have to. Why not? Why not let kids march until 9 o'clock at night, for the love of God? I don't have anything else to do. No other parent does.
Yeah.
We love being able to be at a high school at about 9 o'clock.
What time do they start these practices?
3 o'clock.
They do 6 hours of practice?
They sure do. And we're about
That seems like child abuse almost. How did they get away with this?
Nobody pushes back on it.
Aren't there you know how there's like laws about you can only act for so many hours if you're a Hollywood kid? Like, isn't there? I mean, 6 hours of practices? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and I just
who's signing up? Who's doing this?
How
much marching are you doing in 6 hours?
About 130 high school kids, I think, is who's signing up for it.
What are they practicing for? Like, what's the end result? Not just during these football games. During the football games, and that's it?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
How many nights a week?
Oh, I think this is 4 or 5 this week.
4 or 5, 6 nights a week for how?
Yeah.
For how?
You realize why?
For like months on end, or
you
what?
realize I can't. So I was in marching band.
Oh, this is an insane commitment.
And you realize I don't talk to the marching band directors because if I did, I would be banned from attending these events. What they're doing, they're basically stifling all the joy of these high school kids.
Well, yeah, you tell any kid to do something for 6 hours straight, they're probably not going to have a lot of fun with it. When does she even do her homework?
Well, it's the summer. She doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, I assume this goes into the school year, no?
Well, not the 6-hour practices, no.
Oh, then they cut it down. Then they're gracious for 3-hour practices or what?
Actually, I don't remember when they practice. I think they just practice during school once you get into the
so then they really cut it down. They go from 6-hour practices to like an hour practice?
Correct. And they usually do about one show a year. So it's not like every 3 weeks to throw a new show out there. It's like one show with like one special show a year.
I hope she's having fun.
Anyway.
I don't know how you could, but I hope you're having fun.
I'm picking her up. And yesterday I noticed that there's this kid, and he is a dead ringer for my cousin Glennis's oldest kid. And so but he's Filipino. And I was like, oh my God, it's Filipino Emmett. I saw it, and I was just like, oh, that's interesting. And I was like, Glennis, it would be funny if I took a picture and sent it to Glennis, but I didn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Because I didn't want to end up on a watch list here.
Thank you for reading the room.
But when Olivia got in the car, I was like, who's Filipino Emmett? Like, who is this kid? Because again, dead ringer. And Olivia had no idea.
That means he's not a dead ringer.
Well, I just got a text from Olivia saying, oh, my God, we do have a kid in marching band.
Now we're back on.
That is
That's
a
dead
Filipino Emmett. Now, here's the problem. She won't take the pic.
Yeah, she shouldn't take a pic.
No, she should. She can. It's not weird if she does it.
No,
it's weird
if she takes a
it.
photo, someone snaps her taking a photo, all of a sudden people think she's got a crush on Filipino Emmett.
If that's the worst thing that's going on, I think we're okay.
That day and age, you don't want random crushes being floated around the school that way.
Yeah, you can just deny till you die. Isn't that what you used to do?
The rumor's already out there. You can't beat those allegations.
By the way, am I taking a picture? Or am I just looking at my phone? You can't tell right now. Well, you can't because I just picked up my phone.
It looks like you're very obviously taking a photo.
Oh, no. I'm just reading this text from my daughter.
Not everyone's smooth about it, though.
My daughter is not smooth. That is probably fair.
Yeah, I'm not the smoothest when it comes to trying to do that type of stuff. Keith is really good at it.
Also, my daughter just said, are you talking about this on air? Yes, Olivia, if you're listening, I am talking about this on air. And also,
hey, at least she's listening.
She's suggesting that my cousin show up and take a picture. I'm like, again, stranger danger.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah, I know you can't do that.
Can't do it.
But I need to prove it here because I think I don't want my cousin thinking I'm lying about Filipino Emmett.
There's got to be some sort of Facebook page or something where they take photos of these kids doing the marching band.
Okay, I'm not on those Facebook pages.
No, what do you mean? I'm sure there's got to be something like my yeah.
It's called the dark web, Jonathan.
The preschool that my kid goes to, they do photos every single day. Every day I get a bunch of photos of the entire class. Like I see exactly what today Charlotte had a great time on the bouncy house.
And they post them for other people to then go look at?
If you're in the group, you get to look at all the photos.
In the group. Okay, that's different.
I assume there's got to be a group you can be a part of. Your kid goes to school there.
Olivia is steadfast, saying, I'm not going to do that. All right. But she did say respectfully, though. But I also say respectfully, and then I don't mean it respectfully.
Don't mean it.
So, yeah. Real quagmire.
Yeah, look at this. I got all sorts of photos of my kid doing stuff today. She's playing with glue there.
See, I think
she's jumping in a bounce house.
By the way, that's a great candid.
It's an action shot there. Yeah, she's like mid-air.
She's mid-air.
Yeah, somebody was trying to be a photographer in this group.
Got some real ups on that one.
Yeah, all sorts of fun stuff. She's in the Little Tykes toy.
Oh, look at that. She's too tall for the Little Tykes toy?
Her feet are coming out. Her feet are coming out of that, isn't it?
Yeah. Don't make the mistake I made. Get that basketball in your hand now.
I don't think she's going to end up being tall.
Really?
Yeah, Elisa's not very tall.
Vanessa's not very tall. Vanessa's 5'6".
I guess it doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah. Get them from the dads.
Is that right?
JP.
Is that right?
You can just raise a bunch of Amazonian women. Come on now.
Why did you smile when you said that?
You can have a nice brood between the two of us of very tall women. I think that's a very nice thing there.
That is a very nice thing. I didn't really even consider that because Elise is short, and I'm just kind of assuming they're going to. Women height that's not really a deal breaker in any sort of venture she's going to have.
Can you throw it out there? Can you just refer to everything as women height now?
Women height. Yeah, women height.
Well, this would matter if you're a man, but this women height does not.
If you're a man, it's like, oh, look at all the sports you could have played and you could have really thrived in. And the sports I'm going to have Charlotte play it doesn't matter for the height. She's going to do golf. She's going to do bowling. She might do softball. We're not going to do height sports.
You don't want her to be cool?
All she's missing out is basketball, really? And volleyball? Volleyball could be
very
big.
Cool. There's a lot of
volleyball could be big.
Educational money in volleyball.
Is that yeah, volleyball is big.
I could see either one of my twins doing volleyball. Not my oldest. My oldest just doesn't have she's not mean. She's not mean enough. She doesn't have that competitive, bleep you spirit. She just wants to just write all day and listen to, Lana Del Rey.
And that'll work out for her nicely.
No, it will.
Yeah, that will.
I'm really counting on her being the next J.K. Rowling minus one or two details. And but just the success. And with the success of J.K. Rowling, none of the other stuff that went along with it. But, yeah. And then the twins have to be the famous volleyball
So
players.
There's no groups or anything where they just post Filipino Emmett?
Nope.
Do they do yearbooks still as a kid or no?
So that was my cousin's suggestion. I don't know where my kid's yearbook is. Also, I think this might be the kid's first year. So I'd have to wait till October and then remember. or March. I don't even know when the damn thing comes out.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you.
A lot of references coming in there. The internet is being bad. 216-474-0092. What do we do about Filipino Emmett here?
Well, maybe what's his real name?
Emmett.
No, that's your.
Oh, you mean Filipino Emmett?
Yeah, what's Filipino Emmett's name?
How would I know? I found out this kid existed yesterday. Olivia just found out he existed mere moments ago.
How many people are in this school? How many people are in this marching band?
There's 150 kids or something like that.
It's an insane number of kids for a marching band, by the way. I think
Solon has 300.
In the marching band?
Solon has a huge marching band. Their football team was not good. But
they have 300-person marching band?
So I think it is just the Solon proper thing. But, yeah, they have a huge band. It's the biggest band I've ever seen in person.
Really?
Yeah, we saw it last year at the end of the football season. And their band director used to be the band director at Woodridge before I got to Woodridge.
Isn't there,
small world.
How many people are in this high school?
I have no earthly idea. A lot, though.
I think 1,200 or so is in Solon. I mean, that's insane. 1 out of every 4 kids is in the marching band.
And then they had 35 kids playing
marching
football.
Band, and now you can tell your kids, please turn off the radio for a second because I don't want to. But marching band was so uncool.
Mm-hmm.
Did it turn a corner? Is marching band, is it cool or something? Did I miss the memo on this? How do you get 1 out of 4 students to be in something that is so unreal as far as being uncool?
I think that might have just been your nerd-ass school. We didn't really have, yes, there were, the preppy rich kids in school, but mostly, kind of everybody was in marching band. There was, a specific element of bro in football because it wasn't good football.
I went to an all-boys school. That's got to make a difference.
Now it makes sense.
It's got to make a difference.
It does.
Because you're going to be more influenced by it. That's going to be a thing.
Yeah, I mean, part of the reasons why I liked marching band is there were a lot of pretty girls in it, and I was like,
that's
this is my only chance to talk to them.
Yeah, that's half the reasons why you basically people join anything in high school.
What should we do about Filipino Emmett? We got to get to the bottom of this. And when we come back, 32 teams in 16 days on 92.3 The Fan.
Daryl Ryder, 923thefan.com, and the Odyssey app.
In case you missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes there, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Now, this Filipino Emmett thing's getting out of hand here.
Oh, yeah? Why is that?
I mean, we got people wanting to hear the segment about it. In the family, it's becoming a thing now.
Oh.
I think I might be able to just get enough of my family members to text Olivia. They can break her will.
That has her then going after? Not going after. Trying to snipe a photo?
I think so. But, all right, we'll see about that. I believe in people. That's what I'm going to say.
You're trying to see what they labeled it as?
I did want to see what the Odyssey app.
Well, Mac did say it like 6 times in between the break. I wonder what they labeled that one.
I was hoping it would just be Filipino Emmett. But we're about to get to 32 teams in 16 days. And first up is going to be the Kansas City Chiefs. And obviously, we talk about the quarterback spot and who's going to start. And that's been the same conversation for the Browns for 6 weeks. We have had the LeBron thing. We had the will you trade Miles thing in Kansas City sports talk. The Royals are no good. They don't have an NBA team.
And that's a good baseball town, too. They actually talk Royals a lot.
It's been their biggest talking point since Mahomes got hurt is, will he be ready for week 1?
And he seems like he's going to. At least he's going to try to push it. Is that even the smart thing, though? If you're Mahomes, why are you trying to push it for week 1?
Well, I actually do kind of understand him pushing it for week 1 because I understand the idea of last year you had negative momentum. 2 years ago, you had negative momentum just in terms of your play. I can understand we want to get back to winning as soon as possible.
I think they open against the Broncos, right? I think that's the big game. But if I'm Mahomes, they have Justin Fields. I'm not saying you let Justin Fields go until you lose enough games and then all of a sudden you're out of it. But I let Justin Fields see what he can do for a couple weeks and then you get into it. 3-4 weeks, somewhere around there.
I think those dudes are just wired in a different way.
They are, though. No, they are. And that's why Mahomes, I would expect him to be out there. I'd expect him to be there for week 1. It's just, I don't know that's the smartest thing.
So to have the Kansas City conversation, we head out of the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline, host of 96.5 The Fan in Kansas City. Alex Gold joining us right now. Alex, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys.
Well, it's great to have you. We were just debating the Mahomes conversation here. Listen, we like to break a lot of news here, so we're just going to start. We're going to fire one right down the middle, all right? Yeah. Is Mahomes playing week 1?
He's playing week 1. It would take a pretty big setback at this point. In fact, tomorrow, guys, he might get cleared on the first report day up in St. Joseph, Missouri, which is where they go for a training camp. So I think that could happen tomorrow, and he'll be out there on Monday. The big question in Kansas City is not just week 1, but why on earth would you even want to play him in preseason? There's some people in town that think he needs to play. I don't want to see him at all in the preseason.
Oh, you would just sit him, and I don't know that I want to see him even in week 1. I would give him time, but so I agree with you. No preseason for Mahomes makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, look, week 1, at this point, I also think when the schedule came out, people in Kansas City got excited because the thought here was, look, the NFL's not putting them in prime time unless they have a pretty good feeling as well that Patrick Mahomes is going to be good to go in week 1. And by all accounts, he's hit every single benchmark. So I would be pretty stunned, guys, if he's not out there against the Denver Broncos.
Alex, so many people had predicted this is the year that the Chiefs finally fall apart, right? They'd been doing that for so many years now with this Chiefs team, and it was just Super Bowl, AFC title game. And then last year, obviously, the wheels come off this. Is there any how much concern is there, rather, in Kansas City with Chiefs fans that maybe the wheels are going to stay off this thing?
So I don't think fans in Kansas City believe that anything like last season, a 6-win year or an 8-win year or anything like that is in play this year. But it depends on who you ask. People actually think I'm a little too negative on the team here in town heading into the season. I have said I don't think they are going into the year like they have in pretty much the last 7, which is viewed as the top AFC contender, one of the top 3 AFC contenders. I think this is a playoff team, so a 10-win team is kind of where I have them at right now, assuming everybody stays healthy. But there's a lot of people here in Kansas City that think they're going to be right back atop the AFC West, and they look at the AFC and say, all right, I'm supposed to believe in Baltimore with a first-year head coach. I'm supposed to believe in Buffalo with a first-year head coach, and it's feeling like Kansas City may not be the clear contender, but who actually is in the AFC, the feeling that it is pretty wide open.
Did Chiefs fans take a lot of offense to it not being Mahomes at the top of that ESPN quarterback list?
Of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You know, and I understand how these lists go. You guys know how these lists go. And also, look, you got to prove yourself each and every year. But I'll tell you this, I still find it hard to believe that there's NFL executives that would actually take a quarterback that's not named Patrick Mahomes over any other quarterback. I just don't buy it. I also think we have to remember there's a reason why executives get fired every single year. I think some of them are bad at their job. So, yeah, I mean, fans here, of course, are bitter about it, but the thought is that could change very quickly if Patrick Mahomes in the first few weeks of the season goes out there and looks pretty good with a soft schedule, guys. This schedule is super soft the first 8 weeks or so.
Alex, because it was occurring in the middle of the Sahara Desert for sports in the summer, we talked a little bit of the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce wedding there and all the things, all the stories that came out of it. Was that like your guys' royal wedding? Did you guys just do wall-to-wall Swift Kelce wedding talk?
I'll tell you this. We definitely talked about it. We definitely were following all the rumors and finding out who was there and the photos. And I still can't figure out how Dean Blandino got an invite. That doesn't make any sense to me. But look, I have learned more about Taylor Swift in the last, I guess it's been 3 years now, than I ever thought I would. It is definitely part of our coverage, although it's toned down in the last calendar year from when it was at its peak and we found out that they were actually dating.
Do Chiefs fans get a little upset that Travis Kelce loves Cleveland as much as he does and is vocal about it, like buying the Guardians or at least a part of the Guardians, everything that comes with it?
You know, it's a good question, and not really. You know, I think for a couple of reasons. One, you know, he is totally beloved here. I mean, and the Taylor Swift stuff is only added to it. He's done so much in the community. His personality, of course, stands out. He's done plenty, I think, to prop up, you know, Chiefs fans over his time. And the fact that Patrick Mahomes, you know, is in Kansas City helps with that. Because think about it, in a lot of markets, Travis Kelce would be, you know, the number one face of the entire city. And that doesn't happen here. It's still Patrick Mahomes. In fact, you know, it's been weird. Other than the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift aspect, the person that probably enjoyed the Swift Kelce stuff the most was Patrick Mahomes to a certain extent, because he's always been front and center, and it did allow him to fly under the radar a little bit more here locally in the last 12 to 24 months. But, yeah, I don't think any Chiefs fans or anybody in Kansas City too worried about him loving his hometown back there in Cleveland.
Alex, it's been interesting. Andy Reid he was always thought of as one of the top 10 coaches in football, but what he's done in the last 7 or 8 years in Kansas City, he's going to go down as one of the greatest coaches ever. He is 68. He's not I'm not going to say he's the most svelte man in the world. Loves him some cheeseburgers. So do I. I'm not judging. But so, like, how long do you guys expect Andy Reid to do this?
This has been the conversation for, 4 or 5 years. Now, I think we all recognize now that, we're on the back end. I think there's a real scenario where he coaches one more year. I also think there's a scenario, guys, where he's still coaching 4 years from now if I'm talking to you guys. I mean, this is more about his own health, right? As long as he can physically do it, I think he'll be the head coach of the Kansas City Chiefs. The only caveat now that was introduced after a 6-win season, believe it or not, there are fans here that are wondering, hey, is he able to adjust? Is he able to adapt again like he has throughout his career? If this team misses the playoffs, I'm telling you, especially if it's because the offense fails, there's going to be a real conversation, whether it's sports talk radio or among fans, whether or not it's time to move in a different direction. As crazy as that might sound based on everything you said, and I agree, I think he is going to possibly go down as either the greatest or second greatest coach in NFL history, especially if they get this thing corrected very quickly. But that is something that folks are keeping an eye on. If they miss the playoffs and the offense, after bringing back Eric Bieniemy as their OC, instead of going outside and really bringing in a fresh face, if it struggles, this could be a real conversation in January among Chiefs fans and certainly us on our show, whether or not it's time to move in a different direction.
All right, Alex, one before we go. This one's for us. Deshaun Watson versus Shedeur. We got about 45 seconds. How do you see the quarterback competition in Cleveland going down?
That's just gross, isn't it? My goodness.
It's not great.
That's disgusting. No,
Alex, be nice.
I think Deshaun Watson is starting week 1. I know you guys don't care about my fantasy football team. I have a dynasty league. He's somehow on my roster. Deshaun Watson, I think, will start week 1, but I'm guessing he'll be benched by week 5.
How the hell is he still on your dynasty team?
He's kept him for 5 years. It's been a half decade.
We got way too deep a rosters, guys. I mean, my quarterbacks are disgusting. It's Trevor Lawrence, Jared Goff, Mac Jones, and Deshaun Watson on my bench. So
that is, I would maybe just quit the league. Just
Start a new league. Start a new one.
Alex, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
Good talking, Alex. Bye.
Alex Gold there of 96.5 The Fan in Kansas City on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline, talking about the Kansas City Chiefs. We stay in the southwestish region there, and welcome on Donnie Druin, Cardinals on SI, at Donnie Druin on the Twitters and social media. Donnie, welcome to the show.
Thank you, guys. How are you?
We're doing all right. I mean, we've talked a lot of Shedeur versus Deshaun today, so we're a little tapped out. How about you guys with Jacoby Brissett versus Gardner Minshew?
Yeah, and don't forget to throw Carson Beck in there, too. I think the temperature is supposed to reach 116 this weekend, so I'm just happy to be out of the heat and in the AC of State Farm Stadium.
Oof, that is intense. I guess we'll start here. What has been the biggest talking point of this offseason for you guys with the Cardinals?
Yeah, I just think it's an offseason of change. You go from firing your head coach and Jonathan Gannon and parting ways with franchise quarterback Kyler Murray, and they're kind of starting the plate anew once again. Mike LaFleur is the new head coach, first-timer. They don't have their franchise quarterback yet. Maybe they do in Carson Beck. That's been one of the storylines. But it's just all about kind of it's a eat-your-vegetable sort of offseason where, you're not going to do anything sexy, I guess, besides do the Jeremiah Love pick at number 3 overall. But you just want to get a good foundation. And, in a league full of up-and-coming young offensive minds, there's a lot of hope around here at the Desert that it's going to be Mike LaFleur.
How surprised are you that Marvin Harrison didn't get moved this offseason?
Not surprised at all. Only after 2 years, I don't think you quite want to give up on the number 4 overall pick just yet. And I think most importantly, the flashes have been there with Marvin Harrison Jr. That's why the Cardinals haven't been super reluctant to trade him. I think after this year, with Mike LaFleur at the helm, if he can't really get a hold of Marv, maybe you open up those conversations once again, especially with guys like Trey McBride and Michael Wilson in the picture as well. But Marv, I mean, he's shown the talent time and time again. It's just a matter of doing it on a consistent basis. And there's a lot of hope that with the Shanahan and the McVay trees that Michael LaFleur is coming from, where they do able to get receivers open at a high enough level, that Marv can really, really benefit from that in 2026.
Donnie, there's an element of Browns fans. I don't know how big an element, but there's an element of Browns fans that if you could say, you know what, you're going to stink this year, we're going to fast forward to next January, and you've got the number 1 pick in this 2027 class, you get to take the guy. I think there's an element of Browns fans that would take that without thinking about it. I'm not one of those people. Where are Cardinals fans on this? Do they care about what happens this season, or is it all about the 2027 quarterback class with Brissett and Beck and Minshew playing quarterback this year?
Yeah, it was all about 2027 even before they got rid of Kyler Murray. There's so much hype around that quarterback class and a lot of big names that can emerge from that. And even after Carson Beck, which drafted in the 3rd round, which isn't a flyer, by the way. Like, that's still a significant day 2 pick where you're in that fringe territory of, this guy should be able to compete and give us something right away. There's a little portion of the fan base that does believe Carson Beck can be the guy, but I think an overwhelming majority of Cardinals fans, if you gave them the opportunity to hit that button and say, we want the number 1 overall pick in 2027, they would absolutely do that in a heartbeat.
What's the reception of LaFleur been?
So we haven't really gotten to see too much of him. I think if you're the Cardinals, you went from a first-time head coach in Cliff Kingsbury to a first-time head coach in Jonathan Gannon with very little success to really be sustained from that. I think a lot of the Cardinals fans are kind of just tired of the first-year gimmick. But, again, you're the Arizona Cardinals. You're going to have to kind of settle for what you get for. And it's exciting at least. But then, again, Cliff Kingsbury was exciting. Jonathan Gannon was exciting. And I think, guys, Cardinals fans are at a point right now to where they just want to see results. They want to see productivity. They don't care if you're an offensive or you're a defensive guy. It doesn't really matter. Just work with what you're dealt and kind of make the best out of it. And Michael LaFleur so far has done that, but he's really going to have to earn the respect of Cardinals fans before they can really get behind him and get seats back in State Farm Stadium field.
All right, Donnie, we know you cover the Cardinals there, but we've been asking everybody we have on in this segment how they see the quarterback battle between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders going. So we put that to you.
Oh, man. I thought it was about out here in the desert, and look at Cleveland with the whole battle going on there. Because you guys also have Dylan Gabriel and a handful of other guys, too. I think I even might have got to go for training camp to get in that battle. But that's an interesting one, man, because the money's still on Deshaun's side. Shedeur Sanders obviously brings an element of excitement. you're asking me to name a week 1 starter, I do think it's going to be Deshaun Watson. But also, I think it's going to be kind of the same boat as the Cardinals in, where Jacoby Brissett's going to be the guy in week 1, but eventually they're going to make a change at quarterback, and Shedor's going to get his time.
All right, final one here. More wins in 2026, Cardinals or Browns?
Cleveland Browns. Cleveland are bad.
Oh.
I don't think I don't think they're boat racing each other exactly. I don't think it's going to be a fight to the finish. But the Cardinals have one of the toughest schedules in the NFL, then arguably the toughest division in the NFL in the NFC West. First-year head coach, no established franchise quarterback. The defense had virtually no upgrades to it this offseason. And I'm a guy who's pretty high on the Cardinals and what they could be offensively under Michael LaFleur, but not this year, not 2026. I think this is really just a year where they're going to lay the foundation to move forward. So I will take the Browns win total on that over Arizona.
Donnie, I believe this is the 18th team we've covered in this bit, and you are the first person to say the Browns. Bless you. Bless you. We appreciate it, buddy. And thank you for your time. Seriously, great stuff.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you guys so much.
At some point, and Donnie Drew in there on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline, at some point I just stopped thinking it was going to happen.
What's that?
That somebody was going to pick the Browns would have more wins, because it was 17 straight teams of people. And like, even it was like, gosh, who was that? We had somebody on of somebody that, oh my God, we've had somebody on that laughed.
Well, there's a lot of people that have laughed
I think it was Tiki Barber.
No, it was with the Commanders guy. Was it Grant Paulson? Is that who we had?
Well, that makes sense. They got Jaden Daniels, even though, but
he did laugh. That was a hearty laugh.
Man, multiple people laugh at that. I'm glad we finally got one.
He was just not thrilled with what's going on there.
Well, it's Jacoby Brissett versus Gardner Minshew.
I don't blame him. Well, but then, in that same respect, it's also like, well, why would we ever trade Marvin Harrison Jr.? It's like, well, I think you know that answer. I think you gave us 7 minutes after that of why you have that answer.
Great stuff with Donnie. When we come back, in case you missed it on 92.3 The Fan.
deals are so good. Celebrate more savings. $250, baby, at BigNissan.com.
The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of the show. I want to say a big thanks to Jason Lloyd, who joined us at 3 today. Great stuff on the indecision with LeBron James and the Browns quarterback position. Brady Quinn joined us at 4 today. He had a say on where he wanted to see LeBron go, the Browns quarterback decision, and the outlooks for Ohio State and Notre Dame this year. Also want to say a big thanks to Alex Gold and Donnie Druin talking us through some Chiefs and Cardinals football in the previous segment. If you missed a moment in our show, the entire thing is up on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe. Ring that bell. Except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. And, of course, like our videos, we desperately like to be liked. Before we get to In Case You Missed It here, JP, though, we have an official update on the airport couple.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so
good, all right.
The Aviator Club in Cleveland, that I think is the restaurant.
Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, they have humble brag. They put out a video.
It's a restaurant.
Apparently, they hosted this couple.
Yeah.
The meet cute, misconnections on Reddit.
All right, so
they
how'd it
hosted them
go?
on their first date.
Yeah.
Well, I can't really see, but it looked like they were having fun. I'm going to tell you right now.
No, like post-date recap?
Wow. A gentleman never tells.
Well, I mean, it's all over Reddit. I thought that.
I think it went reasonably well. I'll tell you right now, they both looked very eager.
Okay, good. That's good. I like that for them.
There was a hunger in their eyes that I don't think was just about the food, okay?
Yeah, that's good. I thought it was going to be an update on our Kansas City man falls in toilet story.
No.
Which it turns out he was going after a bottle of Mountain Dew. And I've thought more and more about that as the week has moved on. That's just the lamest excuse you could possibly give.
Yeah, one, I think the update is he's an idiot. Yeah, or he was on drugs. Those are really the only two updates. And even then, I've had my fair share of partying. I don't think I've ever been like, I'm going to get in the underlings of this turlet.
There was a nefarious thought that I had that we did not express in talking about it, that it just took me too long to get to, and now I don't know if I should share it or not.
Well,
but now
you
that
can't
I've gone
tease
too
like
far,
that, and then all of a sudden I'm not like I kind of want the payoff.
I think the most reasonable explanation for how you would end up trapped into a porta potty.
He's into waterworks?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Creeper style. And like that makes more.
That's commitment to a
Doesn't
bit.
that make the most sense though? That makes way more sense than I dropped my Mountain Dew bottle and got stuck.
That is a level of commitment. Although here's the problem: the door was locked. So he's really
the door was locked.
Yeah, the door was locked. Remember, they had to like bust open the door and cut it down to then get him out.
Well, I remember that part of the story.
Yeah.
The door was. How did the door get locked? How did the door get locked though?
Because
he was going to go in there. He went
in there, locked the door.
Well, all right, that's just really dumb then. All right, you're poking holes in my theory.
Or we can have our cake and eat it too here. He wanted to engage in water sports or the mudslide, and he's an idiot.
Well,
he forgot to unlock the door.
Yes, okay. That's like the people that are like.
This could be a multi-explanation event.
That's like the people that are like, I tried to commit suicide by taking my car and throwing it off a bridge, but then they still wear a seatbelt. And it's like that's if you're trying to unalive yourself, you don't wear the seatbelt.
Wouldn't you?
No, you don't wear the seatbelt.
Well, why not?
Because
but if you're going off a bridge,
you got a much higher chance of actually getting the job done if you don't wear the seatbelt.
No, I thought the point was you're
like
going to drown.
Seatbelts for safety is the idea. Seatbelts for safety.
Bridge. I was thinking into like a lake or something like that. I was like, that seatbelt's going to tie you down there once that water comes rushing in.
Yeah.
I didn't understand what we were playing. All right, we were playing different scenarios out.
That's all right.
But yeah, so they had a date. I'm going to tell you right now.
I'm rooting for those kids.
They traveled to get to a date. There's an implication there, and it happened.
Not date one. There's no implication.
It's 2026, Jonathan. Don't be a prude.
I'm not a prude.
If Jonathan in his prime.
There's no implication with date one. Are you happy if it happens date one? Sure, but there's no implication with date one.
There's an implication. If you're flying to the date, there's an implication.
No, you know what I used to always think of when it did happen on date one? I always thought to myself, well, if it happened for me on date one, it's happening for a lot of people on date one with this person.
Yeah, I just thought
that's what I'm thinking. And there's no shaming happening with that. That's just the reality of it. And it's happening to a lot of people then on date one. That's all.
I was just too busy enjoying the experience. I'm just a grateful guy. All right, that's just what I am.
No, I have too much anxiety to be a grateful guy. How about that? All right. No, screw it. Florio says Tom Brady is laying the foundation for a presidential run. Now, I wish I could base this on anything more than everything that's going on with his wrestling fans and trying to appeal to wrestling fans, so he thinks that he's going for a big, broader...
Does Florio use logic
ever? He thinks
ever?
that there's an untapped market that he's trying to tap into by connecting wrestling fans.
Because Donald Trump once was in WWE?
I don't really fully get it, but he thinks that there's a legitimate case to be made that Tom Brady's laying the foundation for a presidential run, and this is what this is all about. Everything associated with Tom Brady now, if you look at it through the lens of he's trying to become president, Florio feels like it makes more sense now.
It still doesn't make sense. The only thing that makes sense is that Tom Brady is having a wicked bummer of a midlife crisis.
A wicked bummer.
And he just can't get out of it. Like, this is a 4-year midlife crisis. Guys, midlife crises should have
there was
a statute of limitations.
There was the guy that founded the FTX stuff that tried to make him a Republican nominee in 2024 against our current president. That was a real thing. If Sam Bankman-Fried doesn't go basically bankrupt in the process, there's a chance that Brady would have ran in 2024.
I want off this ride. I don't want any more celebrities. I don't want to get political here. Honestly, I don't want any politicians in it to be president
that also
either.
is part of it as well, though. Yeah, I mean, the idea of, like, first off, you don't need experience to be president at this point. We've established that already. And then you say even politicians, it's not like they got the greatest rep at this point either. So, like, the idea that we'll have somebody with no attachment to politics previous, that's probably going to happen in the next 25 years anyway.
Just Tom Brady.
You think like Tom Brady's going to be a senator? I doubt it. He's not going to climb the political ladder.
By the way,
he's going to go straight for the top.
His wife left him for a martial artist. I can't respect that as a president. Right? The cuckolded president, is that what we're going to call this one?
Wow. I don't think
America.
I don't think it was a Cuckman situation. I don't think it was.
We had a development on that.
There was no chair or anything.
I called him Cuckman the other day, and Dustin did not correct me at all.
Which is wild, because I got like a 7-minute basically life story about how his family was never called cucks. His whole family, he's not from a family of cucks.
Yeah, well,
he's a family of cooks.
The spelling
not a family of cucks.
The spelling would beg to differ. By the way, you could clear this up by changing the spelling of your last name.
Why does he only correct me, though, and not you?
All right, two things.
Why
fear
do
me.
you get to call him? I'm going back to calling him Cuckman.
Or two, he just knows I'm going to keep calling him the Cuckman.
It only encouraged him.
Yeah,
I might respectfully listen. You'll just keep going, Cuckman.
That
behavior would track then.
Yeah. Either one of those. I like the fear one better, but I'll take either. But I'm just blatantly disrespectful. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Yeah. Big thanks. Talk too much in the breaks. I'm kidding.
But really.
There's one point, with love and respect. You want to talk Mason Miller, and I was like, I don't have it today. Most days I got it. Today I don't have it. That's about me, by the way, Mac, not about you, buddy. Big thanks to Keith Britton on the videos. Big thanks to Matt Corrali, Jake Volnick. We'll have zero reaction if LeBron comes back at this point. He joins us next. It's his show. Shut up, Nick. Great stuff, JP.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow.
Shut up.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.